Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Struck a Deal with the Devil? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Excuse me. Izuku's voice broke with the force of his shout. Through the wind tearing at his arms, through his hair, he felt the familiar tug of his ice-white wings snapping out behind him. Watch out. Sorry. Excuse me. He barely managed to swerve around a group of villagers walking in the opposite direction. His shoulder knocked into one of theirs when he passed, and a few of them hurled startled reprimands at his back. He didn't have enough time to slow or apologize. Excuse me. Izuku's arms pumped sharp at his sides. He willed himself to not stumble, to stay upright, to go faster. There was a child standing half a mile away, barely 5 years old and grasping far too much confidence in her stride for someone with land-bound chicken wings. She had just reached the edge of the cliff, peering over curiously and, "Hey!" Izuku shouted his last warning, just as she took a step off the edge. The kid barely managed to look up at him before he slammed into her side, sending them both spiraling into the ravine. She shrieked in surprise. Her tiny arms wound around his neck while he fumbled for a coast. His body curled around her protectively. His crippled wings tried to straighten against the roaring wind, tried to catch a coast as they fell. Because that's what they were doing, falling. There he was, spiraling through the air, clutching onto a child and realizing with growing panic that, in his effort to stop her from tumbling to an untimely demise, he had just, oh gods, this was, over the drop. The drop wasn't anything more than space after the cliff's edge, to the people in his village, but its title was very true to itself. Below him, now, the vacant space was nothing more than 200 feet of air, and then sharp, bristled trees waiting to stake their claim on his life at the bottom. The new burst of panic in his chest was different from the danger instinct he'd felt before diving after this kid. Now, there was actual, tangible fear when his eyes caught the long fall beneath them. He'd never flown without ground below him before. He'd never flown. Oh gods, they were dropping. Someone screamed up on the cliffside. Time snapped back into motion. They were falling. Izuku could only focus on his growing nausea and the girl's wails. He was rotating in the air, faster and faster and faster. The rush of the wind by his ears drowned out all other sounds. His legs kicked out underneath him while he tried to work his stupid wings. Plan, he had to think of it. It's fine. He shouted over the girl's screams. His heart was caught in his throat, pulsing with adrenaline and twisting static through the holes in his ribcage. They were going to hit the ground. He wasn't going to be able to stop it. Relief came in the way his wings caught the current seconds later with such a sharp jerk that his entire body slammed to a stop midair. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest with the brief moment of silence that followed. His lungs strained from the effort of keeping himself upright, and a sharp pain shot through his left wing. To be expected, he breathed through it. "It's going to be fine," he said to the child in his arms, aching to comfort. Now that he was stable, he would. "Don't worry. It's fine." "Midoriya!" someone screamed. The echo of it carried down to meet them. Izuku barely had time to look up before a hand caught his wrapped shirt, dragging the fabric up his back and catching on the base of his wings like a makeshift H. He winced at the strain, knees curling to his chest like a baby kitten in its mother's mouth, the child who'd fallen still sheltered in his arms. They suddenly weren't falling too far anymore. The girl who'd caught him was Yayorozu, Izuku realized belatedly. She was one of the elites, trainees to be part of the hunting squadron when she grew old enough to join. There was something comfortable in the familiar way her hand tightened its grip on Izuku's shirt, about the way she gave a powerful slide of her white wings. Very suddenly, they were moving up through the air instead of spiraling down, and Izuku's wings went slack with dead weight at the realization. He breathed when Yayorozu rose above the cliffside again, feeling his mouth pull into an embarrassed grin at the sight of his village gathered together at the edge. His shirt was clutched tight in her grip, rising up over his stomach, His arms curled around the little girl, who'd finally started to calm after the scare. Izuku had probably never been more grateful for the reaching hands of a council member to take her from him. Midoriya, Yayorozu called, slackening her grip. Izuku hit the ground with a little oof, resisting the urge to collapse onto the blessed feeling of packed dirt beneath him. His heart was still pounding in his chest, his wings ached on his back. His hands were still shaking from the stress of witnessing one of his people step so close to the end of her life. No one else was looking. If he hadn't stepped in, she would have. Yayorozu sighed, but her eyes softened a little at Izuku's fidgeting. That was stupid. You're lucky I was there to grab you. I'm sorry, he mumbled, a blush dusting high on his cheeks while the rest of the village began to swarm them. Wings were everywhere, feathers ruffled from stress and intrigue, blocking his view of some faces. Someone grabbed his cheek with all the force of an older relative, earning a yelp from Izuku. An older woman squinted at him with a frown. Are you all right? Izuku made a flustered, unintelligent noise, feeling someone else's eyes on his back. Yeah, I'm okay. Don't worry about. Her cane knocked on his skull before he could finish his sentence, and he yelped again. The woman watched impassively as his hands moved to hold his head. Then what were you thinking? Why would you go after her if you can't fly yourself? I can. Izuku started to defend himself, but someone else cuffed him upside the head before he could. No, you can't, Shoyuta Aizawa said gruffly. He narrowed his eyes when a flustered laugh bubbled out of Izuku's throat. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku squeaked, shoulders hunched up to his chin. He felt someone else's presence behind him, too, and his wings drooped with the sensation of unfamiliar hands stretching out the joints to examine for injuries. I was fine. I saw her and I. The man held up a hand to stop him, and some of his dark hair fell out of its loose, lazy braid with the movement. And your body moved before you could think, I know. He pinched Izuku's freckled cheek like the older woman had, but this time it seemed more like a warning. But that kind of thinking is what gets you killed. You could have called someone's attention instead of body slamming a child off a cliff. Izuku's head lowered, ashamed. He scratched absently at a freckle on his arm at the sound of the villagers congratulating Yayorozu on her save. I'm sorry, he said again. Aizawa turned away, apparently losing interest in their conversation. Don't be sorry, he said. But don't do it again. Your recklessness will be the death of you. Izuku bowed lower, ignoring the embarrassed ball building in the back of his throat. He didn't want to cry, especially not when Aizawa-sensei was still right there. Embarrassment colored his face darker. Midoriya. Someone caught his attention, and his eyes raised at the sound of the familiar voice. Ochako Uraraka was making her way through the crowd, light brown eyes softened in concern. The breeze caressed the bare skin of her arms as it did Izuku's. Hey, are you okay? Izuku felt his blush deepen, another embarrassed laugh pushing out of him. He waved his hands in front of his face as if trying to deflect her. I'm fine. Please stop worrying. That was really cool, she said when she'd managed to break free of the crowd, smiling up at him. Her face was a little red too. The admission caught him by surprise. Really? Yep. Uraraka affirmed. You looked like an action hero. Well, an action hero that can't fly, but I can fly. Izuku squawked. And it's not my fault, I could fly 2 months ago. Uraraka's brow furrowed in concern, and her own wings twitched on her back. Things are different now, though. Things are bad in the world. Midoriya. Another voice reprimanded, and Izuku sunk into himself a little at the feeling of a heavy hand on his shoulder. That was foolish to attempt, especially with the curse's influence. You're lucky, Yao. I know, Izuku said, patting his friend's arm to cut off his speech. Hi, Tenya. Tenya Ida sighed. Hello, Izuku. Uraraka leaned around Izuku's side and flashed a quick grin, tucking away a loose strand of hair that had fallen out of her twin braids. Hi, Tenya. Hello, Ochako. Ida pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. His wings twitched in the makeshift sleeves on his back, a patchwork imitation of the uniform of the soldiers at the border and, by extension, his brother. He also had, well, actual sleeves, which was a strange new feature Izuku had never even considered before Ida stumbled into his life with his two big hands and excited gestures and kind heart. He'd been trying to imitate the guards stationed on the lower mountain for years, and after a while, everyone decidedly stopped questioning him about it. Izuku had wanted to be part of the guard, too, growing up, but that was before he'd learned of the legend that was Toshinori Yagi. All Might, the leader of their clan for the past few decades, was everything Izuku wanted to be and more. He'd spent his childhood crafting poor paper dolls representing his idol, a bundle of sticks, yellow twine. He knew the process like the back of his hand. The memory made a small, fond smile grow on his face. Yayorozu! A warm voice called, and Izuku's smile dropped at the same time as his poor heart. Everything was suddenly moving too fast and too slow. It was all too much for Izuku's body to handle this fast after his adrenaline rush. He knew that voice. He knew that voice like he knew his own. Oh my gosh! Is that? Uraraka's breath caught, and she grabbed Izuku's arm to leverage herself onto her tiptoes. It's... Aol. Izuku stuttered out, voice cracking on the word when a skeletal figure pushed through the murmuring crowd and raised a hand, a warm smile on his face. He shouldn't be outside this often, Ida whispered, eyes wide. He made a visit last week, that doesn't mean his health has. All Might. Izuku squeaked. Nothing would ever beat the feeling of seeing that face, even after greeting him on his visits to their section hundreds of times throughout the years. This was All Might. Oh my gosh. All Might. Yayorozu called, eyes as wide as Ida's. Her wings flustered anxiously behind her. All Might, you should be resting. Toshinori Yagi made a noise of dismissal under his breath, waving a thin hand as the crowd parted around him. He continued forward. I came to see what all the fuss was about. My advisors tell me you saved a child from falling off the edge? We need to close that section off. All Might, Yayorozu said again, everything he just said seeming to fly past her. She dropped to her knees to bow at his feet, dark hair pooling around her head. Young Yayorozu, Toshinori protested weakly, leaning down to pat her shoulder. The wind pushed his hair from his face. Please rise. This isn't necessary. Yes, well, a councilman said, catching him by the arm. The crisis is averted and taken care of. The child is safe, the girl needs to get back to her training. We were on break, another elite protested, eyebrows furrowing when he stepped up to press a hand to Yayorozu's shoulder. Izuku wasn't sure he'd seen this boy before, all blonde hair and dark eyes. He shifted his weight almost challengingly. We still have 10 passes left. The elites, in Izuku's village, were made up of the fastest, strongest, and greatest heroes in their clan. Most of them had trained since infancy to be a part of the group. Izuku wouldn't have been the first to be fascinated by them like he was fascinated by All Might. After all, he'd be choosing one of them to be his successor, someday. Who wouldn't want to take on the title of someone so great? All Might, I didn't save the child alone. Yayorozu spoke up as well, wings settling against her back in a sort of flustered twitch. She pressed a hand to her chest, before swinging her arm out in an arc and pointed to Izuku, who made an undignified noise in the back of his throat. The credit is not mine, it's Midoriya's to share. All Might's kind blue eyes turned to him, and Izuku felt his soul leave his body in a kind of slow, drawn-out process. He was still trying to process the fact that All Might was standing in the middle of town square, facing him. The boy's wings have been weakened, the same councilman protested. Yayorozu was the one who dragged the both of them out of the drop. Izuku felt his knees give out before All Might could even think to respond. His forehead hit the dirt faster than a rocket. His eyes felt wet, but he stuttered out a response anyway. That's not. I didn't do anything, I'm reckless. Yaomomo is a trained elite and she deserves all the credit He felt his sentences begin to run together, overwhelmed. She's really good at what she does. She saved me, I can't fly. My boy, All Might began, sounding a little flustered, and Izuku let out an embarrassing sob into the ground. There was a rustling in front of him, leather-clad knees hitting dirt, and Izuku stopped breathing when All Might's thin hand touched his shoulder. Though I'm sure you're aware you need to be more careful with your actions, he said, it is impressive you would risk your own life in an attempt to pull someone weaker than yourself out of danger. Your bravery is admirable, young Midoriya, even if it is misguided. Izuku steeled himself enough to look up at his hero, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was embarrassed, he was mortified, but Toshinori only laughed softly and reached up to pat his curls. He pushed to his feet again, still watching Izuku with that kind smile. Just be careful with yourself. He turned away to chat quietly with a few councilmen, and that was that. Izuku's heart was in his throat with everything that had just happened, brains spinning to try to catch up. That was All Might. That was Toshinori Yagi. That was All Might. Izuku's hero, the man he'd grown up reading about, the man whose smile was carved into statues and paintings and stories passed down for years to come. That was he just. You're mumbling, Uraraka murmured, and Izuku shot to his feet. Sorry. Ida made a soft noise at the sight of him, balling the fabric of his sleeve in his fist and brushing it gently against Izuku's forehead before he had the chance to react. You have dirt all over you. Sorry. Don't apologize, Ida scolded, but his voice was quiet as he wiped the remainder of the dirt away before reaching out to smooth Izuku's wrapped shirt down, careful to mind the base of his wings. However, it is imperative that you return home and rest as soon as possible. Izuku smiled, brushing his hand away. Don't care for me too much. You're starting to sound like my mother. Ida rolled his eyes. Please, hang me for treason because I wish you good health. Izuku only smiled wider. The sharp sound of bare feet colliding with hard soil caught their attention. A sharp intake of breath abruptly cut through the crowd. A strong gust of wind shook the treetops. Silence fell over the village like a clap of thunder. Izuku's breath leapt to his throat when his eyes found the source of the noise. Takayama-sensei was the first to get her bearings and stepped towards their group, mouth set into a grim line. She pushed her long white braid off of her shoulder but inhaled and brushed her hand against her side right after. There was a dark red stain in the fabric of her tunic. Within their group of three, Yamada-sensei wasn't far behind. Kiyama-sensei watched the shadows on the ground with hollow eyes. Izuku didn't miss the way Aizawa's eyes moved between the three of them, shoulders tight and expression deceptively neutral even as he pushed past Izuku's group and into the open. His braid was messier than usual, strands of misplaced hair falling into his eyes. He didn't take the time to brush them away. The others? He started, reaching for the bag slung around Yamada's shoulder with bruised, bandaged fingers. Yamada raked his hand through his hair after the other man had taken the supplies away, swallowing hard and shaking his head. Dead? Kiyama said thinly. She'd watched the exchange between Aizawa and Yamada in silence. Her wings flared out behind her, feathers ruffled and stressed despite her neutral expression. Izuku could see her hands were trembling at her sides. All Might, who had pushed to the front of the group with a few other councilmen, ran a skeletal hand down his face. His eyes were wide, almost desperate. There were 15 of you, he said, and Izuku's heart dropped to his stomach. Kiyama shook her head, pulling her dark hair out of its braid and ignoring how the dried blood threaded through the strands made it stiff. She nodded towards the bag, a little numb. We got the medicine. The hatchlings aren't going to last long, otherwise. We all knew that going in. They went down with a fight. Izuku watched the exchange with wide eyes, accidentally catching Yayorozu's gaze through the murmuring crowd. She seemed just as shocked as he felt, shoulders tense, mouth agape. Izuku tore his gaze away, running through as many names as he could remember in his mind. Fukukato-sensei, Inui-sensei, Ka-sensei. Why hadn't he paid closer attention to their names before they left? They were all dead? The humans had? Let me get you to the med bay, someone offered, stepping forward. Izuku couldn't focus on who it was. His eyes had tracked the shared glance between Aizawa and All Might, the subtle dip of Aizawa's chin. Toshinori's shoulders squared, something flashed in his eyes. He turned back to the circle of councilmen, who quieted under the weight of his gaze. Schedule an emergency meeting, he said, voice low, but Izuku picked up on it anyway. All Might's wings, frail and far too weak to carry even a child, twitched behind him. I have to choose a successor immediately. They'll leave this fall. Uraraka drew in a sharp breath at Izuku's side. A councilman sputtered, "We're not scheduled to send anyone for another 5 years. At the rate the humans are wiping us out, we won't have 5 years. This medicine won't be sustained. We need to send the next chosen one as soon as possible and complete the tradition. I'd hoped to break the curse before we reach this point, but I see no other way." Izuku's pulse jumped at the words, and he didn't miss the way Yamada-sensei subtly angled his head in Tashinori's direction. Aizawa didn't look up. Izuku turned back to his peers, chest tight. "The tradition. He's talking about the sacrifice." "We knew this was coming," Uraraka murmured, running a hand up her bare arm as if chasing goosebumps. She bit her lip and looked away. It's procedure if we want to make it through the next few decades." Ida didn't look away from the hushed exchange between their senseis, but his brows furrowed in the sharp kind of way Izuku had only seen after Tensei had gotten into his accident. He said, quietly, "But there's a difference between reading about our human sacrifices in a history textbook and abruptly waiting in anticipation for one." Izuku looked down, studying the specks of dirt under his calloused feet. He flexed them, watched the twined ring on his big toe shift with the movement. "So we're worse off than we thought." "Unfortunately," Ida confirmed, though he didn't have to. "If Tashinori-sama is correct, our hatchlings won't make it through the winter." A flash of the village's hatchlings, newborns, burned through Izuku's mind, all smaller than the girl he'd tried to save. If the humans shot down the rest of their hunters, there would be no one to weaken the curse with stolen herbs from the human kingdoms. The hatchlings would surely die without restored strength. Izuku set his jaw. "It's not fair." "It's not our fault," Uraraka offered, "but it was weak." Ida finally tore his gaze away from the group, pushing his glasses back up with a crooked finger. "We need to restore the strength taken from the curse with a new life force, or our species will be wiped out for good. This is the best we can do under the circumstances." Izuku studied the blades of grass below their feet, chewing on his lip. Ahead of them, All Might's conversation with the councilman had died into a hushed murmur, and Tashinori turned away, his robes hiding his small frame and making him appear more like the muscular figure the children of their village had grown up admiring. The thought occurred to him. It was a very singular, very stupid thought, but it was one he'd been pondering for months, after he'd learned of the true burden of their species' predicament, after he'd learned about the curse and all the ways they'd tried to break it in years past. It was a single, stupid thought. "I'd hoped to break the curse before we reached this point," Tashinori had said, and he'd sounded grieved by the words. Izuku took a single step forward. "I'll be right back." "Midoriya?" Ida called, surprised, but Izuku broke into a sprint without a second thought. He ignored the dirty looks a few the elders shot him when he nudged past, murmuring things like, "Excuse me," and, "I'm sorry, pardon me," until he was closer to the man with shadows under his eyes and robes that dragged as he walked. "All Might-sama?" Tashinori turned at his voice, and something was still warm about his expression despite the tension in his frame. "My boy, I appreciated our conversation earlier, but I have something to ask." Izuku cut him off, fidgeting with his hands. He dipped into a deep bow, wringing his fingers together and ignoring the hard stares of the councilman at his back. "Please, if it's not too preposterous." He waited for All Might to sigh, waited for the familiar press of a skeletal hand to his shoulder for him to look up. All Might's blue eyes reflected the ocean, kind and wise and so tired. He had a meeting to get to, Izuku reminded himself. They were dying. "What is it, young Midoriya?" Izuku hesitated, biting his lip and moving his gaze from his feet to his idol's face. He felt the chill of the afternoon breeze press against his lungs. It was suicide, probably, to address his superior like this, to contradict his achievements as if they meant nothing, but kidnapping someone, he started. Using that knife, Izuku glanced towards the temple, hesitant. "That's murder." A few of the councilmen surrounding them sighed, because that was obvious. What he was saying was obvious. Tashinori tilted his head, quiet as if to ask, "Why are you telling me this?" "But," Izuku said, dropping his eyes to his feet. "If, we've never tried to make someone come willingly." All Might shook his head. There's no time to do something like that. And even if there was, what purpose would it serve? Blood needs to spill either way. We have to complete the ritual and restore our strength. Risking anything but taking a human when they're unsuspecting is a little less than suicide. The breeze shook the treetops again, a warning. Izuku could feel the others losing interest in his words, slipping away like the downstream current. But if they did come willingly, that would be morally and ethically better, right? We wouldn't just be taking, it would be selfless. The ripple of murmurs from the men surrounding them came to an abrupt halt. All Might sighed, lowering his head, and Izuku suddenly felt very out of place. He tried not to fidget too much when his idol didn't look up. The breeze blew harder. Izuku felt it tangle through his hair, brush against his exposed arms and back. All Might must have felt it too. Obtaining a willing sacrifice is hardly selfless, he said, and to Izuku he sounded almost exhausted. I know what you're thinking and it's wrong. There's no way that would break the curse. Izuku gripped his arms tightly, fighting down the chill in his bones. But an assisted suicide is different than murder. All Might did not respond, and Izuku took that as his cue to continue. He felt his face warm and ducked his head to hide it. You're picking your predecessor soon, I get it, and I know they have to leave in the fall to bring a human back alive, but if you sent someone this week, this month, and they went undercover in the kingdoms, they might have time to convince someone to come back with them. It's not perfect, but it's the closest thing to a selfless act I can think of. I have been thinking about it, actually, for the past few months. We're desperate, and we've never done it before. It could work. Izuku felt bare as he spoke, as All Might considered him, like his neck was exposed to fray in front of his elders. He ignored the gnawing voice in the back of his head and kept his gaze low. He couldn't look at All Might's face even if he wanted to, even when a skeletal hand came to rest on his shoulder for the second time. I've said this before, Toshinori began, voice quiet. I appreciate your wit and admire your bravery. However, these ideals are too dangerous to carry through. I doubt there would be any volunteers. I'll do it, Izuku said instantly. Before All Might could respond, a councilman stepped out of their circle and pulled on one of Izuku's wings. Izuku cried out when he forced it to open, feathers ruffling from the movement. The boy cannot fly, he objected. All Might's eyes moved to the hand-gripping wing. Please, unhand him. To Izuku he said, your plan isn't heroic. If you go through with something like this, you'll only get yourself killed. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but my answer is no. The shock of his words hit him like a bullet. Izuku felt them rattle through his lungs, seep into his skin. His eyes lowered to the ground, embarrassment and frustration churning in his gut. For a very long moment, neither of them spoke. All Might turned away first. He felt the councilman drop his wing on cue, and Izuku let it droop against the dirt, exposed. The rest of the group passed him in their long robes and jewelry and everything Izuku was too poor to claim title to. He felt Toshinori's eyes shift to his face for a moment, a flash of blue, before the feeling left as sharp as an axe digging into the mountainside. The group disappeared into the meeting hall, and Izuku flinched when the door closed behind them. Across the path, soft as a breath of air, the grass shifted with someone's presence. Midoriya? Izuku let himself have 2 more seconds to himself, breathing in the crisp air and blinking the blurriness from his vision, before his wings twitched and slowly refolded against his back. He fought back the embarrassment in his cheeks and turned to face his friends. Uraraka with her hair pulled back in braids on either side, and Ida with his stitched-on sleeves made far too hot for the summer. Are you okay? Uraraka asked, the pads of her fingers tapping together anxiously. Izuku couldn't respond, because something had just clicked in his brain. She frowned when she saw his expression. Izuku. It's fine, Izuku said, and felt himself exhale. Gears were whirring, gaining traction, connecting dots and making plans and running faster than it had in a while. Ida searched his gaze, stepping around Uraraka as if he wanted to reprimand him before Izuku had said anything to start. He'd known him long to be able to read his expression like that, to decipher exactly what he was thinking before he'd even begun to speak. Midoriya, please. I strongly advise you to. Do either of you know where those flight training machines are? Izuku cut him off, wings twitching at his back. He'd seen Yayorozu's team of elites use them like training wheels on a bicycle to improve their stamina in the air. The machine clipped onto their joints to help them navigate the air better than they could have by themselves. Uraraka shook her head, and her eyes were wide. What are you going to do with them? She asked. If her tone was anything to go by, she already knew the answer. You'll only get yourself killed, All Might had said, if you go through with something like this. Izuku's wings shifted. He pressed his heels further into the coarse soil of the mountainside, and smiled. To get myself killed. Don't be a disgrace, was the first thing Enji said when he saw his son. Shido's spine straightened at the bite, but he didn't respond, instead pulling at the cuffs of his sleeves and falling into line next to his father. Their footsteps echoed in the too empty hallway, silhouettes casting shadows of the same color on the wall, stretching towards the ceiling like monsters before a bedtime story. Shido kept his eyes on the door to the courtyard, where they were evidently heading, and in his peripheral, watched Enji watch the servant scramble to open it for them. The afternoon light filtered into the castle, Enji's broad figure blocking out most of it when he stepped across the threshold with his hands folded behind his back like a king. Shido squinted at the clouds in the distance, tuned into the gurgling stream in the front garden, and inhaled the crisp air of the golden hour. Shido, Enji called without pausing his stride, and Shido realized too late that he'd stopped in his tracks to take it all in. His father was halfway down the front steps by the time he caught up, hands folded behind his back and hair in his eyes. He didn't look up at Enji, and Enji didn't care enough to look down at him, which he was more than fine with. They came to a stop in front of the palace stables. We're riding? Shido asked, more surprised than confused. Yes, Enji said. It's time for another lesson. Shido's stomach dropped like a slap to the face. His gaze had locked onto the cobblestone tiles at their feet, ice water crystallizing through his veins, and when he risked a glance at his father again, Enji was already staring at him. Shido's mouth went dry. A lesson, father? Don't you think it's too late? No, Enji said, and his gaze was calm. That was almost worse. He was waiting for Shido to object, to stand up for himself so he could put him back in his place. Shido grit his teeth and looked away. Enji broke his stare. This is how it always went when it came down to it. Shido would mess up, because he always messed up, and Enji would take it upon himself to shape him, one step closer, into being the perfect king. Shido could still remember the leeches in his skin from the lesson in the forest when he was 8, could still remember his father's impassive eyes and the sound of his own screams. Presently, footsteps somewhere behind them caught Shido's attention. He turned to see 4 hunters from the riding class crossing the courtyard towards them, grinning and joking quietly amongst themselves, brushing arms and whispering and chuckling. They seemed to calm the closer they came, and by the time Enji turned to face them, they had sobered of their antics enough to dip their heads into a formal bow for their king, composed and respectful. Your Royal Highness, a timid voice called to him, and Shido turned to see that one of the stable girls was holding the reins of his horse for him to take. Shido nodded once in dismissal, taking her offering with gloved fingers, and reaching up to slide the horse's muzzle. He couldn't even imagine what his father had planned for him that day. The evening sky drew darker above them. One of the riders, a young boy, probably no older than 13, caught his attention when he turned back to the group. He had taken his time shuffling closer to Shido, a quiver of arrows with the Todoroki family crest engraved into the fabric clutched tight in his grip. Todoroki-sama? The child asked, cheeks rosy from the cold. His hands were almost too small to hold the case. Surprised and a little amused at the way he'd been addressed, Shido's mouth twitched up into something that might have been considered a smile, if anyone were to be paying attention. When he turned to take the quiver from his hands, birds cawing overhead, he murmured, "Careful with my title." The boy's eyes widened at that, and Shido wasn't blind enough to miss the flash of fear. He knew what that meant too. Upsetting Endeavoran royalty almost always came with a price. Shido hurried to reassure him, even with his awkward, stiff voice. It's okay. A quick glance up showed that Enji was still distracted with his horse. He looked back at the child. It was a mistake. It's just unusual for commoners to address the royal family by name instead of position. My father will not be so forgiving, so be careful. The boy, who was watching Shido with wide eyes, jerked his chin in a nod that reminded Shido of one of those bobbleheads he'd seen for sale in a poor village marketplace a few times on mandatory visits to other kingdoms. Shido wondered if this was the boy's first outing with them. He'd certainly never seen him before, and he was young enough to fit the bill. He shook his head to clear it, and slid the quiver over his shoulder. He felt the weight of it in his bones, ground his boots down into the cement to keep his head level. NG hadn't looked back at him, yet. Whatever he was planning would be fine. There were other people coming with them, this would be fine. He would be fine. And then a new voice shattered the comfortable quiet. Shido-kun. Shido's head snapped up instinctively, the breath in his lungs faltering out like a light with the uncomfortable ache that always came with it. NG still didn't look up from his horse, even though Shido was sure he'd heard her, which only meant that he knew about it ahead of time. Father, Shido said, and he realized too late that there was an edge in his voice that NG hated. He bit his tongue. It was too late to take it back. NG, now mounted on his steed, turned to face his son. There was steel in his gaze. Enough, he said, and even though he'd anticipated it, Shido felt the sting of his tone settle deep into his skin. He pushed the hurt down to his stomach to deal with later. Or not at all. Enough out of you, NG repeated. I don't want to hear another word unless you're addressed, boy. Shido's lungs squeezed in his chest. Shido-kun, the voice called again, and Shido forced himself to raise his chin. Crown Princess Himiko Toga was, by far, the most persistent of all of Shido's potential suitors in arguing an engagement with NG. Her family, also royal, had resources to provide them, it would unite their two kingdoms, blah blah blah. Yes, sure, Shido understood his role, but none of that made up for the fact that she was bats-hit crazy. NG had never directly agreed to her proposals, Shido knew, but the fact that he had spent even an ounce of effort to arrange them time together wasn't promising. If Shido knew anything about his father, and that was everything and nothing at the same time, he knew his future wasn't promising. That realization always sent boulders avalanching down to his stomach too. By the time Toga had reached their group, the riders parted a path and she immediately latched her arms around one of Shido's, pressing into his side. Shido flinched at the contact and didn't quite meet her eyes, willed his father to stop discussing routes with one of his advisors and look, but NG was never one to bend to Shido's demands like that. Hi, Shido-kun, Toga said, and Shido could hear the smile in her voice. Shido wasn't scared of Toga. He could handle her nails in his skin and her breath on his neck. He was used to that. It was just, the problem became when she caught a mistake his father hadn't, and she told on him like she didn't know of the consequence he'd receive. The problem became when her hands were on his body and he didn't want them to be and he couldn't resist. He did, once, but she, or his father would make him wish he kept his mouth shut. This is the price of kingship, his father would say between blows Shido was too weak to defend against. Create offspring for our dynasty, strong children with stronger quirks. That's the price of kingship. You want to be king, don't you? Not like this, Shido would gasp over the roaring in his ears, fed by the little flame of defiance his father had yet to smother. Not like this. Another blow, this time to his ribs. Shido tried to inhale and nothing happened over the roaring in his ears. If you don't start behaving as you should, someone will kill you. Gasping into the hard tile of the training room floor as pain pulsed through every nerve in his body, Shido had thought, would it really be so bad to— I'm so happy to see you, Toga grinned, curling her nails into his sleeve. Shido startled back into the present at her touch, but forced himself not to react other than a small incline of his head. In front of him, the rider boy that had given him his quiver of arrows clapped his hands together and offered a small smile to one of his companions. This'll be fun, he breathed, almost sarcastically, though he had obviously meant it to be out of earshot to everyone but his partner. That didn't stop NG from turning to face him on his steed, high and bold and towering over their group. One of the other riders stiffened when a dangerous flame grew over NG's sleeve before dying out. Who gave you permission to speak, boy? Shido bit his tongue the second before he interjected in the child's favor. though he was suddenly angry at himself for not speaking, for wanting to speak, for never being able to follow orders. The boy started, eyes widening in fear, like what Shido had seen in Tuya's face before he. This boy was younger than Tuya, though younger than Shido and the rest of the group. Shido watched him crumple in a heap before Enji's horse, forehead pressed against the ground in the deepest bow he could muster. He didn't continue his sentence, which was probably for the best. Toga pressed closer to Shido's side, and he forced himself not to move. Her eyes were gleaming when she asked, only half-jokingly, "Are you going to kill him?" "What?" The boy's head snapped up on instinct at the same time Shido cringed and let out a quiet, "Father." Enji's gaze slid to his the same time Toga tightened her grip on his arm. The echo of the "don't speak unless spoken to" order blared through his mind like static on a broken record. Shido swallowed, set his jaw, and slowly raised his eyes to meet his father's. "I am a prince," he wanted to say. He could hear his pulse rioting in his ears. "He's a child," Shido murmured. He meant nothing by it. Don't harm him just because he spoke out of turn. Toga didn't say anything, but he could feel her eyes on his face, could feel her smile burn like iron against his skin. Shido knew what he was doing, vaguely. Enji hadn't given warning to any sort of punishment yet, but Shido was challenging his authority. He forced himself to hold his gaze when Enji didn't look away. "I am a prince." The breath was punched from his chest when Enji turned his head without breaking his stare and said, "Guard, take this child to the whipping post. 15 lashes." Toga turned her head when one of Enji's men came and grabbed the boy by the arm. Shido's veins were frozen ice, blood churning and pulsing and spreading like tar. The boy gasped on a sob, eyes wide and watery and pleading. "Please," he gasped, looking first to the other riders and then to Shido, desperate. "Please, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'll never, please, oh gods." Shido couldn't respond, couldn't react, not when one of the older girls pressed a hand to her mouth to muffle her gasp or when the child began to kick and struggle and plead for someone, for Shido. Enji's eyes were still on his son, hands slack on the reins on his horse. Completely in control. "And I am a king," he seemed to answer back. Shido felt something crawl up his throat, thick and unforgiving when his father finally turned away, disinterested as the boy's screams faded out in the distance. Shido had made everything worse, Enji had. He would have never, if Shido hadn't. "You need to learn to listen when something is asked of you," his father said, and there was such complete authority in his voice that Shido felt something numb spread through his chest, felt his eyes slowly lower to the shadows on the ground. White noise droned and Toga looked up at the king, still grinning. Shido's jaw clicked shut. The ride to wherever Enji wanted to take them was long and completely lapsed in silence, evening fading into night before Shido's eyes. He'd watched the colors drain from the sky and felt the weight of his satchel and the movement of his horse's trot ground him closer to something like reality without ever quite reaching it. Toga was pressed up close behind him, her chest to his back. Shido couldn't even flinch when her hands carefully trailed across his chest, down to rest on one of his thighs like she was his lover. She wasn't, but she was probably going to be his fiancée. Arranged fiancée. Whatever. Shido wasn't sure if there was supposed to be a difference. A flash of blonde hair and crimson eyes in some pocket of his memory said otherwise, sure there's a difference, jackass. You're just too scared to admit it. Shido blocked that out too. He looked up when Enji slowed to a stop. The other riders slowed, too, watching Shido silently accept his fate. "Retrieve your bow," his father said. Shido did so. "Load it." Shido reached to his quiver and ignored the way Toga pressed her lips to his shoulder at the movement. Enji shot her a look, and Shido felt her sigh as if inconvenienced but pull back nonetheless, swinging her legs over the saddle and dropping to the ground. Shido noticed, belatedly, that a few other riders had done the same thing. He raised his eyes to his father and waited for the next instruction. Enji's blue eyes didn't move from Shido's for another moment, and Shido forced himself not to stiffen. He waited until his father raised his hand, pointed to a bird, an ice sparrow, swooping low in the sky a few meters west. "Shoot it." That brought Shido back to himself a little, grip tightening around the bow. He bit his tongue, feeling that thickness in his throat again. Something wrong? Enji asked like he was testing him. Shido waited, then waited a few seconds longer. When his father didn't move to speak or strike him or anything of the sort, he asked, very quietly, why? If your king gives you an order, you obey. There doesn't need to be a reason why. You're supposed to be preparing me for when I'm king, Shido wanted to object. He didn't. He shifted his gaze to the bird again. Enji's voice was low when he repeated, shoot it. The hairs on the back of Shido's neck stood on end. He swallowed, looked down to his hands. Slowly raised his weapon to the sky. He watched the bird through it, soaring proud and unknowing of its fate. Shido watched the wind course through its feathers, watched it dip and turn as if it wasn't worried about food or shelter or anything but the coast ahead. Enji didn't need that bird. He wouldn't send anyone to retrieve it when Shido shot it out of the sky. He'd let it bleed out in the distance or let an animal steal it away. There was no point other than being cruel. Kings are cruel, Enji said, and Shido realized too late he'd breathed that last part out loud. His father didn't sound angry, though, which was jarring. He sounded contemplative, like he was watching Shido for a decision, like Shido had a choice. If you want to be king, his father continued, beat me in a fight. Honor our family's tradition and beat me. You must be cruel. Kings are cruel, kings are heroes. You can't have one without the other. Shido felt his jaw clench, just a little. Not like this, he would gasp on the training room floor. And then, would it really be so bad too? Shido was still watching the bird with a white-knuckled grip on his bow, hesitating like the seconds ticking by were his lifeline, when one of the riders gasped and Enji's head snapped towards the sky, too. Shido lowered his bow in this troubled, jerky motion that Enji would have scolded had he been paying attention. It didn't take him long to see what had drawn everyone's eyes. High in the sky, high past the innocent bird and high past their kingdom's border, probably straying into outlands, was a snow fairy. Snow fairies weren't small, like their title may have led an outsider to believe. They could pass as human if it weren't for the ice-white wings on their backs, sometimes stretching past 16 feet in width. And this one, Shido couldn't make out much more than tan skin and dark hair, but the realization was jarring nonetheless. This was a snow fairy. He'd never seen one in person before, much less alone. Even from this distance, Shido could see it was visibly struggling through the air. Its wings weren't moving right, it was twisting and turning and barely managing to stay balanced. Enji breathed out something close to astonishment at his side. It's injured. Shido's eyes were wide. It was somehow morbidly fascinating to see it struggle through the air, like time had slowed. Everything rushed back to him when Enji gestured in his direction, palm up. Give me the bow. Why? Shido asked on instinct, but he knew the answer. I'm going to shoot it down. Something sharp and dangerous shot through Shido's bloodstream. Helpless. Father. Give me the bow, Shido, Enji said. You're obviously not equipped for such a task. The snow fairy danced through the air like a marionette on 3 broken strings, wind rushing through its clothing. That was when Enji's words fully hit. Shido bristled. I'm sorry. Enji was still watching his prey, and there was still something controlled in the curl of his frown. If you couldn't even save your mother, you will never be able to hit something like this. Not even a second of shock had torn through him before a flame burst to life on his arm, blackening his sleeve and curling hot against his skin. His vision was tinted red when he pulled the arrow, aimed, and let it slip through his grip like water. Soaring. He didn't see it hit, exactly, but the snow fairy jerked like it had, losing the coast and spiraling out of control just as sudden and startling as the rebound of the arrow leaving his grip. Shido looked back at his father, and Enji was smiling. Cold dread washed through his system. Enji never smiled, unless Shido had. You've done well, Enji said, and Shido realized that this was what he'd wanted all along. The snow fairy fell down past the horizon and out of sight. Enji's smile grew. You'll be a wonderful king. God's it. Kaminari, who'd glanced over at the sound, jumped back a half step when the knife clattered to the floor at their feet and sent drops of red flying. Be careful. Shut the hell up. Katsuki shouted back, clutching his hand to his chest. Dark blood flowed across the counter and dripped, staining his boots and the knife and the wooden floor he stood on. Kirishima, to his credit, moved fast, snatching a clean wash rag from the rack and taking Katsuki's injured hand in the other. Katsuki hissed through his teeth when the fabric pressed against his skin. Gone ignored by the rest of the group, the bloody wing Katsuki was tending to sat discarded on the desk in front of him. Evening sunlight flickered in through cracked windows, illuminating clipped bone fragments and red blood against the white feathers of a snow fairy. Katsuki's blood had stained the meat he'd been picking at through against the haze of cream. The snow fairy's broken wings weren't thick with fat, thank the gods, but held together with lean muscle built for cutting through the air. It wouldn't take long to wash off, but he bit back a groan at the sight of the discarded water bucket someone had knocked over an hour ago. What happened? Mina asked, propping her hip against the counter and rubbing grime off of her hands with a matching rag. She tilted her head, a picture of innocence, even with the dried blood on her jawline. You all right? Fine, Katsuki snapped, watching Shiro pluck the knife from the grimy floorboards. I have to FNG clean this sheet. Shitty hair, let go. Kirishima pressed down on the rag a little harder, which Katsuki knew was just to F with him. He masked it with a brilliant smile. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, would you like me to let you bleed out instead? It's just a scratch, Katsuki snapped. Stop, I can. Don't let it get infected, Jairu called without looking up. Her hands worked effortlessly, the metal of her knife glinting in the sunlight streaming through the windows. She sliced through the binding points of a cluster of primary feathers, shifting the wing further back. Even folded, the 14-foot wingspan always took up too much space. FNG fairies. Don't tell me what to do, Katsuki said. Mina scoffed across the room, but a little smile had drawn her lips up. She looked back to her work. You're the one who wanted to hang out with us. This isn't hanging, we're not hanging out, get off your high horse, Ishido. Even kneeling in front of him, Kirishima looked down to hide his smile. You're working a peasant's job. And those peasants just happen to be your friends? You're getting soft, Katsuki. Katsuki scoffed. You want to get fired, shitty hair? I thought you liked your job. Course I do. Kirishima smiled again, and Katsuki couldn't find a hint of sarcasm in his expression. I get to help out my best friend every day. Who wouldn't want a job like that? You just like the pay, you sheet? He could hear the grin in Kirishima's voice when he said, well, that always helps. Katsuki looked down at his injured hand as Kirishima finished stemming the blood flow, and felt his mouth pull into a frown. That would be a beach to heal. The wing had shifted when he was slicing through it, like a reflex, and it had startled his concentration to the point his knife had hit wrong and, well, FNG fairies. Kirishima pulled the cloth away, and there was something smug in his eyes as he finished toweling away the mess. What would I do without you? Katsuki said, and his voice was dry. Die, he responded matter-of-factly. Jairu snorted, just a little, and when Katsuki glanced over at her, he could tell she was trying to muffle it. Katsuki wasn't too familiar with Jairu, but that didn't mean she didn't know what she was doing. Her knife sliced through the meat still clinging to the bone, separating it effortlessly from what looked to be years of practice. Some of her fringe had come loose from the ponytail she was trying to keep it tucked away in, and she reached up to brush it away with the back of her wrist almost absent-mindedly. Then, as if feeling Katsuki's eyes on her, she looked up to meet them. Is there something I can do for you, Your Majesty? Katsuki waved her off. Katsuki's fine. Jairu blinked, and Katsuki watched her guard drop a little to reveal a flash of surprise. Her hands paused over their task. Your Majesty? Katsuki, he drawled, pulling his hands away when Kirishima started to clean them off again. Stop liking my FNG shoes. I can take care of myself. Jairu blinked again, eyes darting between the two of them. Katsuki saw Mina turn away to hide her smile, and fixed the new girl with a flat look when she didn't say anything else. I'm serious. You fit in with these rejects, your family. I trust you if they do. Rejects? Shiro muttered from his station. He winked when Katsuki looked at him, dark eyes glinting. Why, thank you, dear. I appreciate the compliment. Shut up, Katsuki said, but exhaled in something that might have passed as a laugh if someone paid close enough attention. His hand brushed over his mouth when he realized he'd slipped, and actually allowed Shiro of all people to. Shiro let out an obnoxious cheer, throwing his hands up. God's damn it. I won. He crowed, glancing around the room. I got him to laugh. Eat my butt, Kaminari. What? Kaminari squawked, apparently just tuning back into the conversation. What happened? Nothing, Katsuki snapped. At the same time Kirishima pinched his cheek and said, the baby showed emotion for the first time. Katsuki grabbed Kirishima by the shirt collar. I will kill you. Kirishima's eyes twinkled in response, and Katsuki really was beginning to consider whether or not to punch him, when Shido wouldn't have this attitude if he were here. The use of the name actually sent a rivet of shock through Katsuki's bloodstream, rendering him silent for a few seconds. His pulse point rushed past his ears, blocking out all other sounds, before he scrambled to get his bearings again like that name didn't stop him in his tracks. Why the f should I care about Shido? He snapped. Shido can't fry your effing face off. Mina wound an arm around Kaminari's shoulders, shaking him a little as if about to share a secret. Ah, are you still hurting after he broke up with you? Huh? It was years ago The f, do you mean? Jairu, who'd been listening in silence, raised her eyebrows. Wait, Shido? As in? The crown prince of the Flatlands. Mina sighed dreamily, and slumped further into Kaminari's side. Shiro snorted a little, but he didn't look up. Crown Prince of Stick Up His Butt. Shiro, Kirishima said. Mina peered over at Jairu a little mischievously. Katsuki gets a raging hard-on whenever someone says his name. Katsuki leapt from his seat. His robes flared out behind him when he moved, and Mina shrieked and ran around Kaminari to hide. The blonde only got out a useless, "We should be working," before Katsuki pinched his arm to move him aside and towered over his friend. Mina shrieked again, but she was laughing, the kind where her eyes squeezed closed from the force of her grin. She threw her arms around Katsuki's neck before he could do anything, pressing a hasty kiss to his cheek through her amusement. Don't kill me, oh no, I'm merely a peasant girl. Do you get off on this? Katsuki asked gruffly, picking her up by the waist. Mina laughed harder. No, put me down. Ah, Katsuki asked, tilting his head up to look at her, and spun in a short circle so her hands moved to leverage on his shoulders. Is that any way to speak to your king? Mina giggled again. Yes, you BSDD put me down. Katsuki scoffed but obliged nonetheless, dropping his friend so she landed hard on the floorboards with a little hup. He kept a hand on her side when she swayed, frowning. USCK. I lick, actually, Mina said on instinct, grinning something feral. Kaminari esigus. Mina. Kaminari choked, actually startling back a step. What? Kaminari's face turned an ugly shade of crimson. Shut the F up about my SEC life? Katsuki felt another sharp smile grow on his face. Who said we were talking about your SEC life? Such a dirty mind, Kaminari, Mina added, leaning into Katsuki's side. Kaminari sputtered again, briefly covered his face with his hands, and then turned to look at Shiro, who shrugged. Without really thinking better of it, Katsuki glanced back at Kirishima. He curled his lip when he caught sight of his soft expression. Wipe that iffy look off your face. Kirishima's smile sharpened a little, something Katsuki knew he'd picked up from him. Of course, your majesty. Want me to come over there and pick you up too, shitty hair? You'd like that, wouldn't you? I'd sure as hell like throwing you into the wall. Kirishima covered his mouth with his fingertips, prim and proper and mocking. But I'm just a simple peasant girl, Katsuki, he said. Have some manners. The door to the shack swung open before Katsuki could respond, and immediate silence fell over the room like a clap of thunder. One of his advisors stood in the entryway, hesitating. Katsuki watched Mina and Kaminari turn back to their stations, feigning innocence, in the corner of his eye. Jairu's knife hit the cutting board with a little more nervous force than it had before. Shiro glanced between Katsuki, Kirishima, and the advisor. Katsuki's hands stung, suddenly, from the bite of his wound. The advisor drew a breath, said, "It's happening again," and Kirishima shot to his feet at Katsuki's side. "How many?" The advisor looked away, mouth set into a grim line. "Follow me." Katsuki stepped forward, breath tight in his chest, and he and Kirishima crossed the room together. The wooden door shut with a click. Katsuki felt the rush of the nighttime air brush against his skin, a stark contrast to the atmosphere inside. Kirishima sounded grim when he repeated, "How many?" Takamura hesitantly glanced between Katsuki and Kirishima, unsure whether to respond. Katsuki grit his teeth and leaned forward, just slightly. "He asked you a question." Kirishima reached over to squeeze his arm, and Takamura fumbled to continue. "Ah, just one this time, but sources say it was a painful death." Katsuki felt something shift in his chest, constricting. He forced himself to continue. "How old?" The advisor's eyes shot to the ground. He shifted his weight, tightened his grip on his scroll. 13, sir." Katsuki listened to Kirishima draw a painful breath, felt his eyes on his face after a beat of silence. Everyone would be looking to him, now. This was the youngest it had gotten. "I need a name," Katsuki said, "along with any other information you can get. Same for the other victims. I'll hold a speech addressing this issue as soon as I have everything sorted, and we will give them a place to mourn. Have there been any developments I need to know about?" Takamura swallowed. Katsuki could see sweat beginning to bead on his brow. "No, Your Majesty." Katsuki nodded, slowly. Felt his jaw click. "Okay. What are you going to do?" Kirishima asked. He didn't sound accusing, like Siro or Kaminari might have, but curious. Curious, like he was asking which meal Katsuki had requested for dinner or what to wear during a ceremony. "What are you going to do?" Katsuki ground his heel back into the dirt and felt it shift under his foot. "Fix it." "How?" "It's been months and they haven't." "Aijiro," Katsuki murmured, and Kirishima fell silent. Katsuki's worn robes blew out behind him, beckoning. He watched the moon's shadow dance across the grass, and there was something soft and strong in his eyes at the same time, persistent like starlight in the blackened sky. "Do you trust me?" "With my life," Kirishima replied instantly, instinctively, sounding like he'd truly be willing to prove it if he had to. Katsuki felt the tension in his shoulders drain, just a little, and nodded. "Then trust me to fix it." Kirishima and the advisor watched him in turn, but Katsuki didn't bristle. He looked up with the eyes of a king, and Kirishima smiled. "Okay," he said. His smile grew. "Don't do anything stupid though. We need you." "You just like the pay," Katsuki fired back, but more of the tension dissipated like a shot in the dark. He reached up to run a hand through his hair, fingers hesitating over that snow fairy's feather still twined in strands of gold. He forced himself not to think about it. That was years ago. He lifted his chin in the advisor's direction. "That's all I need from you. There's a market just up north if you needed water, and a rest area a few miles east. Have a safe trip back." "Will you not be joining me, Your Majesty?" Katsuki waved him off. "You kidding? I distracted those idiots into working overtime. I can't leave without helping them finish. Have a safe trip back, Takamura." The man nodded, smoothing out his vest. His mouth was still set into a grim line. Katsuki didn't blame him. "To you as well, my king." Katsuki and Kirishima watched him go. The moment he rounded the corner out of sight, Kirishima breathed, "He's always so nice." Katsuki snorted. "That's because you like everyone." "Well," Kirishima hesitated. He shot Katsuki a crooked grin, before it faded a little. "Yeah. You doing okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Katsuki mumbled, and took a step back so he was leaning against the doorway. A cold breeze whispered against his bare chest, and he pulled his tattered robes tighter around himself. The chill of night had never seemed to bother him before, but the more he stared into the horizon, the more it was starting to sit uncomfortably on his skin. Kirishima was still staring at him. "F off," Katsuki said. "You're gonna be all right," Kirishima said, but winced as soon as the words left. Katsuki snapped his gaze up. Thought you knew me better than that. I'm not worried about. Yeah, I know, you never worry about yourself. He sighed. But I worry about you. So does everyone in there. Jaira doesn't, Katsuki said, if only to argue. She doesn't know me. If that show you just put on was anything to go off of? Yeah, she does. Katsuki wasn't sure how to respond to that, so he hummed. Kirishima turned, so his back was pressed to the wooden door too, and exhaled. It just seems that, you know. This, of all things, would be trouble. Ironic, Katsuki replied. We spend our whole lives training for wars, winning wars. A flash of King Enji's furious eyes passed through his memory, and he smiled a little. And then a plague takes us out. We still have thousands, Katsuki. That doesn't mean hundreds haven't died. That doesn't mean we shouldn't honor them. Kirishima clicked his tongue, but that private smile Katsuki wanted to punch off his face pulled up his lips again. You're a great king. Shut up. It's not like I. The shot in the dark, the literal shot in the dark, a flash of light against the brilliant night sky, startled Katsuki out of his thoughts, eyes instinctively searching for the source. The scream that followed after had both he and Kirishima pushing away from the door, sprinting forward a few feet and... There! Kirishima grabbed Katsuki's arm, pointing to the stars. It took him a minute to find it, but when he did, his eyes widened. A snow fairy. Katsuki's hand ghosted the sword at his hip and Kirishima stepped forward again, breath caught. The door creaked open behind them, and Mina stuck her head out. What was that noise? Katsuki couldn't tear his gaze away. It was violent, almost, the way it was twisting through the air like a beckoning dance of death. It had lost its balance, or whatever happened to snow fairies that made them fall, and that was the thing too, wasn't it? It was falling. It was close enough for Katsuki to pick up some details. A mess of curls, though he couldn't tell what color, and limp, unworking wings. Just as fast as it had appeared, the snow fairy blinked out of sight down near the coastline, too low to keep track of. They had to have been at least a mile away, but Katsuki heard it hit the water. Kirishima gasped and Mina flinched, pressing a hand to her mouth. Oh my god! What? Kaminari called, back inside the shop. Katsuki barely heard any of it, surprise churning heavy in his gut and blurring out his other senses. His hand tightened on the handle of his sword. Kirishima, Katsuki said. On it. They took off running. When Izuku was 15 and naive to the cruelty of the world outside his little mountain village, he was able to convince Yayorozu to spar with him. She'd been hesitant at first, but he dropped to his knees to beg, and the rest of the elites had snickered behind their hands and goaded her on. That's how Izuku found himself standing in the middle of a circle of his peers, all ruffled feathers and quiet murmuring. He wasn't quite picturing this when he'd asked the first time, but he knew as much as anyone that some practice is as good as any. He raised his fist to protect his jaw and widened his stance a little, waiting. Yayorozu was just staring at him. Guard down, eyes searching, arms crossed over her chest. Some of her peers snickered again quietly when she stepped a bit closer and whispered, "Are you sure about this?" Izuku felt a flush burn on his cheeks. "Please spare my pride, young." "I'm sure," he said. Laughed a little nervously. "Hit me." She did. Yayorozu hit him so fast, in fact, that Izuku only caught the barest twitch in her stance like a warning light before she slammed her fist against his chest. Izuku felt the following few seconds in painful detail. The way his body went stiff, the way his breath escaped his lungs like it was never supposed to be there in the first place, the way it only took a second of shock before the pain really hit. Presently, with an arrow in his wing and his heart in his throat, tumbling and twisting through the air at God's know what speed, with his wings flared out awkward and useless behind him in pain, he caught the fast-approaching water like the pulse of Yayorozu's shifting posture. The impact, however, was so much worse than her punch. He felt the hit burn in every nerve in his body, like he'd slammed into a brick wall or concrete instead. He felt it peel his skin and siphon his bones, and he sunk below the surface while his body was still locked tight in shock. Salt water climbed up his nose and down his throat, jarring him back into reality enough for the panic to hit, for his senses to fire up again and all start yelling, "Mayday, Mayday, get your sheet together." He jerked, trying to break his momentum that had dragged him down so far already. The moonlight streamed through the cracks of blue like it was reaching for him, and Izuku breached with a gasp, hair plastered to his face and in his eyes. Water was trapped in his lungs, in his throat, twisting and squeezing and holding him in place. He barely had time to draw a ragged breath before the current pulled him under again. Izuku's wings were anchors on his back, dragging him down even when he struggled away from them. The trainers, attached to his joints with an unforgiving grip to help him fly, added to the weight of his pulsing fear. Red panic seared through his brain when he couldn't make it up fast enough, and his lungs were starting to burn through the chill of the atmosphere, and he needed to breathe. Izuku breached the water for a second time, straining to stay afloat with everything he had. His limbs were burning with exertion and overuse, and he didn't want to die, he realized with another shuddering breath. The water enveloped him before he could scream, and this time terror sunk its claws into his chest. He had to get back to his mom. He'd barely started. Why did he ever think he could do this? Tears filled his eyes, even submerged in the depths. His wings were too heavy. He was sinking. Hastily, he fumbled for a grip on the trainers still attached to him, and felt them pinch his skin when they released him. He kicked his boots off, watching them sink out of sight, and felt the pressure around him lessen enough to push up, just a little, just so he could. The third time he breached the surface, coughing up the water that had gone up his nose and inhaling, choked and wet like he was fighting off sandpaper sickness. He tried to fight the energy draining from his muscles the longer he floated. The weight of his wings was still pulling. He squinted at the sky through water-soaked vision, trying to get a grip on where he was, where he could swim to, and upon realizing he couldn't see anything, the water dragged him back under again. He felt the shock of it, tried to move his arms, to kick up again, but everything was too much. His throat was beginning to burn, the effort of holding his breath carving out a cavity in his chest with a barbed wire weapon, leaving holes and shreds of emptiness where his lungs should have been. Izuku couldn't hold his breath forever. That's the thing about inhaling, isn't it? You have to. It's instinctual. All living things must breathe. Izuku couldn't hold his breath forever. He fought against the longing to inhale and felt his body jerk and shudder like it was trying to reject it. Everything was burning and he couldn't cry out or scream or do anything but wait for it to be over. He was drowning. He knew this. In some distant part of his brain, he knew this. He was drowning. He thought through the trickle of water that moved past his defenses and sent nails clawing down his throat. The surface was too far above him. His legs barely moved. He couldn't feel them through the chill that seeped through to his bones. All he could do at that point was wait to die. And then someone's arm wrapped around his waist. Izuku was sluggish to react at first, only processing the tight grip on his skin when they'd breached the surface again. He felt himself go limp only seconds later, the darkness crowding in his vision finally muffling the ringing in his ears. "Be careful," Uraraka whispered. She twisted her fingers into the hem of her shirt. "Do you think it's dead?" Izuku smiled, adjusting the trainer on his back. "I'll be fine, Uraraka-san." There was a pressure on his chest like a drumbeat, pulsing across his consciousness like an echo in a too-empty room. "Okay," she hesitated. Looked like she had something else to say. "You know, if you ever need me, you can." "Gods, wait, I think." "Don't worry." Izuku's smile grew wider, and he felt it crease around his eyes. "I'll be F." Izuku felt the cough rise in his throat and spill from his lips before he could do much to stop it, water sloshing from the corners of his mouth and draining down his cheeks. He was cold, shaking with it, in fact, and felt more than heard someone in front of him shift away. Izuku's eyes were shut, crusted and gross from his tears and the salt in the water. He tried to blink them open, and felt a spike of anxiety when they didn't. Whoever was in front of him shifted again, and Izuku startled at the feeling of a warm hand on his bare arm. "Easy," a stranger's voice greeted him, low and a little rough around the edges. It was soothing after so much panic, to hear rust in something other than the sea. When the stranger spoke again, his voice had faded a little, like he wasn't facing Izuku anymore. "Kirishima." On it, someone else said, a little further away, and Izuku jumped again at the realization that there was more than one, that he didn't know how many there were. He didn't have time to say anything before something soft touched his face. Cloth, dipped in warm water that soothed against Izuku's skin rather than burned. He felt the gentle touch clear away the grime on his eyelids, and after a moment, he cracked them open. The air burned against his retinas after the first centimeter and he squeezed them shut again, whining low in the back of his throat. "You're all right," the first voice said. The gentleness had receded, a little, but Izuku couldn't really find it in himself to care. Izuku coughed again, scratchy and dry, and forced himself to open his eyes fully despite the burn. The first sight that greeted him was ruby-red eyes against the dark of the night, narrowed in something like suspicion or caution, or maybe that was how they normally looked, Izuku couldn't tell. The man reached up with the back of his hand to brush ash-blonde hair from his forehead, lips pressed together. "It's alive." "I can see that," the second voice chimed in, and Izuku redirected his disorienting stare to the riot-red hair and tan skin of the second man, sitting a few feet away. Kirishima, his companion, had called him. They dragged him out of the water to God's nowhere, hidden under what looked to be a little dirt-like cliffside Izuku knew would take him little less than a minute to climb. A few feet down the shore, down past where he and his captors? Saviors? Were sitting, the waves of the sea crashed against the land. He tried to feel the air without dropping his guard, to dig his palms tighter into the gravel beneath him. A storm was approaching on the horizon. Izuku felt his heart pound in his throat, tight and burdensome against his chest. The bare skin of his arms prickled when the nighttime air hit again, fully this time. His wings twitched on instinct, literally preparing for fight or flight, but fire shot through his bloodstream and a gasp ripped from his throat before he could. "Careful," the first man said gruffly. "You got shot. Don't move." In response to his words, Izuku, naturally, whipped his entire body around to see the damage. His shoulders pinched, tender and sharp and raw, and his breath caught at the sight of the oi of the arrow sticking out of the muscle. All rational thought process drained from his system as he instinctively reached back and grabbed it. "Gods above!" The blond man snapped, darting forward to grab Izuku's wrist and wrench his arm away from the wound. "Don't definitely touch it, are you insane?" "Katsuki," Kirishima sighed, and Izuku cried out when Katsuki, caused his injury to throb again. The burning rivets of pain in his back heightened by the second, pulling and tearing and so tender. Katsuki looked back at him, Izuku's wrist still caught tight in his grip. "It was. I saw," Kirishima snapped back, rising to match his tone. Katsuki fell silent, but his jaw was still set. Kirishima held up a canteen of water, presumably what they'd dampened the cloth for Izuku's face in. "You're gonna give it a heart attack." "I'm not," Katsuki argued, but sent a wary glance back to Izuku anyway and released his wrist. "Don't touch it. Does it even understand Japanese?" Kirishima murmured. Katsuki didn't hesitate. "Yeah, it should." Izuku blinked back surprise when Kirishima glanced at him. "How would you know?" "Shut the F up, shitty hair. It understands everything we're saying." "I'm not in it," was the first thing Izuku said, and he winced when his voice broke on the last word. Katsuki and Kirishima fell silent, staring at him, and Izuku felt his feathers ruffle a little. These were humans. Aliens with no wings, no way to escape if they needed. Izuku knew that game very well. He'd been playing it his whole life. He had to keep his composure. "Why haven't you killed me?" Kirishima didn't respond, but he turned his gaze to the back of Katsuki's head. Katsuki narrowed his gaze at Izuku, but held out his hand to his friend. "Let me give it some water." "I'm not in it," Izuku snapped, rising to the bait. He watched Katsuki hold the canteen out for him. His gaze never left Izuku's, but Izuku scanned the open jug with watchful eyes. "I don't want your poison." That, to his surprise, had the opposite effect intended. Katsuki's lips curled up. His smile was sharper than Izuku thought possible for a man, even one bare-chested with a snow fairy's feather twined in his hair. He raised his eyebrows just a little, before tilting the capsule to his lips and taking a long swig. He was still staring at Izuku as he did it, and Izuku felt his expression loosen in surprise. Katsuki dropped the canteen where he knelt, and when Izuku glanced into it again, he saw it was empty. Katsuki wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He was still grinning. "Suit yourself, Faye." "I'm not Faye," Izuku mumbled, but his voice was softer than he intended. There was a gleam in Katsuki's eyes that wasn't there before. "Yeah." He slowly leaned forward so his bare knuckles pressed into the gravel under their feet. Izuku leaned back on instinct and watched his expression grow even more feral. "Then what are you, pretty boy?" Izuku swallowed, trying to keep his expression deceptively neutral. What was he? How could he define himself while still remaining unintimidating enough to spare? The humans would not waste a second in killing him, Izuku knew, if he slipped up. The stories his ancestors told had never lied to them before. A flightless fairy? A boy with wings? Katsuki and Kirishima didn't have wings, just their rags and teeth and grit beneath their nails. Izuku had those too. Katsuki was still staring at him. In fact, Izuku wasn't sure if he'd ever glanced back to Kirishima after he'd woken. Maybe that was where he was comfortable, guard never down, muscles locked tight in anticipation of battle. Izuku, in his entirety, was intruding on his safe space. He watched Katsuki's fingers skate to something bound in leather at his side. A knife. He didn't move to grab the handle. "Midoriya," Izuku said at last. He straightened his shoulders, shifted his wings, and ignored the ache in his body at the movement. Katsuki dropped his hand, and Izuku repeated, stronger this time, "Izuku Midoriya." And then he felt the smile build before he could stop it, dangerous and curled and all teeth like Katsuki's had been. He leaned forward a little too. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kaken." His words hit in two stages. Izuku had a front seat view of both. The first was shock. Katsuki's grin slackened, some of that roguish charm sliding off of him. His posture tensed. Then his fist coiled into Izuku's wrapped shirt and yanked him off of his knees. Izuku cried out when the arrow shifted in his muscle. It was still, inside, and scrambled to catch himself before he tipped forward fully. "The F? Did you just call me?" Katsuki snarled, and Izuku's hands landed on his biceps. He tried not to flinch at the heat rising from them, or how nice they felt against his freezing skin. "Kaken," Izuku bit back, gritting his teeth at the pull of his injury. Katsuki pulled him closer, got right up in his face. "Don't forget who pulled you out of the water," he growled. "I could throw you right back if I wanted." Izuku reached up to grip his wrist with both hands, squeezing when Katsuki jostled him a little in response. "What's the point in saving me if you're going to kill me right after?" Izuku breathed. "Why waste the effort?" Katsuki bared his teeth, dangerous. Izuku was close enough to study his eyelashes, to smell the smoke in his breath. "Katsuki," Kirishima said quietly. "Stop. It's not worth it." Izuku inhaled, slowly, when Katsuki didn't respond, but it was as if all the fight had drained out of him at Kirishima's tone. He leaned away just a little. "Why?" Izuku felt his shoulders relax. He felt almost out of place asking, after it had been dismissed so many times, but he dug his heels into the gravel and steadied himself, trying to meet the human's eyes. "Why did you save me?" Katsuki looked like he had a response boiling below the surface, and even though Kirishima didn't say anything to stop him again, Katsuki bit his tongue and unwound his grip from the fabric. Izuku fell back, biting down a cry when the arrow shifted in his wing. Katsuki stood, staring down at Izuku for a moment. There was something unreadable in his gaze, something cold, so unlike the voice that had first roused him from unconsciousness. "I wouldn't expect you to understand," he said, and his tone was cold. Kirishima stood with him when he turned away, faded red robes flaring out behind him as he walked. He held himself like something Izuku had seen in All Might, something regal and almost dismissive about the way he moved. "What?" Kirishima said, and it almost sounded like a protest. "You're just gonna leave him here? Shut the F up. I'm getting Mina." "Why?" Katsuki blew some air through his nose, crossing his arms over his chest. He didn't look back at Izuku, and his voice was quieter than it had been when he spoke next. He can't even fly the F home, but I'm not leaving him unsupervised to attack this border village or whatever the F they do. So your solution is to leave him here unsupervised while you go get Mina? Kirishima whispered back. Izuku's eyes flicked between them. Katsuki frowned. For 10 minutes. He's injured, and these people are warriors. He seems smart enough. Katsuki raised his voice a little at that, carrying back to Izuku like a warning. To not try anything that'll get him killed. We'll be right back. Izuku felt his heart jolt in his chest when he began to walk away. Wait. Where are you going? Shut the F up, Katsuki said without looking back. Kirishima, who had been staring at Izuku with a quizzical expression, turned away at the sound of his name. Izuku watched them go with wide eyes, Kirishima a step or two behind Katsuki. They faded into the darkness of the inky night around them. Izuku allowed himself to breathe after what felt like forever, rocking back onto his heels and winding his arms around his knees. His hair was still damp from the water, dripping down onto his bare shoulders and sending a sharp chill against his skin. Cicadas chirped in the brush somewhere above his head. After a moment had passed, silence pounding at his senses like clockwork, Izuku started to wonder if he'd actually hallucinated companions after all. He liked his lips to wet them, feeling another shudder thrum under his skin, and carefully lifted his hands to cover his freezing skin. The chill in the air was palpable. His wing, on that note, was also beginning to numb. Izuku didn't know if that was good or bad. It was still tender when he tried to stretch it out. The arrow was embedded into the forearm muscles of his wing, flush against bone. It was deep, too. It had fully speared into his flesh. Izuku ran a hand down his face and sighed. Katsuki had said not to touch it. Izuku thought that was probably a good point. That didn't mean he could just leave it in, however. He pursed his lips, slowly stretching his legs out in front of him. His kneecaps were red and indented where they touched the sand, his dark breeds ripped and frayed against his legs. The fall had taken more from him than just his energy. Okay, he mumbled. Drummed his fingers against his leg. Despite the exhaustion pulling his eyelids down, he forced himself to kneel on shaking limbs and slowly, painfully, push to his feet. Okay, he said again, shaking his head to clear it when vertigo hit. This was fine. He'd been dealt a hand. All that was left to do was react accordingly. Izuku bit his tongue and tried to scan his surroundings in the dark, ears pricking at the sound of waves a few feet away. There was no one out, it seemed, which was good. It would provide him enough cover for the night. He needed to find a new spot by morning to camp out in. He wasn't sure what Katsuki's intentions were, but being spared like that was a 1 in a million chance. If he ran into anyone else, he was sure he wouldn't get so lucky. There was another jarring issue as well. If he didn't befriend someone soon, there was no way he'd be able to convince them to, die by the time fall hit. He needed to find some way to hide his wings. After he got the arrow out. You should see me now. Uraraka-san, he whispered. His own breath was too warm against his cracked lips. I managed to hurt my wings even worse than they already were. What would you think? You know, if you ever need me, you can. I'll be fine. Izuku bit his lip, blinking away another wave of exhaustion and reaching to his pocket. The smooth stone she'd given him was still tucked away, safe from the ocean's grip. No way. He wasn't going to contact her barely hours after he'd left. He was fine. He needed to make a FING healing solution, is what he needed to do. Something simple wouldn't have been too hard to conjure, on his mountain, at least. He scrambled to think of ingredients. Fresh water, ground tree bark, a rooted leaf. Izuku reached for the canteen Katsuki had emptied, exhaling at the sight of a few droplets pooling at the bottom. It wouldn't be enough to soothe the wound. He was going to have to look somewhere else. Another shiver ran across his skin when he pushed to his feet, rising on shaky legs and delicately trying to shift his wings enough so they were even half pressed against his back. He took a mild step forward, picking up the canteen and wincing when his foot almost instantly hit the gravel wrong, twisting sharp at his ankle. He struggled to right himself and breathed through the pain. That was fine. The rest of the trek in the direction Katsuki had gone was short. He arrived at the slope leading away from the shore just a few minutes later. Izuku peeked over the safety of the brush he was able to hide behind, and drew in a shallow breath at the sight of the little village in front of him. There were houses stacked from wood, rectangular in shape, unlike the sloping huts his homeland built to nest in. In a few windows visible to Izuku, candlelight flickered. Fresh water, ground tree bark, a rooted leaf, and a touch of magic, if he had enough energy. Izuku scanned the perimeter of his surroundings, catching sight of a few saplings growing in someone's garden. There wasn't another tree in the immediate area. Izuku frowned. What happened to breathing fresh oxygen? Trees were the mountainside's easiest obtainable resource. Izuku hummed under his breath, trying to formulate a plan of action over the soft chirping of cicadas all around him. Katsuki and Kirishima were nowhere in sight. Moonlight silhouetted Izuku's hair and wings, peeking out behind him. He had to move before it set and the sun rose over the horizon. Candlelight flickered. Izuku climbed the slope. He ducked low to the ground as he moved, wincing whenever the arrow shifted in his skin. Once he pulled it out, he'd slap his makeshift solution onto the wound and the relief would be instantaneous. Then he'd befriend a human, convince them to die, and scuttle back up the mountainside without his tail between his legs like everyone expected. Blades of grass tickled his skin where his breaths had torn in the struggle. His wrapped shirt was no longer the color of fresh bandages but instead stained with sweat and dirt and the ocean's envy. He pursed his lips when a stab of pain ricocheted down his spine. The garden holding the tree saplings, which looked to be a few years old already, was protected with a little mesh fence, probably to keep rabbits out. Izuku gingerly stepped over it, careful not to crush any other sprouting plants with his feet. He knelt in the dirt, tilting his head in contemplation, before glancing back at the window to see if he could spot any movement inside. He couldn't. "I'm sorry," he whispered, reaching out with careful fingers and gently snapping one of the branches off. It was about as big as a twig, but the wood splintered awkwardly at either end where it was dislodged from its body. Izuku cringed to himself. "Thank you for your sacrifice." That was about the moment the front door of the wooden hut slammed open a few feet away. Izuku half-shrieked and rocked back until he fell, hitting the soil with a squeak. He clamped a hand over his mouth at the sight of the figure emerging from the darkness. Rather, stumbling from the darkness, like a mass of black shadow. It was a boy, that much he caught. It was a boy who hadn't noticed him either, despite the ungodly sound that had wrenched from Izuku's throat when he made his entrance. Just inside, out of view, a muffled voice shouted something with words that hit like knives. Izuku was too focused on the blood rushing past his ears to catch anything but the lashing tone and the deafening silence that followed after the door slammed shut seconds later. "Oh nice," Izuku thought to himself. "I'm dead." He hadn't moved from his perch, legs beginning to cramp and stiffen from the position they were squatting in. The moonlight illuminated the new guy, too. He looked younger than Izuku, maybe still a teenager. His shoulders were too thin under his clothes, like starvation was peeling off his skin and leaving a skeleton in its wake. Izuku caught the flash of a dark purple bruise pressed against his jaw even before he turned to face him. Oh yeah, he turned to face him. Izuku flinched when they locked eyes, the sapling's branch clutched tight to his chest like he was brandishing a weapon, and the boy jolted so fast Izuku thought his bones might break. "Holy shit!" he snapped, and before Izuku could blink, something hard and sharp was flying towards him so fast he couldn't think to dodge. It hit on target, something metal colliding with his cheek and snapping his head to the side. He felt it in his neck, the uncomfortable twist, the soreness that echoed through his exhausted nervous system. He also couldn't stop the shout that escaped him, biting against the chill of the midnight air. Whatever the boy had thrown, in his panic, landed in the garden a few feet away. Izuku looked over to study it, catching the metal glint of a canteen against the dirt, similar to the one Katsuki had offered. He turned back incredulously. "Did you just throw an iron tin at me?" The boy, Izuku still couldn't see his face in the darkness, couldn't pick out individual features, pointed at him, eyes wide against the bruises on his face. "You? A snow, are you eating a tree?" Izuku looked down to the branch in his hands, the splinters on the ends, and then back up to the boy. "It's a sapling!" he cried. And then, when the silence stretched, No, I'm not. There was another beat, like the kid was waiting for him to do something. His breath puffed white in front of him, and he took a hesitant step forward. The first thing Izuku noticed was the shock of purple hair, pushed up and away from his forehead like it was defying gravity with how thick it was. The bruise on his jawline was more prominent, in this lighting. His grip tightened around the blanket loosely cuddled in his arms. This was a kid. Probably 19 or 20, at least 3 years younger than Izuku. Izuku blinked. What happened to your face? The kid was still staring at him, seemingly almost shocked silent. His mouth opened. His eyes wandered to Izuku's bloody wings, and then back to his face. A snow fairy, he said again quiet. And that got Izuku's adrenaline boosting again, because he'd let his guard down twice, now, and this was a human, and why hadn't he killed him? The strange kid with purple hair and purple patches of skin flinched back when Izuku shot to his feet, leaping back over the mesh fence around the garden and puffing the feathers on his uninjured wing. Stay back, he said, trying for intimidation. He squared his shoulders, defensive. Don't come closer. The kid looked at him for a few seconds, silent still. Izuku could practically see the gears whirring in his brain. When he spoke again, it was like a shot in the night. You can't fly. I can fly, Izuku said, but it tumbled out on instinct, weeks of trying to deny it seared into his subconscious mind. And then, because there was nothing left to say and he seemed to love drawing attention to the obvious, he said, I have wings. The boy pointed again, but it was more of a gesture than an accusation. You got shot. What? Izuku said, and a nervous laugh bubbled in his throat. No, I didn't. There's an arrow sticking out of you. That's not true. You're bad at this. And that gave Izuku pause. The kid didn't move to step closer, but it kind of looked like he wanted to. Izuku clutched his stick a little tighter, brandishing it in front of him like a sword. Bad at what? The kid stared at him some more. That seemed like all he really knew how to do. Izuku couldn't read his expression. Getting what you want from me, he said at last. Izuku furrowed his brow, confusion actually clouding his defenses enough that he felt his wings droop, felt his guard lower when his words smacked him square in the face. Getting? What could I possibly want from you? You tell me, the kid said. There was a hard glint in his eyes, like he was trying to harden himself against what Izuku was about to say or do. Like he was preparing for a fight. Everyone wants something. Snow fairies aren't exceptions. I'm not going down easy this time. This? Izuku felt another ache in his chest, but this time wasn't from physical pain. He shook his head just a little and held up his branch. I don't want anything from you. I'm trying to make a healing remedy. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Are you okay? The boy tilted his head, and the expression didn't melt. He was cautious, curious, maybe even a little afraid. He said, How long ago were you shot? That's not, Izuku started, almost insulted at the sheer dismissal in his words, but everything in his mind went blank barely a second later. He felt his body go slack. The branch dropped to the ground by his feet. The boy tightened his grip on the blanket in his arms, before throwing it over his shoulders so it wouldn't drag on the ground. Izuku couldn't shift his weight or move his head or speak, and he was starting to feel the panic really overtake him when, What are you really here for? The kid asked. Izuku opened his mouth. To make a healing remedy. The kid stopped, narrowed his eyes. Izuku caught the way his brow tilted upward. Just that. Izuku spoke again, and it wasn't his voice, it wasn't him speaking, but he said, Convince a human to return to the mountain with me. Alarms blared in his head, echoing and shifting, and he couldn't move, he couldn't turn them off. That was it. His cover was blown. So easily, in fact, it was pathetic. He felt tears prick his eyes against his will. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Convince. That was the word he picked up on. When Izuku didn't respond, he asked again, What do you mean, convince? His voice came out scratchy when he said, It's less selfish than just taking. Taking? Assisted suicide instead of murder. The kid blinked, processed his words, blinked again. Finally, he blurted, You want to kill someone? It's the only way to save my village. The words tumbled out on their own accord, but Izuku realized too late, he'd been released from whatever hold he'd been put under seconds before. He had the chance to bite his tongue and he didn't. The new wave of exhaustion hit seconds later, and his knees gave without his consent. Izuku crumpled to the dirt, breath forced from his lungs and stagnant in the air. He didn't even have the energy to flinch when his injury twinged at the movement. "What?" he mumbled, voice tight. "What did you just do to me?" There was no response for a moment, but Izuku didn't look up. He couldn't back away when footsteps crunched in the grass in front of him, helpless to his fate. The human kingdoms brought all kinds of bad luck, didn't it? "I'm Hitoshi," the kid said at last, and his voice was much closer than Izuku expected it to be when he spoke. "Shinso." "Nice to," Izuku inhaled again, but it was icky and frail. "Meet you, Shinso." Shinso moved so he squatted in front of him, hands clasped over his knees. "What else do you need for your healing remedy?" Painfully, Izuku looked up. The bruises on Shinso's skin were even more prominent. A few Izuku hadn't seen before, like splotches of paint against his collarbones, crawling up his neck in the shape of a handprint. The blanket he carried outside was still draped over his shoulders. "What?" Shinso shrugged, and there was something lazy about it that hadn't been there before. "You're not gonna kill me, because I'm not coming with you. So I'm good. What else do you need for your healing remedy?" Izuku thought. Humans are so strange. Fresh water. Ground tree bark. A rooted leaf. My magic. Shinso hummed, looking down at the stick he'd stolen from his garden. "Well, that won't work. There's barely anything on it." "Don't need that much." "How are you gonna grind it up?" "I'll crush it with my palm." Izuku blinked when he shifted away, dizzy and bleary with the longing to just lay down and sleep. He pushed himself onto his elbows, however, shaking his head to clear it. The branch he'd stolen had a leaf still clinging to it. He reached over and plucked it off, squinting at the veins in the green. "How are any of these ingredients supposed to help?" Shinso asked a while later, sounding bored where he Saturday. "None of these actually heal. Are you sure this is right?" Izuku nodded, prodding at the leaf with his thumb. "I'm using the chlorophyll from the leaf and he shifted, pointing at the tree bark. The outer part is just dead tissue, but the inner soft part has tissue that takes food from its leaves and stuff. The water's kind of a buffer, and since bark and leaves don't actually heal, they just seal in wounds to prevent bugs and infection. Instead, my magic twists the properties enough that they fit to my liking. This is the easiest spell, and it's not the most effective, but this is what I have to work with. Of course, if you happen to see some Halesia laevis lying around." "Do you do this a lot?" Shinso mumbled, and Izuku's head snapped up. "Do what?" Shinso shrugged, slowly, and Izuku watched his bony shoulder press into the fabric of his shirt. "Mutter like that." Izuku instantly flushed, feeling it crawl up his neck and speckle onto his cheeks. "Why? Sorry, I've been trying to st." "It's fine," Shinso said. He wasn't looking at Izuku. There was a little blush on his cheeks, too. He ducked lower so Izuku couldn't see his face, and he vaguely wondered if anything had ever been there at all. "It's Deku." Izuku felt a shock jolt through his system. He looked up, eyes wide, and zeroed in on the sight of Katsuki standing a few feet away. Shinso turned too, and Izuku watched the color drain from his face. "Your Majesty," he breathed. His hands dug into the ground, like he wasn't sure whether to push himself up or stay kneeling. Izuku hopelessly swiveled his head between them. "Deku? Kaken?" he asked. Katsuki set his jaw. "What are you doing?" "Is that him?" a new voice asked before Izuku could respond, and he watched as someone peered out from around Katsuki's cloak. It was a woman, short hair curling around her head and a beaming smile on her face. "Oh, he's cute." "Which one?" someone else asked, and Izuku realized, belatedly, that there were more. The guy who'd spoken had blonde hair like Katsuki, except his was more orange in tint. Kirishima reached around and jabbed at his ribs. "The one with the wings, Kaminari." "What are you doing?" Katsuki repeated, seemingly determined to ignore the others. Izuku opened his mouth. Closed it. Making a healing remedy, he decided on at last, holding up his leaf like that would do anything. Shinso still hadn't spoken, and when Izuku looked back at him, he saw his mouth was still half open. "You know the king?" he murmured after a moment, voice distant. Izuku felt himself bristle. "He's a king. The F, is that supposed to mean?" Katsuki snarled, and took 2 steps into the light. He only stopped when Shinso flinched, violently so, and leaned away from his approaching form. Izuku saw the exact moment he noticed the bruises. He almost expected him to say something like Izuku had, with the way he was staring, but he caught his composure only a second later and looked away, pointedly softening his voice. "You've only been here for an hour and you're already causing more trouble than you're worth, pretty boy." Pretty boy. Would there be any more? Izuku wasn't sure. Everything about Katsuki was unpredictable, as far as he had gathered. He didn't know what any given expression meant, or if the way he shifted his hands was good or bad. He didn't know any of that, and that fact alone was endlessly frustrating. Nonetheless, he looked back to the ingredients for his charm, lying discarded in the grass before him, and said, "What is it you want?" "I'm busy." Katsuki's smile grew a little sharper. "Oh, you're busy?" "Yes." Shinso looked between Izuku and the king, eyes wide. When Katsuki met his gaze, a jolt seemed to run through his body. He scrambled to bow, forehead hitting the dirt. "I'm so sorry, I forgot myself." Katsuki's mouth twisted down at the demonstration, but he did nothing to stop it, only pointedly clearing his throat and raising his chin to signal Shinso to sit back down. Shinso did so. Izuku tried not to stare too long at the streak of dirt across his forehead, redirecting his gaze to his task and thinking briefly of Ida. In the back of Katsuki's group, the other blonde boy took a step from the shadows and cleared his throat. He was smiling, seemingly a little uncomfortable, and wiped his hands on the front of his shirt. "Hi," he said, and Katsuki shot him a deadpan look. "Hi," Izuku said back. He was almost finished grinding the soft tissue of the tree's bark, by then. The woman, who Izuku assumed was probably Mina, also stepped forward. There was a streak of dried blood on her chin, and a few splotches on her arms. Izuku frowned at that detail, reminding himself to stay on guard. Mina wasn't deterred. "Midoriya, is it?" she asked. Izuku watched her in his peripheral. "Yeah." He pressed the leaf to his lips, exhaling a breath of green magic. He watched its composition change, beginning to glow against his skin, and set it on top of the ground tree bark. It immediately dissolved and sank into the mixture. Izuku was careful to scoop it up, nodding at Shinso to pour a little water on top. The entire solution was beginning to take on that earthy, mushy texture he knew would do wonders for his pain. When he looked back up at Mina, she was staring at him. He felt his face heat. "What? You?" Mina blinked. "You can do magic?" Izuku shifted in his spot, very aware of how exposed they were, sitting on the grass outside of Shinso's house and practically begging to be noticed. No one else seemed to care much. Mina was still waiting for an answer. "Yeah," Izuku repeated, slowly. "I got really into healing potions and stuff a few years ago, and learning new things just kind of became a hobby. The easiest ones are temporary pain relief, but I can improvise with different ingredients for different results." He held up the brown, sludge-like substance still cupped in his hands. "I'm also pretty good at sickness mending, like diseases and stuff. Oh, but my favorites are ones that mend bones. They're really hard to—" "All right," Katsuki cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Please, shut the F up. Mina, can you pull the FING arrow out or not?" Izuku frowned, a flush climbing to his face, not for the first time. Mina hissed between her teeth, like she was berating him. "Stupid. It's not that simple." "How the F, is it not that simple?" "It's lodged into his—" Mina suddenly rose to her tiptoes as if trying to get a better look at the damage. "Forearm muscle," Izuku offered. "Forearm muscle? It's lodged, Katsuki. You don't pull sheet." "All right." Katsuki cut her off too. He raked his eyes over Izuku's form, frowning almost thoughtfully. Izuku looked back to his group, glancing between Mina, the other blonde boy, and Kiri. He stopped. Kirishima was frowning at him, but his brow was furrowed like he'd just realized something important. Something very important, and Izuku wasn't sure he liked seeing that expression directed at him. He must have made a face in response, had some sort of physical reaction, because both Katsuki and Mina turned around when they caught sight of it. It was Katsuki who frowned too. "What? You said," Kirishima started quietly. "You heal things?" Izuku blinked at him, and wondered if he'd been zoning out for the entire conversation. Katsuki didn't look like he'd put that past him either, judging by the way he rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, shitty hair. You heal things like diseases? Like plagues? You have a spell for that?" And that made Katsuki shut right up. Izuku's wing twitched, and suddenly he felt very exposed. Was he not supposed to reveal things like that? Did he just manage to endanger himself? Again? Katsuki was suddenly just looking at him, and his eyes were narrowed and suspicious, but he was still looking, like whatever Kirishima had just said clicked into place for him, too. Izuku's throat felt dry, but he couldn't see why he needed to lie. He wasn't sure what angle they were playing at. "Yeah," he said. "I wiped out a cold that passed through my village on—" "Not a cold," Shinso said. His voice was very quiet. Izuku looked at him. He turned his eyes away. "A plague." Nobody said anything after that for a moment, until Izuku cleared his throat a little awkwardly. All of their focus was on him, now. "Yeah," he said. I'd be able to stop a plague. The ingredients are more complicated, but I'd be able to do it." Nobody moved. It was the blonde boy who, after the silence stretched even longer, said, "Well, sheet." Kirishima looked at Katsuki. So did Mina. Katsuki didn't look away from Izuku. "I have troops looking for healers that can do sheet like that. No dice. They're in every kingdom." "Not his," Kirishima mumbled. He put his hands on his hips and moved his eyes from Katsuki to Izuku. "Wherever they are, they're not in his." "Hold on," Izuku said. He pushed himself to his knees like he was getting ready to pounce. "What's going on here?" "A plague's wiping us out," the blonde one filled in. Izuku still hadn't gotten his name. He brushed his fingers through his hair. "You might be able to help." "What makes you think I want to help you?" Izuku blurted, before he could think over a response. It had caught him off guard. He wasn't prepared for something like this. He didn't even know the details. "I think healing your FING wing is more than enough compensation, shitnerd," Katsuki said. Shinso frowned even with his back to Katsuki. Izuku frowned too. "Firstly, you haven't healed my wing. Secondly, I can heal my wing myself, or I can get someone else to do it. Why would I give you something only I can do if you don't return the favor?" "And what would you want?" Katsuki asked, tone icy and deliberate and low. Izuku stared for a moment, brows pinched. He doesn't know what he's getting himself into. "There's only one thing I would want from you, Kaken." Katsuki considered him. "What do you want?" he asked again. His voice was like a low hiss in the cold. Izuku carefully lifted one shoulder, expression a little less than molten in the darkness. "Shot in the dark. Your life." He saw the recoil immediately. Surprise encased Katsuki's features, sending a shockwave of sudden vulnerability through his posture. His brilliant red robes fanned out behind him with a sudden gust of wind. "What?" "It's a simple concept," Izuku said, feeling the grit of the soil dig into his palms. Blood was still stained on his jaw, on his arms. "If you need a cure, I need a sacrifice." "You want to kill me?" Katsuki asked, brows raised. He suddenly looked a little less like a king and more like a man, peering at Izuku through the moonlight. "You help me make this cure and you kill me." "Yes," Izuku said, eyes harder than granite, harder than they were when he fell from the stars and Katsuki dragged him ashore. The wind picked up in the distance. "And why in the six hells would I agree to your terms?" Izuku leaned forward. "How desperate are you?" He knew the implications of that. How heavy it was. How many people have died? How many more will you watch? And Katsuki didn't respond. Izuku watched him with calm eyes. The nervousness he'd been feeling in his chest was starting to crescendo. He knew, in his own right, that he was desperate too. "Those are my conditions," he said, and he didn't break his gaze. A deal's a deal, Kaken, and I'm trying to be a hero. Shido's palm was cold where it cupped his chin, elbow propped up on the table in front of him. He knew his father would scold him for his posture, if he were there, which is exactly why Shido sighed and sunk further into his seat. The plate of food in front of him was half-eaten, having been pushed around with his fork for the past 30 minutes while he tried to scrounge up something close to an appetite. You ever gonna finish that? Fuyumi asked, over her shoulder. Shido wrinkled his nose at her, a habit he'd developed in childhood. No, he said. His voice shifted a little quieter. When are you eating? Fuyumi's hand faltered where it moved across the canvas in front of her, the paintbrush dipped white in contrast to the deep blue of the sea she'd been rendering. She didn't turn, but there was a strange, cheerful lift in her voice that didn't belong there when she said, I won't be. Dad put me on a new diet, you know? Gotta keep appearances up for the press. Shido lifted his chin from his palm. He's starving you? Fuyumi made another slide of paint across his canvas, shaking her head. The sunlight streaming in through the window she was facing captured her ice-white hair in a golden hue. No. It's just regulation. Shido stared at her. Regulation, he said. Of intake. Fuyumi smiled. When she rinsed her brush into the water cup, Shido saw her hand was trembling. He stood, and his chair scraped against the tile with the force of it. He waited until his sister looked at him to say, Did you have breakfast? Fuyumi turned back to her work. Course I did. Liar. Shido. Shido scooped up his half-empty plate and stepped around the table, carrying it over to his older sister. When Fuyumi saw what he was doing, she shook her head. Shido, I can't. He can't starve you, Shido argued, pushing it towards her. When Fuyumi didn't move, he added, I can request a new plate for you if you don't want to eat mine. It's fine, Sho, Fuyumi said. She made another slide across the canvas. Shido couldn't see her face. This is what Dad wants. He's the king. I have to listen to what I'm told. Then, something in her voice that almost sounded like a tease, maybe you could learn a thing or two about that. Distantly, Shido thought about the child he'd stood up for the night prior. 15 lashes, his father had said. Shido heard what he didn't say. This is the consequence for refusing to listen. This is what you have to pay. If they'd been alone, it wasn't the child who'd have been beaten to an inch of his life. Shido sometimes couldn't tell which outcome was worse when his father did things like that. Maybe Enji just liked to watch him squirm. Fuyumi sighed at Shido's lack of response, setting down her brush and reaching out to ruffle his hair. Shido didn't flinch, and she smiled. Hey, don't worry about me. This is temporary, yeah? Just until I look better. Then he'll lay off. You don't look better by. Shido started to argue, but Fuyumi held up a hand. Don't worry. I get enough protein everywhere else, and he started me on a new workout routine to burn everything else off. It's fine. Dad's handling it. But... And Fuyumi actually covered Shido's mouth with her hand. She was still smiling a little, and it was the genuine kind that crinkled her eyes, but Shido couldn't help but notice how tired she looked despite all of that. Shoto, Fuyumi said deliberately, sounding out each syllable. Finish your lunch. Shido wrinkled his nose, but he couldn't protest under the weight of Fuyumi's palm. He can't do that, he thought, hoping he conveyed the message with his eyes. Fuyumi's smile softened. By the time she let him go, the main door swung open to reveal one of the palace messengers. Tokoyami was one of those people that amused Shido, though he would never admit that aloud, just by how he behaved. He was one of the quieter servants, but he talked to his messenger birds in his native language like he thought they'd understand and sometimes forgot to hold his tongue in response to Shido snapping at him at the end of a long day. Tokoyami was in charge of the palace's carrier pigeons, and when the pigeons were all in orbit already, the carrier crows. Shido had always wondered what it would be like to live a life without brutal trainings and oppressive fathers and Himiko Toga's hands all over him whenever she saw fit. It would be a good life, he supposed. Your Royal Highness, Tokoyami greeted, bowing low in the doorway. Shido glanced at his sister, who hadn't turned, before offering the black-haired man a shallow nod of respect as well. Tokoyami straightened when he saw this, and stepped further into the room. Your Royal Highness, he repeated, holding out a scroll for Shido to take. His Majesty requested for you to meet him in the Great Hall at 12 o'clock sharp. Shido bit back a sigh at that, glancing to the grandfather clock across the room. He took the folded scroll. 15 minutes to prepare. Your Royal Highness, have you finished your meal? A servant asked, stepping into the room to take the plate Shido was still holding for Fuyumi. He shook his head. No. I want my sister to have the rest. He turned back to Tokoyami before Fuyumi could respond. Did my father say what he needed me for? Tokoyami hesitated a little at that, as if caught off guard. Shido watched him watch the other servant close the door behind her, as if holding his breath in his throat, before glancing pointedly down at the scroll Shido had taken from him. No, sir, he said, clasping his hands behind his back. He took a step away, heading towards the door. I haven't the faintest idea. Fuyumi did look up when he left, humming under her breath like she was confused. What a strange man, she said to Shido. Shido was too busy staring at the folded paper in his hand to respond. He made his way back to the center table, pursing his lips and knowing Fuyumi probably wouldn't pay him any more attention. The material the scroll was made from felt pristine and spotless, as usual, but he ignored that detail to carefully unroll the top. The first thing that greeted him was Tokoyami's scratchy handwriting, reiterating everything he'd told Shido with a few additional details at the bottom. Nothing seemed too out of the ordinary, and Shido was beginning to think he had been misinformed in the strangeness of the messenger's behavior after a few minutes of scanning, before the end of the paper he hadn't yet unrolled shifted, just a little, and something fluttered to the ground. His gaze was instantly drawn to the coffee-colored paper that had landed at his polished shoes, small and inconspicuous and something Enji wouldn't notice Tokoyami slipping inside, should he be looking. When Shido picked it up and squinted at the choice words, he noticed an edge of it was torn like it had ripped from a bigger piece. Racklered. Crown Prince Todoroki Shido successfully defends hunting group against vicious snow fairy ATT. That's where it ended. It was from Tokoyami's notebook. He'd volunteered to help out with the kingdom's newspaper a few weeks ago, and had been tasked with writing some notes on headlines and articles with his inside knowledge of the palace's drama. It was a draft of tomorrow's paper. And if it was a draft of tomorrow's paper, then, Shido thought eloquently. And then, like a scholar, sheet. His father would want to drag him in front of the press and their flashy cameras and 2 personal questions Shido never wanted to answer. Tokoyami, you wonderful, appealing man, he whispered, crumpling the slip in his fist and tucking it away in his pocket. What was that? Fuyumi asked, setting her brush down. Shido was already halfway across the room. Shido? Eat, Shido called over his shoulder, and slipped into the hallway. Or I'll come back and make you. The door clicked shut behind him, and he leaned heavily against it. 13 minutes to prepare. Enji wanted to catch him off guard. That had to be the reason he didn't tell him. He wanted to watch Shido fumble under the pressure of an interview. You're not a king, he would say after. A king is always level-headed in an unexpected situation. Shido scoffed at the thought, pressing his head further against the doorframe like that would ground him. A king is always level-headed, huh? And then, to his own surprise, he thought of Katsuki. It was a quick memory, just a flash of light, but the image of his own hand stroking through strands of blonde burned harsh and hot anyway. He shook his head to clear it, trying to remember how to breathe. Not now. He couldn't focus on that now. Highness, Prince Shido. Shido's eyes opened. The unfamiliar voice that had caught his attention echoed across the hallway. He scanned his surroundings, eyes roaming over the tapestries on the wall and the otherwise silent corridor, but he couldn't see anyone approaching. No one was there, but around the corner, Shido could hear the click, click, click of a servant's footsteps echoing across the mason. There was another sound beside it, another person walking, but their steps were more ragged and uneven than they should have been. Shido furrowed his brow, curiosity climbing in his throat even against his better judgment. He glanced at the clock down the hall. 12 minutes. He'd have to sprint to make it to his father in time. Whoever was walking was still a ways away, still around the corner out of sight, so Shido met them halfway. He felt almost foolish, pressing his back against the wall to try to hear another mention of his name like he wasn't a prince in his own castle, but then their voices filtered in again. Sure you're okay? One of them was asking. It was a girl's voice, light and airy, like she was trying to purposefully hold it that way. The one with the uneven stepping pattern hummed in response, but Shido could tell his voice was scratchy even with the soft noise. I'm fine. It was... Shido bit his tongue, leaning a little closer. His hip dug into the wall. Prince Shido did everything he could. It wasn't his fault. And all at once, Shido realized who was speaking. The boy from yesterday. The one he'd gotten in trouble, the one sent to the whipping post because of him. Wasn't his fault? Shido frowned. Everything was always his fault when it came to his father. The girl, Shido had to assume she was some sort of servant, or maybe one of the boy's riding partners, made a thoughtful noise in response to her companion's words. He's not blameless, kid. He spoke out first. That's what made his majesty. He was defending me, the boy argued, and he sounded young in his defiance at the suggestion. He was young, Shido remembered. Barely 13. The boy continued determinedly. He couldn't have known his majesty would react like that. Shido focused in on the sound of his feet dragging again, and something uncomfortable twisted in his chest because of course he knew. In some part of his subconscious, he knew how Enji reacted to him acting out. He just hadn't been smart enough to hold his tongue. If only he had. I don't know, the girl said. Her tone was softer. Sometimes I wonder what goes on behind closed doors. You didn't see the way His Highness was acting after you? She trailed off. Shido swallowed. It's just weird is all. Father-son relationships don't look like that. When the boy responded, it was further away. They're royalty. Not like you'd know anything about that. Hey! A door closed. Shido couldn't hear their footsteps anymore. He bit his tongue, and pressed a hand to his mouth like that would force him to keep his composure. He wasn't sure how to react to that, other than the fact that he couldn't slip up like that anymore. You didn't see the way His Highness was acting, the girl had said. If someone found out, he didn't know what Enji would do. He wasn't even sure if that someone, whoever it was, would care, but he knew his father would. That thought alone sent a spike of anxiety curling through his bones. He looked at the clock again. 9 minutes. Sheet, Shido breathed. He took off. By the time he stumbled into the great hall, tripping over his robes and trying to push his heart from his throat, his father was already waiting for him inside. The king was dressed impressively as usual, with golden embellishments and brilliant red cloth to emphasize his regality. The clothing in Shido's closet was similar, with the Todoroki family crest embellished into most of it. Red, he'd learned once, symbolizes passion, love, and courage. He could see the flames dancing across his father's skin in molten burns on his own for weeks after, and wondered how it could have meant anything other than anger. You're late, was the first thing out of Enji's mouth. Shido didn't flinch. He closed his eyes when his father grabbed the front of his tight apparel and straightened it with a tug too forceful to be accidental. He blinked to face the red of the king's robes. Come, boy, Enji said. We have a meeting to attend. Shido exhaled and followed after him when he turned to leave. Thankful he hadn't felt the press of heat against his right side where his skin wasn't made for flames. His father led him down the hall, out the archway glass doors, and onto the balcony. Cold air greeted his exposed skin, just everything above the neck, thankfully. The rest of him had been hidden to the world, and murmurs of the crowd below picked up in volume now that the royal family had made an appearance. Shido looked down at the reporters and tried not to flinch when the cameras flashed, when notebooks of shorthand furiously flipped open to a blank page, pens at the ready. Your Majesty! A few called. Your Highness! Enji held up a hand to silence them, and they fell quiet like the aftershock of an explosion. Shido ran through a checklist in his head. Was his back straight enough? Was his gaze impassive enough? Were the burns and blisters and bruises under his clothing hidden well enough? Was he enough? For the crowd, for his father? Shido bit his tongue and resisted the urge to tense. If he wasn't, he'd find out when this was over. The best thing to do at that point was to keep every thought tucked away like they hadn't crossed his mind at all. Easier said than done. Beside him, Enji lifted his hand, and suddenly it sat heavily on Shido's shoulder. He didn't flinch at that, either. NG surveyed the crowd with an unreadable gaze, as if ensuring they'd fallen completely silent, before opening his mouth to speak. "Gentlemen," he said. A few more cameras flashed. "Yesterday evening, my hunting group was attacked by a vicious snow fairy in the wild. This brings grave news for our kingdom." Shido felt his teeth grit, just barely, and NG's grip on his shoulder tightened. The snow fairy appeared to be feral and alone. They're beginning to grow more desperate, and there's no telling the lengths they will go to corner who they believe to be prey. NG paused after that, watching the cameras flash like clouds passing by. The midday sunlight reflected on his robes, drawing even more attention to him. Shido was sure he'd warned them for this specific reason. "Luckily, I was able to deflect its attack long enough for it to retreat to call for help, but my son shot it down before it could bring reinforcements to attack our kingdom in the dead of night." Shido winced when a few reporters stepped closer, craning their necks to see properly. "Is this true, Your Highness?" one asked, scroll at the ready. Shido felt his father's warm hand move from his shoulder to the back of his neck, coming to rest there. NG didn't look at him and didn't respond, and Shido realized with sinking clarity that it was his turn to speak. He liked his lips and hoped his voice wouldn't come out scratchy when he answered. "This." NG's grip tightened a little. "It was a hard battle fought, but we managed to subdue it in time." "It was a hard battle to defend against one snow fairy, Your Highness?" A voice called. "Would you have been able to take down the threat had there been more than one? The Todoroki family is the strongest in this kingdom, are they not? What is our military supposed to do if our strongest defenders falter against the enemy?" Shido felt his stomach twist violently. His father didn't react to the questioning, and he didn't tighten his grip again. That was almost worse. "We were caught off guard," Shido hurried to deflect. "It was a surprise. We weren't expecting a snow fairy to ambush us." A few reporters scribbled his words down into their notebooks while the rest of them pressed closer, hunting for answers Shido could not give. "Aren't all attacks going to be surprises, Your Highness?" Our military," NG said, and the low note in his voice cut off all other sound. Shido was beginning to feel something heavy build in his chest, uncomfortable and sharp, and he needed to stop being touched. Is comprised of thousands of highly trained men. My son took it upon himself to capture the beast, and I allowed it. He is not as skilled as they are. Shouldn't he be, Your Majesty? Someone asked. After. He is not, NG said. That's why he is still but a prince. My men are working to train his reaction time as we speak. Had there been a bigger fleet, I would have taken care of it. Shido's ears were ringing. His father still hadn't removed his hand. He could barely focus on anything but the pressure on his skin and the roaring of his ears because he still hadn't. Toga. That's not my name, Shokuen. Himiko. Cannot be afraid, NG was saying. Shido came back to himself with a gasp, and it was loud enough that he was sure his father heard. The king didn't allude to anything amiss, but his palm dragged from Shido's skin and he felt the tension leave his shoulders like a landslide had lifted. Those monsters have nothing on my kingdom or any other, which is why my son and I will cross to the barbarian outlands to retrieve the wings of the fairy he'd slain and display them. It will show that the Endeavorans are not to be tested for anyone who dares argue otherwise. This is the first win of many. That will be all. NG pulled away from the balcony and crossed back inside before Shido could breathe. His mind was still caught on barbarian outlands and retrieve the wings. The reporters had begun to hurl questions and comments towards him like spears, slicing across his skin and forcing him to move back like his father had, to turn and slip through the arched glass doors they'd come through only moments before. Barbarian outlands. Retrieve the wings of... He barely registered they'd moved out of sight from the reporters and cameras and the rest of the kingdom's watchful eyes until his father grabbed his arm in a vice grip. He cried out on instinct, but the king only pushed him back a step, so he stumbled hard against the wall. A true king, NG hissed, is always level-headed in an unexpected situation. The spectacle you put on back there was an embarrassment to our family. You don't deserve my title, Shido. Shido stared at the red cloth on his father's chest until he pulled away, forcing himself to shut down, just a little. Enji's footsteps echoed down the hall a moment later. "Come," he said. Shido obeyed, and ignored the bile rising in his throat because of it. Enji didn't invite Toga to come with them this time. Shido wasn't sure what that meant for him. He tightened his grip on the reins of his horse as it moved. The border wall separating the two kingdoms. Enji wouldn't call the barbarians a kingdom, but they was awfully familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Shido's horse bobbed its head as they passed through, and he resisted the urge to reach out and touch the concrete he'd brushed his hand against time and time again when he was 15 and stupid and met his lover in the dead of night, before he was royalty and before Shido had any responsibilities of his own. They'd have each other behind the haystacks of Katsuki's home, mouths roaming, hands gripping. Shido looked away before he could relive anything, before the burning in his lungs raged into an inferno. The first section of the outlands they had to pass through, the section closest to the wall, was the poorest. Katsuki grew up here, Shido knew. He forced himself to hold his head high, to avoid eye contact with the hollow faces peering out through darkened windows and doorways. In the distance, children dressed in rags kicked half-deflated footballs back and forth. An empty swing set creaked with the breeze of the wind that blew through. "Prince Shido?" someone murmured in a soft, scratchy voice. Shido looked up, instinctively tugging on the reins of his horse to slow its pace. An older woman blinked up at him, a child on her hip, her hair wrapped up in ratted cloth. She was the only one of the sector brave enough to approach, it seemed, and not even to his father. "Please, are you here to talk to His Majesty?" She pulled her child a little closer to her. Looked back to her companions, as if about to reveal a secret she wasn't sure she should. "If it's no trouble, can you ask? We have very little food and we can't afford." Her toddler made a high, whiny sound in the back of its throat, nuzzling its face into the crook of her neck. Even from here, Shido could see it was crying. It had been, it seemed, the whole time she was talking to him. That made his heart hurt in a way he couldn't describe, to see the desperation-streaked lines in her face, the hunger pains carved into her cheekbones. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of gold coins, holding them out to her as an offering. She blinked at them in surprise, before her eyes rose to Shido's face. His heart hurt a little more when they dissolved into tears, messy and wet and almost immediate. She took his money with shaking fingertips, turning her face into her child's hair as if that would hide it. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she said, and her voice broke on the last syllable. "This will get us through the winter, thank you so much." Shido blinked, surprised. She had addressed him like a king. "Of course," he mumbled in response, unsure and scratchy. "I'll do my best to fulfill your request." The woman cried harder at that, and the toddler let out a wail that broke the silence like a gunshot. Shido stared at them for a moment, eyebrows pinched, before looking back towards his father. Enji had also pulled his horse to a stop, but he hadn't said anything. He was staring at Shido too, but turned his head away when Shido began to follow again. "You didn't have to do that," he said when Shido joined his side, but he didn't sound angry. Just contemplative. Curious. It may have been an act. Those who live as they do beg every day. "Those who live as they do have a right to beg, I think," Shido said, and was surprised when his voice didn't waver. "And if someone helps them, maybe they won't have a reason to beg anymore." "You are naive, boy." "Maybe so." Enji didn't say anything else, and Shido still didn't look at him. The section of starved faces and sad eyes lasted longer than Shido remembered, but Enji didn't look at any of them and Shido didn't have enough time to stop again. They traveled through empty streets and past quiet villages, past closed shutters and overgrown gardens, and the opposite of everything Shido had become accustomed to in Endeavor. "Are they afraid?" Enji had mused at one point, surveying the huts of cobblestone. "Of you?" "Yes," Shido wanted to say, but he knew his father would only be pleased with that answer, so he didn't. Enji drew his steed to a stop in front of an old, wooden shack Shido had never seen before. He watched him wrinkle his nose on the dismount and resolved to do the exact opposite himself, hiking his leg over his saddle with a little hup. Enji didn't provide any explanation before walking inside, and a few of the palace guards they'd taken with them dismounted next to Enji's horse. Shido hurried to follow, confusion building like a drumbeat in his chest. What was he? Katsuki, I told you already, a voice called when he followed Enji inside, and he just barely caught sight of a woman with pink hair turning to greet them, distracted. If you want. She cut herself off the moment they locked eyes, mouth half open like she was about to continue her reprimand. Enji barely looked uncomfortable at the blatant disrespect in her tone, but the way he clicked his tongue gave him away. You address your ruler by his first name, woman? Shido watched her mouth drift close, and then open again, confusion pulling at her features. The room they stood in was certainly out of his element. Wood walls, wood benches and tables and decor, there was a pair of bloody wings on the table, dried blood on the floor, and other assorted meat on the countertops around them. The woman set down her knife, brows furrowed. Your Majesty, she said. It wasn't a question. Beside her, a door Shido hadn't noticed creaked open. Someone stuck their head through, curious. Who? He drew up short to. Surprise drew his eyebrows up, pinched and high and curious. There was something familiar about his features Shido couldn't place, like an old photograph faded with water stains in the ink. Enji's shoulders squared, just a little, and Shido knew it was because they hadn't dropped to their knees to bow like those in their kingdom would have. The man, whose hair was gold like sunflower fields, dipped his chin in a respectful bow once he'd gathered his bearings enough to elbow his companion in the side and force her to bow too. Your Majesty, he greeted politely, raising his head a little. There was something about his voice, too, something. Shido's insides twisted with that detail. The man's gaze slid to Shido's, and Shido watched surprise flash in his face again before he masked it just as fast. Prince Shido, he said, and he still sounded a little stunned. Enji looked at Shido out of the corner of his eye. To what do we owe the blessing? The woman was looking at him, too, he realized, eyes sharp like a bird of prey. He didn't know what to think about that. Late last night, Enji said gruffly, my son shot a snow fairy out of your sky. We've come to retrieve it. Would you happen to know anything about that? Shido knew his father was analyzing their expressions for any shift, for any beat of familiarity with his words. Shido wondered, not for the first time, why it was so important for the king to show up himself, to drag his son with him. Why hadn't he sent one of his advisors instead? Why was he playing it casual? Why did Shido have to? I'm sorry, the familiar man said, and his tone was still polite. Shido knew that was also another word for guarded. We haven't heard anything about that. We're just finishing up the latest round. A group attacked early yesterday morning. If anyone would have caught a falling rogue, it would have been the hunters. We're just the cleanup crew. Kaminari, Shido thought dizzily, as if the name had speared him through his ribcage. That realization sent all sorts of emotions crashing into his shoulders, crawling down his back like spider legs or cold sweat. Kaminari, one of Katsuki's best friends. They hadn't interacted much, but he could remember that smile from years and years ago. The hair should have been a dead giveaway. Well, Enji said, like Shido's world wasn't imploding in on him. This was Katsuki's. I'm sure you can direct us to these hunters you speak of? Sure, the woman said, leaning her hip on the counter. She was still staring at Shido. Shido's heart picked up in his chest. He didn't remember her. Was he supposed to? Did he know her, years ago, and couldn't remember? But they live in the castle. If you want to talk to them, you'll have to go there. What kind of king hosts his royal guard in his home? Enji asked, and Shido picked up on the disgust that had finally made its way into his tone. The woman didn't flinch, didn't back down. Ours does. And that shut Enji up. Shido watched him from the corner of his eye, waiting for him to yell or lash out or something, but his father only looked at the floor for a beat, the largest bow he could muster in the presence of a commoner, and turned his head. Very well. Let's go, Shido. Shido started on instinct, but Enji looked at him and he snapped his mouth shut, the leftover fear of the don't speak unless spoken to memory overriding his senses like a long-buried survival skill. Enji left the building without another word, hands folded behind his back, and Shido could do nothing but look over at Kaminari. He stared at him for a moment, brows drawn together, and Shido realized what a vulnerable position he'd just put himself in. He didn't know Kaminari, not really, Especially not now. He wasn't sure what kind of man he'd become, even if the few times they'd interacted before made Shido feel nice. He felt his breath slow in his chest when Kaminari took a hesitant step towards him, hand brushing against a clean table at his side. And then he took another step, and another, and Shido couldn't even cry out or raise an arm to defend himself before Kaminari wrapped his arms around Shido's neck and pressed himself in close. It was a hug, Shido realized, even as his hands half raised into the air like he wasn't sure where to put them. Kaminari wasn't deterred by the lack of response, and his touch didn't hurt. That fact alone was surprising enough to override the anxiety coiling in his system like a fresh breath of air in the dead of night. What? Shido breathed, entirely too surprised to react like any normal human being would have. Kaminari pulled away from him, but his expression was still earnest and kind and unlike anything Shido had seen in years. "You shot down a snow fairy, Shido?" he asked, and his voice was soft. Shido could also pick up on this undercurrent of something like hurt, which ripped into his skin harder than he thought it would have. It was like Kaminari was saying, "You wouldn't have done that before," which was ridiculous, because Kaminari didn't know him before, but his words still hit like he had. "You shot down a snow fairy, Shido?" Shido's mouth went dry, pained, and all he could focus on was deciding how to string together his response so Kaminari wouldn't hit him or grab him or. "I'm sorry," he said, like he was breathing tar into his lungs. "I have to go." "Shido." Shido turned and shoved through the door after his father, breath tight and squeezing and scared. Enji had mounted his horse by the time Shido stumbled through after him, thorns in his throat, and he stared at Shido like he didn't know what to make of him. Shido went to mount his horse, Enji said. "They looked at you like they knew you." And Shido's vision dotted black so fast he almost lost his balance. His father didn't know about Katsuki, of course he didn't, so, by extension, he wouldn't know about those late nights or muffled laughter or the day Katsuki had brought his friends to meet Shido, like he was anything more than the prince who visited every other week to kiss him stupid under the starlight. Shido shook his head, violently, and said, "I've never seen them before in my life." Enji stared at him, waiting for more. Shido turned to look at him. "Are we going to the castle or not?" "Watch it, boy," Enji snapped, and even though it struck Shido like a punch, there was something comforting in the familiarity of it. At least he knew he wasn't messing up any more than usual. The ride to Katsuki's castle, even flanked by their guards, was almost surreal. This was Katsuki, the boy rising from the ashes of his old king, the boy who would swear up and down that he didn't like being touched, but still blushed and whined when Shido dragged his lips under his jaw, the boy who wanted everything and nothing all at once, the boy who became king. Shido would have never, in a million years, expected him to become king. He would have never, ever expected him to then turn and beat back Enji's army when they got into a quarrel with one of his other. Enji had been furious about that news for weeks, and Shido had spent many family dinners hiding his smile in the palm of his hand. And now, Shido thought to himself, he was riding up to his castle like he was an old friend. He wasn't an old friend. He knew this. He wouldn't be surprised if whoever Katsuki sent to greet them would slam the door in his face. Katsuki had always been petty like that. His castle stretched high toward the sky, impressively so, but it was still dwarfed compared to Shido's home. He studied the marble structure impassively, swaying with each step his horse took in its direction. He bit his lip. They probably wouldn't even interact with him. He was probably off doing the kingly things his father always disappeared to take care of and wouldn't give Shido the time of day, which was fine. His father would deal with whatever advisor he sent out, and that would be the end of it. Enji had moved ahead of Shido while he was still trying to shake off the remnants of Kaminari's hug, guiding his horse to the castle's front door. There was a gate around the building, similar to the one in Shido's kingdom, but it seemed weak in comparison to Endeavorin steel. Enji exchanged a few words with one of the guards, and she nodded, stepping away from her post and opening the gates for them to enter. She hurried inside moments later. He and Enji dismounted again, followed by their personal guards, and Shido joined his father's side in front of the entrance. They stood there for a few moments, shoulder to shoulder, and just when Shido was beginning to suspect his father was growing impatient, the doors swung open before them. Two things happened at once. Bakugo Katsuki himself stepped out. Shido took a very jagged step back before he could stop himself. Katsuki was bare-chested, black-inked tattoos stretched across the expanse of his skin like patchwork. A torn red robe draped from his shoulders, and he wore no crown. His skin had tanned since Shido had last seen him, and his hands were calloused and aged with use. Shido could see what his father thought, clear as day, this was a child playing pretend. And Shido thought, clear as day, this was the barbarian king. Ah, Todoroki, Katsuki said, looking at Enji with a lazy smile on his face. Shido felt Enji bristle, though they were not touching. To what do I owe the headache? That's king to you, boy, Enji hissed. Katsuki's smile grew more feral, more purposeful, and Shido felt breathless. That's king to you too, old man. A child playing pretend. Shido didn't know what to do with himself. Katsuki wasn't looking at him, like he wasn't even there, like he wasn't important. Shido normally liked feeling unimportant, but with his father under Katsuki's watchful gaze, he couldn't help but want to reach out, shake his shoulders, tell him, "Hey, it's me, do you remember me?" But he didn't do any of that. Enji shifted, put his heavy hand on Shido's shoulder again, and Shido tried not to squirm. Katsuki still hadn't moved his eyes from Enji's face, holding himself with straightened shoulders and perfect posture and everything he would have laughed at the notion of years ago. He was guarded too. And he still wasn't looking at Shido. "We need to inquire with your hunters, your majesty," Enji said, and Shido would have laughed if he hadn't learned to tamp down his emotions in his father's presence. To see him take the high road like that, especially after Katsuki had called him old man, struck Shido as amusing. The feeling didn't last. "Oh yeah," Katsuki said, folding his hands behind his back. The sunlight caught his hair like it caught Enji's robes earlier in the day, but Shido didn't feel threatened by it. "And why is that?" "My son shot down a snow fairy late last night. We've come to collect it for our kingdom." Katsuki did look at Shido at that. Shido immediately found himself wishing he hadn't. It brought back too many memories. His gaze was too much, too analytical, too thoughtful. Shido didn't like that. Being looked at like Katsuki was unfamiliar with him. But he was unfamiliar with him, a small voice in the back of his mind reminded. "You shot down a snow fairy, Shido?" "A snow fairy, Katsuki drawled. He looked back at Enji. "Did you check in with the butcher's cabin?" "Yes," Enji said. "We need to speak to your hunters." "The hunters haven't got anything to do with it," Katsuki said, like he knew something Enji didn't and was amused by this fact. Enji grit his jaw. "And why would that be?" Katsuki shrugged one bare shoulder, like a challenge. "A snow fairy fell down here last night, yeah," he said, "but my hunters didn't kill it." His next words were calm, deliberate, and calculated, red eyes ablaze. "I did." Shido's world slowed to a stop. "You killed the snow fairy?" Enji said, sounding less incredulous and more surprised. Katsuki shrugged again. "Sure." Enji stared at him. "Bring us its wings." "Can't do that, less you want to take a dive in the ocean for an hour or so. That's where we dumped its body." "Why wouldn't you preserve it?" "Its wings were injured, and we have no use of the rest. No good for anyone here." Shido stared at Katsuki for a long time. His mouth had gone dry and he felt foolish, suddenly, for expecting kindness. "All good kings are cruel," Enji had said. Not Katsuki, Shido had thought, somewhere in the back of his mind. Never Katsuki. And, as always, it seemed he was wrong. That realization sent a torrent of numbness crashing through his system. His eyes lowered from Katsuki's face, to his chest, to the ground at his feet. This was the game of kings, as always. Enji must have said something else, because Katsuki barked a sharp laugh that didn't sound real. "Right?" he said, and his voice still carried the sound of a smile in it. "So what are you really here for, King Enji?" At Shido's side, Enji smiled. "Smart boy," he said, and even that managed to come off as condescending, as something like he was looking down at Katsuki, waiting for him to catch up. Shido looked at his father. "Smart boy. They weren't here for the snow fairy after all, of course they weren't." How had Shido not realized that? His father was a liar to everyone but himself. If Katsuki was put off by his tone, he didn't show it. In fact, he seemed to only grin wider. He hadn't looked back at Shido after breaking his gaze for the first time. Yes, he agreed, and he still sounded like he was hiding something, keeping his cards close to his chest. A worthy opponent in battle. Would you like to come inside? How thoughtful of you, Enji said, smiling for the first time since they'd arrived, like he and Katsuki were old friends meeting up at a bar, like Shido was but an afterthought. And he figured. He always was. This was the game of kings, yes, and Shido was too used to losing. Are they gone? Izuku asked. Shut up. Izuku furrowed his brow, pulling his blanket further around his shoulders. Don't tell me to shut up. Katsuki sighed, running a hand through his hair and feeling the weight of the door click shut behind him. He fixed Izuku with a look. I'll do what I deem well please. Izuku sighed, frustrated, and dropped his chin into his palm. His wounds had been bandaged by Kirishima, who was currently leaning against the opposite wall Katsuki stood in front of, watching the exchange between king and fairy with calm eyes. When Katsuki looked at him, he raised an eyebrow. What did you do? Katsuki rolled his eyes, almost but not quite defensive from the sound of Kirishima's tone. I invited them in. You what? Izuku asked, wings puffing up. Katsuki held up a hand as a signal for them to be quiet. Look, he caught my interest. What interest? Izuku snapped, and it caught Katsuki so off guard that he slid his mouth shut. The fairy wasn't deterred. Because all that man said was that he would quite like to kill me before he dragged me away from the door. That part was accompanied by a vague gesture in Kirishima's direction. Katsuki pushed away from the door and crossed the room, into Izuku's space, before he could think otherwise. One sharp jerk of his hand wrapped the fabric of Izuku's shirt around his fingers, and Izuku winced when Katsuki pulled him, forcefully, out of his chair. And you want to kill me, he growled, voice low. You're lucky I didn't throw you to their mercy. They weren't actually interested in him, anyway, Kirishima called offhandedly, picking at the skin around his nails. Katsuki looked up from Izuku, but he didn't release his grip. Figured that out, did you? What king doesn't send an advisor to ask around for a task as simple as skinning wings from a body? In his grip, Izuku jerked. His eyes were cast down, and there was an uncomfortable twist to his mouth that hadn't been there before. His injured wing, feathers stained red from the blood that came with removing the arrow, twitched at his back. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the silence that followed, but let his hand unwind from the wrap that loosely bound the fairy's chest, anyway. Izuku fell back, landing with his full weight into the chair behind him. He winced. Kirishima watched him go, rubbing his bare arm and looking away. Sorry, he murmured. That was insensitive. It's okay, Izuku mumbled back, though he didn't look up to confirm it. Katsuki sighed again, pushing his fringe from his forehead and looking contemplatively at his best friend. Kirishima met his gaze, still calm, but a fleck of curiosity danced in his eyes now that Katsuki was looking for it. Why are you here anyway? He asked quietly. Did you put His Majesty and his son on hold? Katsuki shook his head. I told them I'd entertain them in a few hours, if they wanted to wait around. He agreed, which isn't to be expected of King Enji. Katsuki felt his lip curl. One of my advisors took him and Prince Shido to a spare room. A few of the staff will bring them food should they ask, but in the meantime, I hope they enjoy staring at a wall until I've eaten dinner. Kirishima studied his face. His expression hadn't changed. And you? He asked slowly. And what effing about me? Shido, Kirishima said, like that single word wouldn't skew Katsuki's axis across the expanse of the sky. Must have been a shock seeing him after so long. And with that, Katsuki knew what he was doing. Kirishima had grown too close to him, all those years spent together, had managed to pick up on every tell, every lie, had read and memorized the book of Katsuki tens of dozens of times. He knew how to ask the right questions, to play it casual, to seem like he knew exactly what he was doing. Are you okay? He was asking. Did that shake you? Do you need anything from me? What a load of CRP. Gods, I'm effing fine, Katsuki snapped, and a flicker flash of surprise echoed in Kirishima's expression. I don't need this touchy-feely sheet from you. Are you sure? Kirishima asked, pushing off the wall and walking towards him because, apparently, all inhibitions were lost now that the jig was up. Because you don't look fine. What the F is that supposed to mean? Katsuki spat. I'll show you not if I'm fine, you stupid shitty. Cut the series, Kirishima said, and Katsuki yelled when he reached out and pinched his cheek. You can trust me, you know. Gods above. Katsuki cursed, grabbing his arm and wrenching it back. Kirishima yelped but went easily down, seemingly unkeen to spar with his king in the middle of his private office. From the comfort of his plush chair, legs curled to his chest, hair askew and dirty from the salt dried in its strands, Izuku watched the exchange with big green eyes. After Katsuki pushed Kirishima to his knees, locking his wrists together like Kirishima couldn't twist out of his grip if he really wanted to, he turned to stare at Izuku, too. We still have to figure out what to do with this thing. I'm not a thing, Izuku said tiredly. He didn't move from his spot. Right? Katsuki drawled back, recalling their conversation from the washed-up sand spot. You're Izuku Midoriya. Stupid ifenji name for a stupid ifenji bird. Deku suits you much better. Izuku, to his credit, didn't rise to the bait, though his jaw twitched a little when the words hit. When Katsuki kept staring at him like that would do anything, he spoke again, though it was only one word, soft and floaty and exhausted. Why? Why? Katsuki repeated. He let go of Kirishima, barely paying him any mind when he lightly punched his shin for the awkward position on his arms. You know what Deku means, right? Useless. With your wing effed up like that, you couldn't fly out of here if you wanted to. I'm not. Izuku frowned. He unfolded his legs from his chest, and his eyes were wary. I'm not useless. Yeah? Katsuki asked. He searched Izuku's face, his pinched expression. Until your wing heals? You kind of are. Izuku didn't respond. He was still staring up at Katsuki, bandaged hands folded in his lap, head tilted to the side. Izuku's eyes were too wide, too knowing. Izuku reminded him of a ghost. The tap, tap, tap of knuckles clicking on the window behind Katsuki's desk drew his attention. He raised an incredulous stare to the glass and felt his stomach drop to the floor. What the hell? Kirishima asked, brows raised to his hairline. Outside, hidden in the shrubbery surrounding the window but not from the disgruntled-looking palace guard standing behind them, Kaminari, Mina, and Shiro were pressing their faces to the glass like they didn't fear death. What the hell? Katsuki said. Kirishima was the one who pushed the window open, and, after a wave of Katsuki's hand, the guard who'd seen and followed the group around the castle left. Katsuki was just glad they were familiar to the staff here, because they'd be dead otherwise. He told them as much when they clambered inside. It was an emergency, Mina said, smoothing down her shirt when she'd righted herself. We couldn't take the front entrance because the king from Endeavor and Shiro cut in. Prince Shido are looking for you, Kaminari finished. We couldn't risk being seen. Kaminari's face was flushed from, presumably, running across the length of the kingdom to warn him. There was mud on Mina's breathes. Shiro had a scratch on his cheek. They were all out of breath, waiting expectantly for his reaction. Katsuki stared at them for a very long time, before quietly putting his face in his hands. They arrived 10 minutes ago, Kirishima said. Katsuki still wasn't looking at his friends, but the silence that followed his words was probably answer enough at that point. Next to him, Izuku made this sound. It took Katsuki a second to realize he was laughing, but it was quiet and muffled with his hand covering his mouth. His knees had folded back to his chest, but it wasn't self-conscious this time. Katsuki looked at him. You think this is funny? A little, Izuku admitted. Kirishima, who just released Kaminari after pulling him forcefully under his arm to ruffle his hair, caught Shiro's arm. Wait, aren't you supposed to be working right now? Mina made a noise in the back of her throat, stepping in front of Izuku to grab his hands and pull him to his feet. We'll be back soon. Jairu can handle it in the meantime. You left Jairu with a 4-person workload? Katsuki asked, furrowing his brow. Mina stretched Izuku's injured wing out. She smoothed down the feathers in the back with a light scratch of her nails, and paused when Izuku's shoulders relaxed at the contact. We'd already done most of it before we left. This was important. Katsuki curled his lip. Congratulations. You managed to warn me that royalty from a bordering kingdom stopped by for coffee. My life is indebted to you. Shiro, who'd been watching Mina's interaction with Izuku, looked over at Katsuki. Katsuki didn't like the expression on his face when he said, softly, "Don't be like that, man. He's more than just royalty to you." Katsuki scowled, ignoring the uncomfortable twist in his ribcage at his words. First Kirishima and now, them too? They were all making a big deal out of something that happened years ago. He didn't like it. He didn't like feeling like he wasn't in control anymore just because Todoroki Shido happened to show his pretty face. He didn't like how that's how everyone was acting. It was years ago, Katsuki said, and hurled every ounce of venom he felt dripping in his lungs into his words. If you think I'm still held up on Shido, of all people, you have another thing coming. I got over it the day after he left. And now they were all staring at him, even Izuku, with different amounts of some emotion he couldn't place. He didn't like that either, but it was better than pity. Katsuki raised a hand, gestured in Mina's direction. So we shouldn't be focusing on that. What we need to worry about, right now, is the fact that there's a snow fairy in my office who allegedly knows how to cure the plague and subsequently wants me dead. If anyone here says Prince Shido's name one more time, you'll be banned from stepping inside this castle until further notice. Prince Shido? A voice called muffled through the wall. Katsuki startled, and then he looked up with a lash of anger instinctively sparking red-hot on his palms. It faded into nothing when his office door clicked shut like someone had pulled it, and the abrupt sound of footsteps outside the door backed away. He processed everything at once. Torrents of ice shot down his spine. Kirishima locked eyes with him over Shiro's head. His were wide. Katsuki felt something like a tidal wave crash against his ribcage, heavy and unforgiving. His body took off towards the sound before he could stop it. He swung the door open with his heart in his throat, pulsing like a drumbeat against his skin. Shido was down the hall, boots clicking in quick strides against the carpet. Shido was. The shock of his white and red hair got Katsuki moving again. Todoroki! Shido, hey! He rushed, matching his pace in a few quick strides and catching him by the arm. Shido flinched away, violently, jerking out of Katsuki's grip before he'd even turned to see who it was. When he did look, angling his chin to face Katsuki for the first time since his advisor had whisked them inside, Katsuki couldn't see anything on his face. It was a mask, he realized almost instantly. It was the same way he'd looked when they'd first met, years ago. Guarded. Untrusting. That realization did nothing for the nausea already building in his throat. Was the first time he'd seen him since they were teenagers, trying to fight a system that would never, ever lose. This was the first time he had seen him in years. Katsuki pushed it all down, locked it up tight. Hey, he repeated, voice rough, and watched the way Shido's mouth twisted, just a little. He'd overheard them talking, almost certainly, which also meant he'd heard Deku. Katsuki bit back a curse. Don't, your dad? Shido stared at him more, and Katsuki still couldn't find anything in his expression. It was almost unsettling how numb he looked. How disinterested. He tried again. The snow fairy. Just don't tell? I won't, Shido said. Robotic. Composed. His face was impassive. Something burned in Katsuki's throat. Katsuki didn't know what to do with that, or the frustration that had been building since he caught sight of Endeavor horses down the road, or the leftover rush of emotion since that day, that month, that year. It all washed into anger, eventually. It always washed into anger. Kaken. Katsuki turned at the sound of the voice. Izuku was standing in the half-open doorway, ice-white wings dragging on the ground behind him. One was bandaged, so was his ankle, so were his hands. He kept staring like it was all he had. Like it was all he knew how to do. Kaken, he said. Katsuki felt his anger flare again, uncomfortable and boiling. It twisted in his chest, through his veins, down to the calluses on his palms. Firecracker sparks lit on his skin. his magic reared to life. Izuku kept staring. And then Shido breathed, voice rough like sandpaper, "Snow fairy." Katsuki looked at him, sharply, at the way his dark red clothing drew tight across his torso, at the way he was looking at Izuku. Izuku looked back at him, chin raised, eyes sharp. Like a predator. Wary. Curious. Even with his wings damaged, with no way out should Shido attack, he didn't look intimidated. "You were the one who shot me," he said. It wasn't a question. Shido's eyes went wide, and Katsuki watched his Adam's apple bob. He didn't respond for a moment. He seemed wary too, with the way his eyes tracked Izuku's form like it was a weapon, hands flexing and folding at his sides. "Yes." Izuku didn't respond. Katsuki didn't like how his eyes moved from Shido to him, still just as intense. He didn't have time to speak again before Kirishima appeared behind him, craning his neck to glance down the hall. "He shouldn't be out here. Anyone could see." "He's right." Kaminari popped up behind him, earnest. He looked at Shido. "Come in, all of you." Katsuki scoffed at that, but he knew he was right. Anyone could see Izuku and his stupid, unusable wings if they rounded the corner, and it wasn't exactly like Katsuki had 24/7 tabs on his staff's whereabouts. When he looked up at Shido, frowning, he found that Shido was already staring at him. His muscles tensed. Everything felt wrong. "The F are you looking at?" Shido flinched, barely noticeable, but Katsuki caught it in the twitch of his expression. In the skate of his eyes sliding away. "Certainly not you, Your Majesty." "Katsuki," Kirishima said. "You don't get to FNG say that," Katsuki growled. "I should be getting back to my father," Shido said, backing up a step. Izuku's emerald eyes moved between Shido and Katsuki, quiet and composed like he was analyzing something. Katsuki wanted to wipe that look right off of his FING face. "No, no, no," Mina called, sticking her arm out over Izuku's head. Shido froze. "You're not going anywhere. Get inside." And Katsuki was suddenly presented with the realization that his friends were trying to pull both himself and Todoroki Shido in a room together with a snow fairy. That notion was ridiculous. Everything about this was ridiculous. Shido said he wouldn't tell, and that should be the end of it. Katsuki shouldn't ever have to see him again. He said. Katsuki started, trying to string his words together through the roaring in his ears. Kaminari darted out from around Izuku and grabbed his arm, pressing a haste kiss to his cheek specifically to catch him off guard, before jerking him forward with a sharp tug. "Come on," he said, and Katsuki could hear the smile in his voice. His brain only caught up when they were 3 steps into the room and Mina had slipped out after them, presumably to weasel up with Shido. Katsuki pulled away from Kaminari all at once, a trail of explosions chasing his fingertips. What the F was that about? Shiro hooked an arm around Katsuki's shoulders, leaning into his space. Just because he said, "Oh, gosh, promise I won't tattle," doesn't mean he won't. Kirishima glanced at them from the doorway, arms crossed over his chest. Mina and Shido hadn't returned, and Katsuki tried not to think about what she could have been saying to him. "Like it or not, Shido's not the same person as he was when you knew him," Kiri said. "We need to be careful with this. You, of all people, should know that." Katsuki hated Kirishima's voice, suddenly. Hated the way he knew how to read between the lines, hated the way he was saying, "You're a king now, you don't have room to take risks with something like this." He felt Shiro's arm tighten a little around his shoulders, wanted to snap a sharp "don't tell me what to do" at his advisor, wanted to tell Izuku to go F himself if he thought this was how things were normally run around here. He kept his mouth shut instead. Shido and Mina appeared a few moments later, though Mina looked all too smug and Shido seemed uncomfortable in his own skin, movements stiff and disjointed. Then the door swung shut, locking them inside. Katsuki sighed. Izuku had been uncomfortably quiet during the whole exchange, and Katsuki wondered if he would have preferred him talking, if only to get rid of that too analytical glint in his eyes. At least, then, he wouldn't feel as if his secrets were exposed and pinned out on the table for everyone to see. "Okay," Kirishima said, breaking the silence. He'd moved to lean against the door, now, watching the room with keen eyes. Shido stood a few feet away, shoulders straight, gaze low. Izuku was standing opposite of him, tense. Kaminari, Mina, and Shiro had made themselves comfortable on the plush couches in the middle of the room. Katsuki's advisor looked at him. "What are we going to do with Prince Shido?" "I won't tell," Shido mumbled, stiff in his skin. He hadn't looked up. "I didn't want to shoot him." "Then why did you?" Mina asked. It wasn't accusatory or condescending. Her eyes were soft. Mina didn't know Shido before, Katsuki remembered. They'd pulled her into the group a year or so after he left. She'd been said when Kaminari had mentioned Katsuki used to know him and she missed it. Katsuki, all of 18 years old at the time and already dressed like a king, had locked onto the words used to and ignored the ball in his throat for 10 minutes afterward. Shido inhaled softly across the room. He looked up, candid, and some of his red and white hair fell into his eyes. In response to Mina's question, he said, "My father made me." Kirishima crossed his arms, leaning back. "Unless he had a knife to your throat, you still pulled the trigger." "You're right," Shido said, a little stiffly, but Katsuki was surprised at how fast the response came. "But if I had been thinking clearer for even a second, I wouldn't have. The last thing I want to do now is expose him to my father." Katsuki watched him for a moment, ears pricking at the way my father rolled off of Shido's tongue. "Shido's not the same person," Kirishima had said. Katsuki didn't know much about Shido's home life. He was never keen on talking about it, but that spitfire resentment in reference to the king hadn't changed. "Still," Kirishima started. He sounded hesitant. "We don't." "It's fine," Katsuki said, cutting him off and surprising himself a little. He raised his eyes to Shido's. Shido held his gaze, and Katsuki frowned. "Fine," he finished lamely. "He's not going to." Kirishima sighed, drumming his fingers on his thigh. "What's going on?" Shido asked, and almost everyone looked back at him. He flinched under the attention, but didn't back off, folding his hands behind his back and looking towards Izuku. What do you want with King Katsuki?" Katsuki stiffened a little. His title sounded weird rolling off of Shido's tongue, but it wasn't like he hadn't done the same thing. Izuku stiffened, too, though Katsuki was sure it was for a different reason. Kirishima stepped forward. "He claims he knows how to cure the plague." Shido stared at him for a moment, blankly, and he watched the gears turn in his head. Then it clicked. "The plague." "Yeah," Katsuki said. "We're losing a few people a week. Doesn't seem like too much, but..." He cut himself off with a short, tight shrug. "But they're still my people. It's my job to secure their safety, and I haven't been doing that." Izuku's wings shifted before Shido could respond, subconsciously puffing out a little. "And I can make a remedy to cure it. I've dealt with illness and plague before in my village." "But this isn't a village," Shiro said, something stressed in his tone. Izuku met his eyes. "This is a kingdom. There are thousands of us." "And tens of thousands in mine," Shido murmured. Katsuki looked at him. "Past the Endeavor borders is Ingenium, and there's even more land southward. If this plague gets passed over your wall, if it spreads, we may be looking at the complete destruction of society as we know it," Kirishima said quietly. The room fell silent. Izuku took a few steps towards the center of the room and fixed Katsuki with a very sharp look. "I can stop it." "How can we believe you?" "He did heal himself," Kaminari spoke up for the first time, shifting in his seat. With a leaf. And some bark." Shiro dropped his chin into his palm. "Denki's right. It was impressive. Plus, it's not like you have anything to lose." "My life," Katsuki said. So don't make a deal like that," Mina said. "If he doesn't succeed, don't go with him. If he does..." She stopped abruptly. Katsuki watched her eyes go wide. "You die." "Katsuki." It was like it had hit her for the first time. Katsuki watched Kirishima's expression shift too, and then Kaminari's and Shiro's. "What do you mean he dies?" Shido asked. He looked at Izuku and then at Katsuki. It was the first hint of emotion other than apathy he'd seen all day. "What does that have anything to do with your plague?" "It doesn't," Izuku crossed his arms. "I need him for a sacrifice in my village, But I'm not desperate. I could find another human and take him back just as easily. What if we kill you first? Katsuki asked, voice low. Izuku held his gaze. Then you'll be the first to witness the complete destruction of every kingdom on this land, unless you find another cure, he said. How confident are you in your people? How desperate have you become? Katsuki narrowed his eyes. Fire and steel. The open window rattled with a sharp gust of wind. Everything came down to this, in the end. Kirishima stepped forward and said, I'll go instead. No, Katsuki snapped. He fixed Kirishima with a sharp look. No. Not you. Then I will. Mina stood, raising her chin. Katsuki grabbed her shoulder and squeezed, pushing her back down onto the couch. No. No one here is dying. Except you, Shiro said. Katsuki didn't respond. He'd sent advisors out into their surrounding kingdoms when the plague first emerged, months ago. Not only had they not returned with a solution, but the scribes they sent back were grim. Kirishima and Katsuki and a few other men had sat together days prior, scrolls spread out onto the great table. Someone should have reported something by then, because if they didn't, it wasn't likely they were going to. Katsuki had watched Kirishima's face twist up in the corner of his eye, even though he tried to hide it, and felt his own chest tighten. No one vocalized it, but they all knew they were getting desperate. How desperate have you become? What ingredients do you need? Katsuki asked. Shido looked up across the room, but Katsuki didn't slide his gaze over. It would depend on how the illness works, Izuku started. So I would need more information, but there are generally about 6 or 7 ingredients. Honey petals, moonbeam buds, that kind of thing. Honey petals? Kaminari asked quietly. Izuku looked at him. They're properly called, Halesia laevis? They're native to, my village. Katsuki looked down, contemplative. This could be an out. If Izuku's plan didn't work, they would try something else. If someone came back with a cure before they'd gathered the ingredients, Katsuki would veto their deal. Maybe kill Izuku too while he was at it. But if they did, if they successfully cured Katsuki's kingdom of this plague, Katsuki deserved the punishment Izuku was offering for letting so many die in the meantime. He could find another king before he left. He could do something worthwhile for once in his life. This may have very well been his only option, and the odds were in his favor. All right, Katsuki said slowly. He listened to both Mina and Kirishima draw a breath. Izuku held out his hand. Katsuki took it. I agree to your terms. Katsuki, Shido said, and the sound of his voice startled him enough that he looked up. Shido had taken a few steps forward, shoulders tense. He looked almost confused, like he couldn't believe what Katsuki had just done. Think about what you're doing. And Katsuki smiled, sharp and unforgiving. I am. Shido didn't seem satisfied. He moved forward again. Why would you trade your life for the lives of your people? You, Katsuki stared at him. He felt his smile fall a little. You wouldn't? Shido didn't respond to that. He kept staring. Izuku pulled his hand from Katsuki's, biting his lip. We should get started as soon as possible. We? Katsuki asked. No. You're not doing shit. It'll be faster if I... Anger burned in his chest faster than he'd expected it to. He reached out and grabbed a fistful of Izuku's shirt, tugging him forward. He could see his eyes go wide with fear. I don't know who you think you are, coming onto my grounds and making demands, but I'm not going to let a fairy go around sabotaging my kingdom. You really think I'm that stupid? Izuku's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Katsuki's wrist with both of his hands and dug his fingernails into his skin. And you really think you'll be able to do it without my help? I'm not exactly happy either. The last thing I want to do is work with a human king who's surely killed hundreds of my kind already. You don't know what the F you're talking about. Katsuki, Kirishima murmured. He pushed his hair off of his forehead, looking over at Katsuki with an expression he couldn't place. Katsuki kept his eyes on Izuku's, not daring to look away. Everybody out. What? Mina asked, bristling. You can't. Out, Katsuki said again, pointing at the door with one hand. Now. Kirishima was the first to move, though. Katsuki felt his eyes on his face until he left. Kaminari and Shiro followed. Mina stood, brushing off her sleeves and, before Katsuki could protest, reached forward and pulled him away from Izuku, into a hug. He went easily against her, feeling the heat of her arms against his skin and the press of her torso into his. She brushed his hair out of his eyes and pulled away, full lips twisting into a frown. "Be careful," she murmured, voice heavy and quiet. Katsuki took her hand in his and pressed a kiss to her knuckles, closing his eyes in respect. "I will." Mina left shortly after that, slipping through the doorway after one last look at Katsuki. It was then that he raised his eyes to Shido's, who hadn't moved from his spot. "Get out." Shido bristled, but there was a shift in his jaw Katsuki knew as stubbornness, even after all those years. "No." "Why?" Shido shook his head, but didn't say anything else. "We need to start collecting ingredients as soon as possible," Izuku said, ignoring the prince entirely. "Unless you want to watch more of your people die." "Your Highness." Katsuki brushed Izuku off, still addressing Shido. There was steel in his eyes, steel in his voice. He shook his head. "Get the F out of my office." Shido kept staring at him, and a few emotions passed quicksilver across his face, too fast to catch. After what felt like forever, he said quietly, "I don't, and leave you here to what? To die?" "Kaken," Izuku said. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, disbelief coursing through his system at the memories that brought back, crashing against his veins like a roaring tidal wave. Before he could think better of it, he crossed the room into Shido's space. His robes flared out behind him, battered and torn, and Shido took a few steps back when he registered Katsuki's approach. Katsuki got right in his face with a scowl, anger flashing hot and hard behind his eyes. "You didn't seem to have a problem with that last time." Shido was startled into silence, eyes wide, brows pinched. Katsuki felt the weight of his words in his bones, felt how they must have settled into Shido's too. He watched anger darken in the prince's eyes. "You don't know what happened." "Yeah," Katsuki hissed. "That's probably because you never told me anything. That's probably because you left." Someone grabbed his arm with a too tight grip, pulling him back a few steps. "Katsuki," Izuku snapped, but his eyes were on Shido. Katsuki twisted away from him, lungs tight in his chest. "Don't touch me." Shido was still staring, high and presumptuous, and everything Katsuki hated. He was looking down on Katsuki, like he was the idiot. Katsuki stared back with a biting scowl, and Izuku tugged on his arm again. "Kak." It happened like clockwork. Mina hadn't shut the door when she left, presumably to leave space for Shido. That just meant that anyone passing by could see inside Katsuki's office, if they wanted. One of Katsuki's generals, a girl he'd trained with here and there, when he felt up to it, stepped into the entranceway, rapping her knuckles onto the wood paneling politely. Katsuki only had a second to react, to let everything catch up to him at once. Izuku's wings were in full view, plain sight, out in the open. Katsuki whirled on Izuku. He plowed into him, weight on hands on shoulders. They hit the ground at the same time. Katsuki winced at the impact. The sharp sound of something cracking against the surface of the wall made Katsuki's head snap up. Shards of Shido's magic covered the entrance of the room to keep them hidden from sight. Shido himself had thrown an arm out, fingers splayed to the wood. His breath curled from his mouth in winter's smoke. Beneath Katsuki's chest, Izuku made a small, pitiful sound in the back of his throat. His face was contorted in pain from the fall, one eye squeezed shut and the other squinting up at him in a haze. "Kaken," he wheezed. Katsuki frowned, but shifted his weight off of him nonetheless. He looked up at the sight of a hand appearing in front of his face. "Are you all right?" Shido asked with a frown. Katsuki ignored his help, pushing to his feet on his own and brushing himself off. "Fine," he said. Izuku hauled himself up with a wince, rolling his shoulder and shifting his wings. There was still a grimace in his tone when he said, "I can't keep being tackled like that every time someone glances in my direction." Katsuki rolled his eyes, annoyed, but couldn't deny that the little fucker had a point. "We could use the blanket for the time being and pretend you're a hunchback who's always cold, But that won't work for very long if you drop it or someone pulls it away. Izuku turned and looked at him, then with this funny little pull to his mouth that Katsuki didn't like. Did you just make a joke? What? A joke? About the hunchback? I mean, it wasn't that funny, but you? The explosion rocked from Katsuki's palm before he could stop it, and Izuku squeaked. I didn't even make a joke. Izuku stepped back, putting space between them, and pushed his hair out of his face. It sounded like a joke to me, Kaken. All right, Shido cut them off with a sigh, crossing his arms. For just a second he looked 15 again. Those eyes fixed on Katsuki. What do we do without the blanket, then? How do you cover up someone's wings from people who strip feathers from bone for a living? Out of the corner of his eye, Katsuki watched Izuku's shoulders tense, and was almost jarringly reminded of how their species didn't get along. People in Shido's kingdom shot down any trespassers at their border. People in Katsuki's kingdom hunted for fun and then carved wings from bodies like they would with any other livestock. Katsuki himself wasn't any better, he knew. 5 weeks after Shido, he had to. The memory of warm blood on his skin and throwing up in the shower sent ice water down his back like a tidal wave. He shook his head to get rid of the awful taste in his mouth and spoke through the mess of it all. Mina's dabbled in potion sheet before. I'm sure they have masking charms for sale down at one of the markets. Shido said nothing, which Katsuki took as passive agreement. Izuku took 2 glorious seconds of silence to compose himself before opening his mouth to respond. Potions? He asked, and Katsuki resisted the urge to groan at the sound of excitement dripping off his voice like honey. Are they composed of ingredients like my remedies, or are they magic-based alone? How long does it take to make? Can you make one? Who can make one? What can you? Are there any limitations? All right, Katsuki started, but Izuku talked over him. I assume it would be breaking some code of magic rule if you used one to bring someone back from the dead or something, right? I certainly can't do that. But that's only if it's magic-based. Do you have to drink them, or is it like my God's F-? Katsuki interrupted. He resisted the urge to cover his ears like a child. Slow the F down. That sounds like it should be fine, Shido said. His gaze was trapped on the floor. Send a few of your advisors. My advisors aren't doing shit, Katsuki said, and shrugged off his torn cape. It fell to his boots in a heap. Shido stared at him. His eyes were focused very purposefully on Katsuki's face, and Katsuki grinned before he could help it. See something you like, sweetheart? Shido opened his mouth. Closed it. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance as Katsuki grinned widener. What do you mean, your advisors aren't doing anything? His voice was light. Composed. Katsuki shrugged, letting his smile fall. He hooked his thumbs into the waistband of his jeans. I mean, I'm not staying in this stupid FNG castle longer than I have to. The sun shines for a reason. I'm going out to find it. So, we're just... Izuku hiccuped, brows furrowed incredulously. Going? All 3 of us? Katsuki pointed at Shido. He's not doing shit. He can leave. I'm coming with you, Shido said, eyes narrowed. When Katsuki met his glare and held it, he didn't budge. You're not, Katsuki said. I am. You're not. Izuku rubbed his hands down his face. When he spoke next, frustrated, it was muffled by his hands. 3 sets of eyes are better than 2. You, Katsuki said. What about my father? Shido asked, rolling up his sleeves like the decision was made. Katsuki was having a hard time grasping why he was so insistent on this. He can wait, he said at last, stepping around his desk and opening one of the drawers to rifle through it. He pulled a shell of body paint from its place, watching the light from the window reflect on the black container. But I'm getting out of here. You gave me an opportunity and I'm taking it. What king doesn't like being in his own castle? Izuku asked. A commoner, a small voice in the back of Katsuki's mind provided for him. A phony king. A stand-in. A boy playing pretend. Katsuki smiled, a little loose and a little fake. A good one, he said, and popped the cap of his paint. Though he had to pass through the streets of Katsuki's kingdom to get to his castle before the sun broke the horizon, Izuku wasn't prepared for the busy marketplace of the streets below the skyline. Katsuki had disrobed of his attire for a disguise fit only for a barbarian. His chest was still bare, but the recognizable tattoos on his arms were covered with body paint. His hair was brushed back, but, Izuku noticed later, the snow fairy's feather was still tangled in strands of blonde and black paint had been smeared around his eyes like a foggy mask. If Izuku didn't know any better, he wasn't sure if he would notice Katsuki at all in the crowd of people just like him. Shido had changed too, though not as severely. While Katsuki had taken the difference in stride, seemingly content in his skin, Shido had been more hesitant, more conservative in his approach. He hadn't changed, not really, but he'd shed his easy-to-spot Endeavor robes to reveal a white button-up tucked into faded leather breeds underneath. His hair had also been pushed from his forehead, but he refused the paint Katsuki had begrudgingly offered. Shido's two-toned hair would give him away no matter what. That shouldn't have really been an issue. Katsuki would be the one in danger if anyone decided to hurt him without the palace guards around. Izuku had held back a grimace at that thought, because not only had Katsuki taken to running his own errands like a commoner, but he'd also decided it would be a good idea to sneak out unsupervised like a child. Shido had tried to argue against this, too, but Katsuki said something to him in a low voice. Shido looked at the floor and stopped talking, and Izuku felt concern bloom like flowers in his chest at the sight of it. He didn't know Shido like Katsuki had, but something was wrong, anyway. On their way out of the castle, the boots Katsuki had given him clicked on the cobblestone tile. They'd taken a back entrance to the marketplace, around the castle's walls, to avoid the attention of any watchful guards. Shido startled when Izuku's arm playfully knocked into his. Those sharp eyes focused on him. "Hey," Izuku whispered, pretending he wasn't sweating through his skin from the heat of the sun seeping into the blanket pulled taut around his shoulders. Shido stared at him for another second, as if waiting for a trap to spring. He sounded uncomfortable and stiff when he asked, "What do you need?" "You tell me," the kid said. There was a hard glint in his eyes, like he was trying to harden himself against what Izuku was about to say or do. Like he was preparing for a fight. Everyone wants something. Snow fairies aren't exceptions. I'm not going down easy this time. This? Izuku felt another ache in his chest, but this time wasn't from physical pain. He shook his head just a little and held up his branch. "I don't want anything from you. I'm trying to make a healing remedy. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Are you okay?" Izuku smiled up at him a little crookedly. "You're supposed to say, 'Hey back, Todoroki-sama?'" "Sama?" Shido asked, raising his brows. Izuku's brain lagged, at that, trying to figure out what was wrong before it clicked. Your Highness?" Shido made a surprised, sort of chirping noise in the back of his throat. "No, He stopped. Izuku did nothing to fill the silence, watching him out of the corner of his eye instead. Shido seemed like he was struggling to find the right words. He started again. "I don't want." "I'm sorry," Izuku said carefully. "I don't understand what you're asking me to do, Your Highness." "I want to apologize for hurting you," Shido said in a rush. I want to try to." "You." Izuku wiped his forehead with his blanket, pressing his wings tighter against himself. His face was red from the heat. "What, you want to move past it?" Shido hesitated again, looking entirely out of his element. Yes. Your Highness, you shot me out of the sky. I know I'm Todoroki-san, Izuku said, and he was smiling. "I'm messing with you." "Oh," Shido said, and he was so startled he stopped walking entirely. Izuku pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders, and looked back at him. Shido was caught staring at the ground, eyes wide. "Oh," he repeated, quieter this time. Somewhere ahead of the pathway they were traveling on, cutting through looming trees and shrubbery around them, Katsuki cleared his throat. Izuku looked up to see him leaning one shoulder on the wall of a hut a few feet away, watching them. The expression on his face was unreadable. "Come on," he called, tilting his head in the direction they were supposed to be heading. "We're almost there." Izuku blew out a warm breath against the fabric winding around his shoulders, but kept moving anyway. Katsuki scanned his face when he got closer, looking a little wary. "You gonna be okay, Deku?" I'm fine, Izuku said, shaking his head to clear the sweat from his brow. Katsuki frowned but said nothing more, waiting for Shido to pass as well before closing up the back of their group. They stepped out of the shadows, and, as if someone had snapped their fingers, Izuku found himself standing in the middle of a marketplace square. He felt his breath leave him in a rush. The music was the most jarring. Fiddles played along the sides of the streets, keeping up the energy. And the people, the barbarians, were scattered around the streets bustling and laughing and moving around Izuku with their sparse clothing, warriors' muscles, tattoos and ink and scars. Katsuki pressed a warm hand to Izuku's shoulder. Start moving, lest you want to get trampled. Izuku did not, in fact, want to get trampled. He forced himself to shuffle into the crowd, but peered back at Katsuki as he moved. I wasn't expecting so many people. Katsuki didn't respond at first, but he guided Izuku to the side, a little out of the way of the stampede. His grip was a little too bruising on his arm, but Izuku wasn't really in the spot to complain. This is nothing. When I was growing up, there was... He cut himself off, turning to look at the crowd of people. Something softened in his expression. The whole kingdom practically gathered here every day. Of course, there were more stands, more shops, but there was music. There's music now, Izuku said softly. Something about Katsuki's eyes had caught him, had drawn him in like a child to a storyteller. Katsuki shook his head. No, there were flutes. He pointed down the line. And singers and brass. It was so loud, and there was a space about 15 meters west of here that was always open for someone to dance. He trailed off. Some of the interest that had sparked in his eyes abruptly flickered out. He faced Izuku. But that doesn't matter. The plague stopped most of them from coming out. By this month's end, I doubt there'll be more than 10 people here at a time. Izuku felt his eyes soften a little, but he kept his attention on Katsuki's face. I'm sorry, he said softly. Katsuki shook his head, grabbing Izuku's arm roughly and pushing him towards a vendor's row. Like I said, he told him, it doesn't matter. We're supposed to be focusing on you and your stupid wings. Have fun. His touch left abruptly, and when Izuku glanced back, he saw that a few people had cut between them, leaving him alone in a sea of humans. Tension filled into his body like a flash. Thanks, he said weakly. He knew Katsuki wouldn't be able to hear him. Around him, people continued to shuffle. Izuku turned his shoulders here and there to avoid unwanted contact, tightening his grip on his disguise and trying to scan around bodies. Sorry, he mumbled, squeezing past someone. Sorry, excuse me. Pardon me. The trinkets along each stall were fascinating. Izuku learned this very quickly. Some of them had what looked to be freshly grown fruit, handmade dolls, jewelry and games and patterns in cloth knitted with golden thread. He stalled at a few of them, eyes wandering. Nothing like this ever happened in his village. Hey, stranger. A voice called, catching his attention. When Izuku raised his eyes, he realized that a woman from a nearby station was trying to catch his attention, half leaning out of her booth. Izuku approached her cautiously, curiously, stepping over cobblestone and the grass that sprouted from it. She smiled kindly when she noticed, adjusting her leather clothing with one hand. I haven't seen you around before. Where are you from? Izuku startled, brain momentarily short-circuiting. A quick glance over his shoulder showed that Shido and Katsuki were still there, though neither were paying attention to him. They also seemed to be on completely opposite sides of the square, and Izuku's side when he noticed. The woman was still looking at him expectantly when he turned back. I'm from Ingenium, he started cautiously, recalling the Book of Kingdoms he'd practically memorized when he was 10, a washed-up artifact of the human realm that accidentally made it to their little mountainside village. The woman's smile faded, just a little, but before Izuku could panic, she spoke again. You don't much look like you're from Ingenium. You sure? Izuku felt his face flush, trying to scramble for a response. Was he sure? What if the people in Ingenium had horns, or scales, or something Izuku most certainly didn't have? Would she report him? Would he be killed? Izuku almost collapsed right then and there when she threw back her head and laughed, loud and unbashful and like everything barbarians seem to be. Tattoos were trickling up her neck, inky black and intimidating. When she looked at Izuku again, she was smiling. "I like you, stranger. Tell you what, take this bracelet back to your kingdom. Tell your friends in Ingenium to come say hello." Izuku blinked at her, staring at the piece of jewelry she was holding out for him. "I don't have any money." "Take it," the woman insisted again, pushing her dark hair from her shoulder. "Consider it a gift from us to you." Izuku blinked at her again, suddenly feeling a prick of heat behind his eyes. "Thank you," he murmured, reaching out to take it from her. The bracelet looked to be handmade, like everything else on her display, round and metallic, seemingly just a silver cuff, but there were carefully etched designs of different swirling patterns carved into the surface. Izuku touched it with the pads of his fingers, feeling the notches and indents under his skin. The woman winked at him when he looked back up at her. "You take care of that now. Some say those are made from the gods. I reckon you'll like the message." Izuku's eyes widened, surprised. His grip on the metal tightened. He started, but a bustle of people cut between him and the woman's stand before he could finish, leaving him food of the crowd once more. Just as he was slipping the metal over his wrist, thumbing at the design again, something caught his eye through the spaces the crowd left for him to see. It was only because of that fact. The fact that everyone around him was moving, and this person was not. Izuku caught this man like a bird in the middle of a hurricane, perched on a branch and staring straight at him. It was only a flash, but Izuku found himself distracted by it anyway. Cold blue eyes. Dark hair. There was something crawling up his neck, scars. Black, or maybe purple, standing out against a hue of cream. The crowd shifted again, and as fast as the man had appeared, he was gone. "What?" Izuku murmured, tilting his head. He stood on his toes, briefly, to search out the stranger. He couldn't spot him again. "What was that?" a familiar voice asked. Izuku snapped his head up, towards the line of stands, and his vision was filled with purple hair and eyes and bruises painted against pale skin. "Shinso!" "Hey!" Shinso murmured, raising the wooden trinket he was holding in greeting. "What are you, oof?" He stumbled back a step when Izuku threw his arms around his neck, happy to see a familiar face. "Hi!" Izuku crowed, feeling Shinso return the hug with an awkward pat on his back, between the hunch of his wings. That, in turn, caused the blanket draped around his shoulders to slip down just so. A hand grabbed the fabric and yanked it back to cover his neck before Izuku could react. "You idiot, be careful," Katsuki hissed in his ear. Shinso dipped his head into a bow when Izuku pulled away from him. Your Majesty," he mumbled, seeming to be able to pick him out after meeting him for the first time. Shinso looked up to see Shido a few feet away, pulling away from a small swarm of girls. He blinked. "Your Highness." "Hello," Shido mumbled when he reached them, ears a little red. He brushed himself off, seemingly flustered. Katsuki leaned away before their arms could touch, though his attention was focused on the pulsing crowd. Izuku studied his profile, the black paint around his eyes. His shoulders weren't as tense as they had been in the castle. "What are Shinso looked at Izuku and lowered his voice. "Why is the Prince of Endeavor here?" Izuku glanced back at Shido, who was looking at Katsuki. His hair had been mussed up by the group of girls, but he seemed oblivious to it. Izuku looked back at Shinso. "He's helping." Shinso's brows rose to his hairline. "With your killing someone thing?" Izuku shifted his weight, uncomfortable. "I'm not sure about that part. I doubt it. We're trying to find a potion." Another presence joined Izuku's side, leaning a little into his space. It was Shido, he realized after a moment, though his attention wasn't on Izuku. After a few moments had passed and Izuku was beginning to squirm, Shinso cleared his throat and visibly tried not to lean away. "My prince. Is your..." Shido started, looking pointedly at the mottled bruise coloring Shinso's chin. "Are you quite all right?" "Of course, sir," Shinso said, eyes wide. "My mother just had a bad night." Shido stepped closer, chest to Izuku's back. Izuku bit his tongue and tried to shuffle to the right, just a little. He didn't want to interrupt, but Shido's body heat was the opposite of what he needed under the warmth of the blanket. He looked back at Shinso when Shido spoke again. Does she do this often? Shinso shrugged one thin shoulder, peering at him curiously. Sure, but it's normal. People are starving, people are dying. He glanced at Izuku. It's normal to be stressed. I wouldn't worry about it. Izuku paused and felt compassion soften his gaze, gentle like raindrops chasing each other down a pane of glass. But, you're her child. Shinso shook his head. I'm not. She just took me in after my real mom died. You said you needed a potion? Shido looked like he wanted to say something else, still staring down at that awful bruise on Shinso's face. There were more, too, yellow and green patchwork climbing down the skin of his arms, his throat. He pointed with a bandaged finger to a little row of stands Izuku hadn't noticed before. Katsuki was already in front of them, scanning shelves and smiling all pretty at one of the worker girls who regarded him with a visible blush. They're that way, Shinso said. Izuku felt Shido follow his gaze as well. When they looked back to the spot Shinso had been standing, he'd already gotten swept into the crowd. Izuku sighed, pulling at his blanket and feeling the weight of Shido's presence pull away all at once. The sun beat down on his shoulders with more ferocity than before. Izuku wiped his brow, turning. Wheezed, Todoroki-san? Shido was already pushing through the crowd towards Katsuki. Izuku scrambled to follow, stepping around the watchful eyes of the barbarians and murmuring soft, "Excuse me," as he went. He caught up to Shido the moment Shido caught up to Katsuki and grabbed his shoulder hard. Izuku watched Katsuki startle away from the flirtatious conversation he was having, saw his eyes widen behind the black paint surrounding them. What the hell? Shido practically snarled. There was venom in his voice, something hurt and strained dancing through his vocal cords. You claim to be willing to die for these people, yet you allow them to be treated like this? What the hell are you talking about? Shido didn't flinch. He tightened his grip on Katsuki's bare shoulder. They don't have food, they're dying. Katsuki grabbed Shido's wrist and wrenched it away from his shoulder. I'm doing my demon best to cure the plague, you don't. Shido talked over him. They're beating their children, Katsuki. And Katsuki reached out to cover Shido's mouth with his hand, another gripping his arm to hold him still. Shido tried to JRK away from the touch, but Katsuki pressed closer. Izuku was just trying to decide whether or not to intervene when Katsuki said, voice low, "You don't get to tell me how to run my kingdom. I am doing everything I can to help these people. I came from these people. You don't get to ride in here on your proud white horses and tell me what to do without knowing the full story." He released Shido, scowling, and took a sharp step back. It doesn't work like that anymore. Oblivious to the exchange of king and prince, the rest of the marketplace kept bustling around them. Streamers were strung from lush treetops, smiling faces flew in and out of sight. Everyone was moving except for Shido, Katsuki, and Izuku. Izuku felt out of place, suddenly, like he was intruding on something he wasn't supposed to see. Shido was staring at Katsuki, jaw tight, shoulders squared. I don't understand you, he said at last, and the admission was bitter. If Katsuki was caught off guard, he didn't show it. And I don't intend for that to ever be the case again. Izuku took that as his cue. He shuffled forward, parting through the murmuring crowd as quietly and efficiently as possible. And then a hand grabbed his arm. He froze, momentarily too surprised to react, but then a low voice like caramel drawled low and close to his ear, "Snow Fairy," and Izuku's heart dropped to his shoes. It felt like it took him a century to turn his head, to tear his gaze from Shido and Katsuki, who were still talking quietly. White noise drowned out the rest of their conversation, and a calloused hand brushed against his throat before he could move. Quiet now, the honey voice breathed. We don't want to let anyone know, do we? Izuku felt another jolt spear through his chest at that, uncomfortable and frantic. He processed the pressure at the base of his neck in the next second, at the other hand toying with the hem of the blanket draped over his shoulders. Palace guards are 2 minutes away, and I'd bet money that almost everyone in this crowd would want a piece of you, Izuku couldn't see the man's face, too scared to turn and face him. That was a jarring reminder. After he'd been welcomed in so kindly, these were humans. Izuku was their prey. Tears pricked the corners of his eyes without his consent, and he blinked them away before anyone could see. "What?" he started, voice scratchy. "What do you want?" "I want you to come with me," the man murmured, and Izuku felt himself instinctively take a step back when the pressure under his jaw increased. His muscles locked at that, fear pulsing through his veins. If he tried to attack, he would be exposed. He couldn't fly even without his damaged wing. He couldn't get away. The pressure on his neck increased a little, and his boots scuffed against the ground. Katsuki hadn't looked away from Shido, and Izuku hadn't stopped looking at Katsuki, pleading with his eyes that he just look up, notice. He didn't, and Izuku was forced back another step. The crowd never stopped moving, never stopped filling in the spots they left empty. Within seconds, Katsuki and Shido had dissolved into the rest of the barbarians, leaving him alone. Izuku resisted the urge to shudder when the stranger's hair brushed against his. "Relax," he breathed, voice still silky smooth. "I'm not going to hurt you." "Yeah." Izuku tried not to let the panic in his chest seep through to his voice. He wasn't sure how well he succeeded. "Well, you're doing a pretty bad job at convincing me." "Turn," the man said, and Izuku yelped when his body was suddenly twisted in another direction. They were now facing a few stands Izuku hadn't paid attention to before, but he couldn't get a good look at any of them before they shuffled forward again. The man was leading him into the slot between the stands, to the empty field stretching behind them and, coincidentally, the darkened woods beyond that. Fear speared hot and hard through his chest again. Izuku dug his heels into the soil, forcing his body to a stop. The man slowed behind him. Izuku felt eyes on the back of his neck, felt the hand tighten around the hem of his makeshift disguise. "Stop," he said. He shook his head and tried again. "Stop. I'm not going with you." "Oh, little bird." His breath hit the back of his neck. "You don't have a choice." Izuku shook his head again, grinding his teeth together. Once they were alone, he really would be at the mercy of this man. If he shouted, even if his kidnapper pulled the blanket away from his shoulders and exposed his wings, Katsuki or Shido would hear and come to his rescue. Izuku felt his muscles tense, felt his body coil to spring even when the man's grip on his neck tightened. He had to move, or Katsuki would kick his butt into next November when he evidently got himself killed. "Smart plan," the man murmured, but his voice was a little tense. Izuku's stomach nodded. Had he been talking out loud? It didn't matter. He had to move, he had to— "Kurogiri," the man snapped, louder than anything he'd said before, and Izuku's vision snapped black. Water was dripping. That's the first thing he registered. Somewhere, some distance from Izuku, water was dripping. He processed the chill of the cold flooring beneath him a second later, when a shiver racked through his body. Suddenly, he missed the warmth his blanket provided. His blanket. Izuku jolted into a sitting position, wincing when his elbow knocked against wood, but otherwise paying no mind through the blood rushing past his ears. His wings were exposed to the air, for anyone to see. His chest heaved, suddenly, eyes trying to adjust to the dark room around him. For such a small bird, you pack quite a punch," his kidnapper's voice chimed, honey smooth. Izuku snapped his eyes towards the corner of the room, finally beginning to process his surroundings. The man was little more than a silhouette, watching him with a sharp gaze. The more Izuku squinted, the more he could make out what looked like discoloration along his jaw, his neck, his arms, scars. This was the man he'd seen only moments prior, standing like a soldier in the eye of a hurricane. Blood rushed past Izuku's ears, adrenaline pulsing in his chest. He swallowed around the dryness in his throat and asked, dumbly, "I punched you?" The man nodded, reaching up to scratch his chin and stepping a little closer. Now that Izuku's eyes had adjusted, he could see the staples patching the scarred surface to the rest of his face like poorly done grafts. Izuku wondered if the man could even feel his nail against the dead skin. "Right before we fell through. You nailed my nose pretty hard. Surprised you didn't break it." He shot Izuku a wry grin. Though it wouldn't be the first time. Izuku took 3 seconds to process this information, letting it sink in like a live wire. Panic was pulsing hot and heavy in his lungs, sending his heart hammering against his throat like a round of gunshots. "What do you want from me?" he asked, when he composed the fear in his limbs to a manageable burn. His voice didn't shake as much as he was expecting it to, and he tried to raise his chin. "Why haven't you killed me yet?" The room Isizuku was in wasn't large by any means. He might have assumed it was a cottage, had he been peering in through the window. Wooden floor met wooden walls met wooden ceilings, similar to the nests and huts his village built, but very different all the same. He wasn't used to so many geometric shapes. They were a contrast to the sloping, organic walls and ceilings he'd grown familiar sleeping in. Sitting here, in a dark room with his kidnapper while water dripped somewhere out of sight to him, Isizuku felt cold. It wasn't just from the chill. "I wasn't lying," the man said, dragging a chair Isizuku hadn't spotted before from the wall. He came to a stop a few feet away, throwing his leg over the seat and sitting so his chest was to the backrest. "When I said I wasn't going to hurt you." Isizuku watched him with sharp eyes, feeling his wings twitch behind him. He had to be careful. "Then why?" The man stared at him for a moment, and Isizuku tried not to sink under the intensity of his piercing blue eyes. His discolored fingers tapped a small pattern onto the chair in front of him. The water kept dripping. "You're here to kill a human for your ritual bullshit," he said at last. It wasn't a question. Isizuku bristled in his skin, wondering just how many people knew. He thought he was being discreet. "I'm here to collect CRPs for my village. Nothing more." "You seem awfully buddy-buddy with King Katsuki for someone here to collect CRPs," the man drawled. Careful. Isizuku didn't know how much he knew. "I almost drowned. He saved me. I was going to cast a small spell for him as thanks, and then continue on my mission. That's why we were walking through the market." "You're going on a mission by yourself?" Isizuku scoffed, instinctually, and even he was surprised at how bitter it sounded. "I kind of had to come alone, since the rest of the squadron was murdered." The man stared at him for a second, but it wasn't contemplative like it had been before. He was surprised. Amused, even. The corners of his lips twitched up, pulling at his staples grotesquely. "You fairies really are just like he said." Isizuku felt his skin crystallize, freeze in place. Time slowed. "Like who said?" he asked. "Who are you?" The man hummed, still smiling lazily like he knew something Isizuku didn't. He propped his chin in his palm. "That ain't for you to know, pretty bird." "Great," Isizuku bit back, feeling the grit of the flooring dig into his palms. He thought, and made sure he was thinking this time, about how fast he could spring to his feet, how much intimidation he could pull from extending his wings. Too risky. He didn't know this guy's magic. If it was anything like Katsuki's explosions or Shido's ice, he wasn't sure he'd be able to stand a chance. Not without all of the information. He tried to keep his expression deceptively neutral the longer he stared, but it probably only ended up looking deceptive. I know who you are, Isizuku Midoriya," the man drawled, still watching him with that neutral expression. Izuku's skin crawled, surprised. His smile faded, and his staples stopped pulling at his skin. "Look," he said. "You're going to F sheet up, being here. A lot of carefully made groundwork is prying from the dirt. You got friends back home?" Isizuku blinked. Twice. "What?" The man rolled his eyes, and even that movement was lazy. He was holding himself as if he trusted Isizuku, like they were old friends catching up. That just meant he was comfortable. He was confident, in himself, if Isizuku decided to try something. That realization was not at all comforting. "You know, friends? Got anyone who cares about you?" Isizuku watched him warily, shoulders tensing. Tell them not to come here," his kidnapper said, narrowing his eyes. "Or, better yet, go home and make sure no one comes here again." Isizuku felt each word hit him, blunt like a punch. His brain spun, trying to process what he was saying. What did he want? What was his motive? "We can't not come back," Isizuku blurted before he could stop himself. He just barely realized that he was messing up his cover story, but "the curse is" tumbled past his lips before he could stop it. The man pushed to his feet so fast the chair scraped across the floor with a groaning noise, and Izuku leaned back with a yelp when he abruptly crossed into his space. This close, he could see the scarring on his face was purple in hue, not black like he'd originally assumed. "Then take a human," he hissed, voice low. "And leave." Izuku couldn't respond for a moment, breath caught tight in his throat. The shift in his demeanor had been immediate and terrifying. The man didn't seem surprised that he'd been lying about why he was there, and Izuku wondered if he'd ever believed him in the first place. Izuku wondered if he knew why he was there before he'd even grabbed him, if he'd been watching him beforehand. That might have been how he knew his name, how he... Somewhere behind him, through the wooden door blocking him off from civilization, he heard, "Deku!" The man raised his eyes to the wall behind Izuku, listening. Katsuki's voice was muffled, far away. He must have been looking for him. The man didn't look intimidated by that notion. He quirked an eyebrow at Izuku. "Friend of yours?" Katsuki's voice echoed again, but it was softer this time. Izuku could hear the bite of frustration behind it. He pressed the pads of his fingers against the floor, concentrating. "Something like that?" he mumbled. And then, twisting his head around, "Kaken!" The scream ripped from his throat, loud enough to startle himself. He was trembling, head to toe, bracing himself for impact. "Kaken!" "Ah," his kidnapper murmured. He was still leaning in close, but now he pulled back to stand. Helpless on the ground in front of him, Izuku processed how tall he seemed to be. He still couldn't make out many details in his face besides sharp blue eyes. "Guess our time ran out. Listen to what I said, if you know what's good for you." The sound of a door slamming open jolted Izuku in his skin, and he whirled around to face the entrance of the cabin. Katsuki was standing there, light from outside streaming in and outlining his silhouette. He was breathing. One hand gripped the door handle so hard, Izuku was almost afraid it would. But neither of them spoke. Izuku could feel his heart hammering in his chest, fragile and fast like a hummingbird. "What?" Katsuki said after a moment, and Izuku could hear the anger in his voice. He took a sharp step forward, blocking more of the sunlight with his body. "The hell?" Another step. Izuku yelped and scrambled back, glancing over to where the man had just been standing only to find he wasn't there. Katsuki wasn't deterred. He came closer still, and his words were venom. "Were you thinking?" "Someone grabbed me." Izuku defended himself, throwing an arm up to block any incoming attacks. His skin was sticky with sweat, muscles taut with stress and fear and exhaustion. When he didn't hear Katsuki step closer, he lowered his arm an inch to peer over it. The anger had left Katsuki's body in a flash, leaving him frozen in surprise. His eyes were wide, hands half raised in the air as if halting an attack. Izuku pushed himself to his feet. "Someone grabbed me," he said again. "And I woke up here." "You were gone for 2 hours, Katsuki said, and his voice was rough with tension. Izuku watched his shoulders drop, just a little, like he was trying to relax. He scanned Izuku's face. "What happened?" Izuku shook his head, brain still spinning around 2 hours. I don't know." Katsuki stared at him. "You don't know?" Izuku shook his head again, turning to gesture to where the man had been standing. With the light now streaming in through the doorway, he could see the wooden slabs making up the walls more clearly. The chair he'd been sitting in was still in the center of the room, but now there was something on it. Katsuki saw the vial at the same time, and he brushed past Izuku with a frown. Izuku watched his eyes skim over the label when he snatched it from its spot, pause, and then move again. He looked up at Izuku. Turned the front to face him. Izuku's spine straightened when the words hit. Cathesium. An invisibility spell. His wings. "Start talking," Katsuki said. Izuku blew out a low breath of air. Someone grabbed me in the marketplace, and before I could do anything to stop him, everything went dark. I woke up here. He told me to go." Izuku blinked. "He knew why I was in the human territories, and he told me to go home and make sure no one followed me inside." Katsuki was watching him, still, though his gaze wasn't suspicious. He wasn't regarding Izuku as a liar. Izuku felt a sudden burn behind his eyes, a little overwhelmed, but he blinked it away before Katsuki could see. "He knew my name." "Sheet," Katsuki breathed, tightening his grip on the vial. He pushed the hair that had fallen from where it was pushed back off of his forehead. The black paint around his eyes was a little faded, which meant he probably hadn't gone back to the castle to refresh. He and Prince Shido had to have been looking for him for the entire 2 hours he was gone. Did he say anything else? Izuku started, looking down at his hands. One of his knuckles was a bit bruised from what he assumed was the punch he'd thrown at his kidnapper. He said that there was groundwork. They were laying out. That I was messing it up by being here. Katsuki didn't respond for a moment. Izuku risked a glance up at him. Katsuki hadn't torn his gaze from his face. There was something calming about his expression, even though his shoulders were tense from Izuku's burden. You're bleeding. Izuku startled. What? Katsuki shook his head and stepped closer, taking Izuku's face in his hands before he could pull away. Izuku forced himself to go very still when Katsuki angled his head down. His eyes fixed on the bare expanse of his chest, at the black smudged paint on his arms. Deft fingers gently pushed his hair away from his forehead. The touch was softer than he would have expected from the barbarian king. When he pulled his hand back, it was flecked with dried blood. Izuku winced when his head throbbed, tender. He hadn't noticed the pain before. Is it sore? Katsuki asked, and forced Izuku's head back down when he tried to look up at him. Izuku shivered when his hands brushed through his hair again, combing for anything off. When he hooked his fingers in the crook of Izuku's jaw and forced his eyes up, he was frowning. Some of that gentleness had faded. You might have a concussion. From what? Izuku mumbled, suddenly very focused on the red of Katsuki's irises. The king didn't seem to notice, and flicked Izuku's tender forehead with his index finger. Izuku winced, reaching up to touch it. Ow. I wouldn't know, I wasn't the one who hit my head, Katsuki said. He was still frowning. Hey, why are you so cold? What? Izuku mumbled again, squinting at him. The sunlight was warming his back, yes, but he still felt the chill of the room seeping into his bones. Aren't you? Katsuki sighed, looking down to the vial in his hands. No. Something's up with your system. Did that guy leave this here? Izuku shrugged. Well, it wasn't there when I got here. All right, smartass, Katsuki said, pulling away from Izuku. Izuku found himself immediately missing the heat from his body. Katsuki's boots clicked against the floor, and he knelt to scoop something from the ground. It was his blanket, Izuku realized as Katsuki draped it over his shoulders. He sighed against the warmth of it. He hadn't noticed it was there. Thank you, he mumbled, but Katsuki was already stepping outside without a glance back to him. Izuku shook his head, pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders, and hurried after him. They found Shido leaning against the wall of a vacant stand, watching them come down the hill with a pinched expression. Izuku watched him push himself off with a little kick. He looked tired. Are you all right? Shido asked, coming to a stop in front of him. Izuku half expected him to touch his face like Katsuki had, but Shido wasn't moving any closer. He also, pointedly, wasn't looking at Katsuki, who scoffed when he noticed. Izuku nodded so fast he got dizzy. Yeah, I'm okay. Well, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, please. Shido frowned, like Izuku was being ridiculous. You were gone for 2 hours. He got kidnapped, Katsuki said gruffly. Shido still didn't look at him. Izuku sighed, pushing his hair out of his face with his free hand. I was only awake for 5 minutes of it. He didn't have much to say. Are you hurt? Shido asked, squinting when Izuku shook his head. He might have a concussion, Katsuki said, though he didn't wait for the silence of Shido's answer. We need to get back to my castle. Your daddy's probably got his generals in a twist. I didn't mean to keep him waiting this long. Shido sighed, folding his hands behind his back. You can come back to the market another time, I suppose. I think we actually have something, Izuku said, wringing his hands together. He looked at Katsuki, who held out the vial for Shido to see. I'm gonna test it on something in the castle, first, to make sure it's not poison, Katsuki said. He shot Izuku a flat look. We can't have him dying this early. Careful, it almost sounds like you care. Watch it. Shido watched the exchange with calm eyes, and when Katsuki slipped past him to lead the way back to the castle, Shido angled his body away so their shoulders wouldn't brush. The king didn't comment, but Izuku watched the way his gaze darted towards the movement, subtlety. Then he turned his head away, and Izuku couldn't read his eyes even if he wanted to. The walk back was shorter than it had been on the way out, Izuku thought, even though he knew that was impossible. He didn't realize Katsuki had stopped until he walked straight into him, and pain spiked in his skull. "Ow," he mumbled, reaching up to press the pads of his fingers to his forehead. Katsuki glanced back, but said nothing, turning a corner that was mostly hidden by shrubbery, the south entrance into the castle. That meant they'd made it back unharmed. Well, Izuku winced again. Mostly unharmed. They made it back into Katsuki's office a few minutes later, when the sun was fully beginning to dip in the sky. It had to be after dinner time by then, and Izuku's stomach rumbled with hunger pains at the reminder. Katsuki made quick work of shoving him behind the doorway out of sight, calling a servant, and requesting a bath be drawn. "Tell King Enji I'll be with him in 10 minutes, he added, as if an afterthought. The servant nodded and scampered off, and Izuku peeled himself away from the wall with a huff. "You're cruel," he told Katsuki. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Get used to it. Are you feeling nauseous?" "Nauseous?" Izuku blinked, letting his blanket shift down his shoulders a little. "No." "Why?" "I'm trying to check if you actually have a concussion, dumbass. Stand on one foot." "What? No." Katsuki shot him a look from the doorway, rubbing at the paint on his arms. "You need to check your balance." "I'm fine," Izuku said. The servant came back a few seconds later, and Katsuki nonchalantly pressed his palm against Izuku's chest and pushed. Izuku stumbled, but caught himself just before he hit the wall and made a sound. He shot Katsuki a dirty glare through the crack in the door, and saw Katsuki's lip pull up in response. "This way, Your Majesty," the servant mumbled, bowing quickly before turning on her heel to lead Katsuki away from them. He shot one look back into the room, raising an eyebrow at them. "Don't break anything," he said. Then he was gone. Izuku felt his breath leave him when the door clicked shut, though he wasn't sure why. It was almost like the significance of Katsuki leaving marked the official end to the stress of his day. Like, that chapter was finally over, now that they were refreshing from it. Shido seemed to agree in the sentiment, because his shoulders slumped and he sank heavily into one of the plush chairs pushed against the wall. Izuku caught his eye, and couldn't help the little laugh that escaped him. Maybe it was from the ridiculousness of it all. He wasn't sure. 2 hours, huh?" he asked out loud. "I'm sorry to make you look for me." Shido shook his head, rolling out his shoulders and heaving a very deep breath. "It's fine. I wanted to." "Kaken was too?" Shido hesitated, but nodded again. "Yeah." He was stressed. "Who took you?" Izuku hummed, filing away that he was stressed for later and pushing himself away from the wall. The sunlight streamed through the window Mina, Kaminari, and Siro had clambered through hours earlier, casting golden rays on Katsuki's desk. Izuku peered at it curiously, brushing his hand over a few discarded papers thrown about. "He wouldn't tell me who he was, but he knew my name. Said, wanted me gone, or something." Shido blew air through his nose. "Sounds rough." Izuku shrugged. "It wasn't too bad. I wasn't hurt, and Kaken found me pretty fast after I woke up." The closer he looked at Katsuki's messy scrawl, the more he could make out his scratchy handwriting as something legible. They were letters addressed to names Izuku wasn't familiar with. He skimmed over a few of them, frowning. "But, well, it was kind of scary. Me being here is disrupting something, but it's not like I can turn tail and leave." Shido was watching him when he looked up. Some of the light caught on his two-toned hair. Izuku hesitated. Shido was attractive, for sure, even he could see that. His perfectly symmetrical face, the intense look in his eyes, even the angry, scarred skin around his left eye fit well in bringing the picture together. Here he was, with his cream button-up tucked messily into his breathes, lounging in a chair with less than perfect posture and staring at Izuku like he couldn't decide what he wanted to do with him. Izuku was always going to be a little intimidated by that, especially without Katsuki there as a buffer. That acknowledgement made him falter. What if Shido was still hung up on him and decided to freeze Izuku into a chicken icicle for wanting to kill his ex? Izuku certainly wouldn't be able to stop him, and it wasn't like he could call for help. Oh gods, was he going to die? What a way to go, really, for a hot prince with cold hands to dig him an early grave. He didn't even have time to ask how his magic worked. He can't go back, Shido filled in slowly. Because you have to kill King Katsuki first. Izuku felt his shoulders tense. He kept his eyes on the papers strewn about, though he wasn't reading them anymore. Yeah, he mumbled. Just that. Shido looked away. Izuku felt his eyes leave his face in a flash, like he'd just been punched. Izuku wasn't sure what to do with his hands. Suddenly, he drummed the pads of his fingertips against Katsuki's chair and felt his wings droop low to the ground. How does your curse work? Shido asked, voice soft. Izuku looked up very fast, brows pinched. What? Shido sighed, pushing his hair out of his face with calloused fingers. The reason you have to is because of your curse, right? Why Katsuki? Izuku bit his lip, shifting his weight a little. He found the courage to meet Shido's eyes again, hands tightening around the back of the chair. Yeah. Well, a couple 100 years ago, my clan, we were stronger than we are now. I guess we were, too selfish or greedy in how we lived. Too callous. We were hurting a bunch of people for power we didn't necessarily need, and that made a lot of humans angry. Angrier than they are now? Shido mumbled. Izuku smiled, softly, before it faded. Yeah. This one human, he was an older king and he thought we were disrespecting his land, so he put a curse on us with the help of a few of his mages. He said, if we didn't stop being selfish, we would all wipe out. We've been getting weaker with every generation because of it, and the only way to slow that down is, well, there are properties in an individual's life force brought out by using an enchanted knife back in my village. It's like, we need a sacrifice, using that knife, to give ourselves strength to last another generation. We haven't been able to figure out how to stop the curse otherwise. Shido stared at Izuku, and something in his eyes looked like he was genuinely processing his words. Haven't you tried not killing anyone for your benefit? That seems pretty selfless to me. We've tried that, Izuku said, and his voice was bitter. When the leader before our current one took over, that was her first idea. He swallowed, something uncomfortable building in his throat. But because we didn't take the strength from a sacrifice, we lost 80% of our population, and everyone who survived the blow was too weak to move. If we didn't kill anyone at that point, we'd all be dead in days. I wouldn't have been born, because my grandmother wouldn't have made it through. It took her parents, took her siblings. She was 6. Shido didn't respond for a moment. He slowly pushed himself to his feet, rubbing his wrists, and stepped closer to Izuku. I'm sorry, he said. That's horrible. Izuku shrugged, trying not to. Think of the hundreds of graves his mother had taken him to see when he was 10. To visit their family. Yeah. Well, right now, we're weaker than we've ever been. Our hatchlings, they stopped crying. We think they're going into shock. They won't make it through the winter if we don't repair our strength, so our leader is sending someone to collect a human for sacrifice in a few months' time. But, Shido mumbled, peering at Izuku curiously. You're here now. Izuku started. I didn't get chosen. I came on my own because I thought that, I don't know, I thought that maybe if I could convince a human to come with me instead of just, taking one, it would be, less selfish. Katsuki, Shido said. Izuku nodded, and some of his curls fell into his eyes. That's why we have a deal. His cure, my curse. It's the best I can think to do. And if it doesn't break it? If it doesn't break the curse, we have to keep killing. It's the only way we can survive. Shido was silent after that. Izuku felt exposed, suddenly, under his stare. He tried not to show it. When Katsuki returned from his meeting with King Enji, hours later, he pushed the door to his office open and leaned on it heavily. Izuku and Shido both halted their conversation, looking up from where they were lounging among the furniture in the middle of the room. Izuku studied Katsuki's face, at the harsh lines in his expression, and knew something was wrong. He pushed himself into a crouch, feathers puffing. Kaken? Katsuki ignored him, sliding his gaze to Shido's. Get out. Izuku watched Shido bristle, suddenly defensive. What? Katsuki pushed the door open further and stared at Shido resolutely. Your daddy's waiting for you at the front gates. Get out. What happened? Todoroki, Katsuki said. Izuku watched his expression from where he sat, frowning, and tried to understand what his expression could have meant. Shido must have picked up on this too, because his brow pinched. The tension that had evaporated from his body over the time Katsuki was away returned in full force, locking up his limbs and trapping him in place. Katsuki was still staring at him, eyes unreadable, but Shido didn't cower away. He pushed himself to his feet, slowly, as if approaching a wild animal. Izuku looked between them, trying to figure out what the hell happened between Katsuki and Enji that caused this reaction. No one spoke, no one breathed, until Shido had crossed the room, passing Katsuki on his way out. He looked back to catch Izuku's eye, just for a second, but he was gone before he could see anything in it. Just like that, Katsuki pushed his full weight back onto the door when Shido disappeared, listening to it close with a sharp thud and pushing his hands through his hair after. Izuku let him be for a few moments, content to simply watch before calling out. What was that about? Katsuki's entire body jerked at the sound of Izuku's voice, startling like he'd forgotten he was there. For the split second before Katsuki's gaze slanted with Izuku's, Izuku caught something vulnerable in his expression. What? Katsuki asked. Izuku shrugged, careful not to tip the boat. He hated walking on eggshells, but sometimes it was necessary. I know you two don't get along, but that was a little much, don't you think? Katsuki bared his teeth, frustrated. You don't know what the F you're talking? Then explain it to me, Izuku said, voice sharp enough to cut steel, and Katsuki faltered. He kept his voice low and continued. If I don't understand why you reacted the way you did, explain it to me. I can't empathize otherwise. Katsuki frowned, taking a few steps into the room, and stopped. His voice was deadly when he asked, and why the hell would I want you to empathize? Izuku shrugged again, keeping their gazes locked. How's anyone going to if you never say anything? If no one understands you, Kaken, you're going to be very alone for a very long time. Katsuki didn't respond to that. Now that Izuku was really looking at him, he could see that the paint on his arms had been scrubbed away to reveal the intricate tattoos marring his skin. The paint around his eyes was also gone, and the feather was still threaded into his hair. His robes had been draped around his shoulders like they were before they left the castle. Katsuki said quietly, King Enji gets on my FNG nerves, and I didn't want to see his son here any longer than I had to. Izuku let out a small breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, tilting his head curiously. Katsuki looked away from him when he noticed, looking very much like he wanted to collapse into one of his chairs. He told me to tell Prince Shido to meet him outside, like I was his servant. There it is. Izuku bit his lip. What did he need to talk to you about? Katsuki's expression snapped into a glare so fast, Izuku instantly knew he'd pushed too far. His mouth twisted into a frown when Katsuki bit out, That's none of your effing business, now is it? Izuku sighed, resisting the urge to roll his eyes, and stood. Sorry, Kaken. I was trying to help. I don't want your effing help, got it? Izuku pursed his lips when Katsuki turned away. Got it, he mumbled. And then he said very pointedly, Where am I going to sleep? What? Katsuki asked, stopping in his tracks. In here, like last night? I couldn't sleep last night, Izuku said, taking a few steps towards him. The couches were too small and the ground was uncomfortable. I need a bed. The F, are you talking about the couches were too small? My wings, Kaken, Izuku said. They don't fit, and it hurts when they drag down to the floor. Gods, Katsuki swore, pushing his hands through his hair. Gods. I just need Kaken? Katsuki pulled on his arm where he grabbed it, dragging him towards the door without another word. Izuku barely managed to steal his blanket from where it sat heavily on Katsuki's desk, wrapping it around his shoulders just as they hit the hallway. "Where are we going?" "Sure." Katsuki hushed him, and Izuku's mouth clicked shut on instinct. He let himself be dragged, stumbling aimlessly behind Katsuki's purposeful strides. The halls were dark with the absence of the sun streaming through the windows. They passed paintings and decorations, though there wasn't a large amount of either, and Izuku barely had time to focus on any of them during the walk. Before long, they pulled to a stop in front of a closed door. Izuku stumbled into Katsuki's back from the momentum, but Katsuki didn't snap at him for it. All Izuku got was a quick flash of his eyes on his face before he turned away, pulling open the door without flourish. The room waiting for them was dark. It took Izuku's eyes a second to adjust, but when they did, he could make out the outline of a bed pushed up against the wall, a dresser in the corner. The walls were bare. Detached. Katsuki gestured uselessly inside. "There. There?" Izuku squeaked. "A spare room, idiot." "Oh." Katsuki rolled his eyes, moving to pull away from the doorway. Izuku jumped in his skin before he could, and grabbed Katsuki's arm. Hold on." Katsuki looked back at him. "What? Can we talk? About a plan? At least what we have to collect." Katsuki suddenly looked like he would very much not like to do that. "Yeah, sure," he said anyway, and followed Izuku into the room when he pulled his arm. Izuku sat heavily on the bed, and, after hitting the lights, Katsuki followed. They watched each other warily for a few seconds, predator and prey, before Izuku cleared his throat to speak. "Okay," he started, keeping his voice soft as not to disrupt the quiet. "Do you know anything about how it behaves? Is it airborne or is it, I don't know, in the water or something?" Katsuki seemed uncomfortable at that, but Izuku knew he knew what he was talking about. He looked down at his hands, something pinched in his expression. "From what we can tell, it's able to be passed through the air, like a normal sickness. It's pretty easy to transfer." Izuku considered this. "That's cherry roots then." "Cherry roots?" Izuku nodded, wings shifting behind him. It would have been so easy to melt into the comfort of the mattress, if he really wanted to. "Yes. Roots of a cherry tree? Do you have those in your kingdom?" "If I know," Katsuki said, but he looked like he was considering it. "What the F else do you need?" "Halesia laevis," Izuku bit out, not able to help snapping in response to Katsuki's tone. "Moonbeam buds, an ice sparrow's feather, ashes from a copper dragon." Katsuki's back straightened, at that, and Izuku didn't like the look in his eyes. "Ashes from a what?" "You know," Izuku squeaked, leaning away when Katsuki leaned forward. "Is a copper dragon?" Katsuki asked, shoulders tensing up. Before Izuku could say anything, he tore his hands through his hair and snapped, No way, I'm not messing with those Fs again. They effing hate me." Izuku blinked. Twice. Silence settled between them like the aftermath of an explosion. Katsuki stopped moving when Izuku didn't respond, but that glare never left his eyes. "What? You've interacted with a copper dragon?" "Of course I have. Are you shitting me?" Okay, Izuku said, rubbing the spot between his brow. "Calm down. How, exactly, have you interacted with them?" And Katsuki fell quiet. Izuku stared at him for a few seconds, eyebrows raised. "Kaken." Under his breath, Katsuki mumbled something. His words weren't as sharp and clear as they normally were, and Izuku's interest was immediately piqued. He leaned forward, wings fluttering, and Katsuki leaned away. The closer Izuku looked, the better he could see that Katsuki was blushing. "Kaken." Somewhere behind Izuku, a sharp cough jarred him out of his thoughts. He spun around, mortified, but his heart shifted from his throat to his toes when he saw that it was only Kirishima. Katsuki looked at him, too, and his eyes were warning. Kirishima looked as red as Katsuki. Izuku's head swiveled between them, twistedly amused. "What did you do?" And Katsuki gestured uselessly to Kirishima, coughed into his fist with a burning flush on his ears, and said, "I kidnapped their prince." And Izuku was not prepared for that. Enji was mad. That was kind of a given. Enji was always mad from one thing to another. Shido shouldn't have been surprised, but the fact of the matter was, Enji was being quiet about it. The king wasn't necessarily loud when he was angry, like Katsuki might have been, but he was never the type to brood in silence. Shido was floored with the notion that he wasn't feeling burns and bruises and blisters on his skin from an anger relief exercise his father wrote off as training. Shido knelt on the floor by himself at the dining table, slurping on cold soba and watching his father pace the room with impassive eyes. They'd returned home a few days prior with an old pair of wings Enji had coined from the butcher's cabin for show to their people, and now they sat locked up in a glass case across the room. Shido couldn't look at them for longer than a few seconds at a time. Speaking of wings, Shido hadn't heard anything from Izuku or Katsuki since they'd left the castle, which was a little unsettling. Shido tried to tell himself he didn't care, so what if the barbarian king died? But the words left an uncomfortable weight in his chest he didn't want to focus on. But that didn't matter. The point of the whole thing was, Enji was pacing a hole into the floor across the room because he was angry about something he hadn't burned a hole in Shido's arm over. Fuyumi was drumming her fingers on the table across from him with little more than a few grains of rice in front of her, and Shido didn't know if Katsuki was alive or dead. He sighed into his hands. "May I be excused?" Enji didn't look over at him, but Shido stood anyway. Fuyumi didn't flinch when he took the bowl holding his soba and pressed it into her hand under the table, but she did frown and look away. Shido took his leave shortly after. His boots clicked against the flooring of the hallway the moment he stepped into it, echoing around the walls and drowning out the silence. Katsuki's castle didn't have much decor, he had noticed. It was such a stark contrast to what he was used to, it had made him visibly falter when he noticed. Endeavor buildings were always shaped with careful hands and careful frames. Everything was always posed down to the letter of his father's liking. Shido had never seen what was so good about his father's liking. Shido's trip to his room took longer than he expected it to. He kept losing himself in his thoughts and missing turns he'd burned into his muscle memory when he was 9 and Tuya yelled at him to run so loud his voice broke, when bright blue flames scorched the walls to combat burning red. By the time Shido pushed open the door to his safe place, present day, he was only tired. "Shido-kun," a feminine voice called. Shido stopped in his tracks. Crown Princess Himiko Toga was sitting on his bed, legs folded under her. That same eerie smile was pressed against her lips, making Shido's skin crawl. She was on his bed, and she'd stripped of some of her outer layers to reveal a silky set of pajamas, or perhaps lounge clothes. She was on his bed. "What are you doing here?" Shido asked, and suddenly he was very dizzy with that phrase. His room was supposed to be his escape. She'd never been in his room before. Shido tried to inhale and realized he couldn't breathe. Toga's smile grew wider, and she slowly stretched her legs off of the edge of his bed. Her hair spilled low over her shoulders when she moved. "Aren't you happy to see me?" Shido leaned back against the wood of his door, burning. Toga continued as if he had spoken. "I'm what you'll wake up to see every day when we're wed." Shido's head spun. He tried not to lose his balance, lose his mind. This is what Enji was going to set up for him. Married. This was his fiancée. Create offspring for the dynasty, strong children with stronger quirks. That's the price of kingship. Would it really be so bad to? "Yeah," Shido murmured when Toga's smile faltered, a little, and felt bile rise in his throat with it. "Yeah. I guess I will. It shouldn't be much of a hassle." Toga was standing now, blinking at him owlishly. Her smile returned full force once his words settled in. "I know I'll certainly get used to you." Shido forced himself to shut down a little when she drew closer. "Yeah." Toga hummed, tugging on the front of his shirt and pulling him down enough to kiss him. Shido had never liked the feel of her lips on his. Too cold, too wet, too soft. She pulled away after only a second, leaving his head spinning. And then she pulled a wooden whistle out from behind her back, and Shido's heart stopped. "What's this, Shido?" Toga asked, thumbing at the twine. She was staring at him innocently enough, but her eyes were piercing. Shido couldn't move, could do nothing but stare at the handcrafted framework and wait for his brain to shut down. "Where did you find that?" he asked at last. Truthfully, he hadn't seen it in years, hadn't thought about it in years, but the familiar slope of the wood brought a stream of uncomfortable emotions pulsing through his bloodstream. When Toga didn't answer, he said again, "Where did you find that?" Toga shrugged one small shoulder, reaching up to tuck a piece of hair behind her ear. "I asked you a question first. Do you have an admirer I need to know about, Shido?" "Take this," Katsuki said gruffly, because he was 15 and stupid and wouldn't show vulnerability if Enji's golden blade was pressed to his throat. Shido held out a hand, silent, and watched the other boy drop a whistle into his palm. It was looped around a string, frayed and hand-tied and meticulous. A necklace. Shido stared at it for a moment, before raising his gaze back to Katsuki with his heart in his throat. "What's it for?" he asked, and his voice was soft to match the sound of the wind rustling the leaves a few feet behind them. Katsuki shrugged and looked away, hesitating, stuck in his head like Shido had seen time and time again. His voice was sincere when he spoke next. "It's enchanted, so I'll hear you if you use it. Use it and I'll come running. No matter where I am, no matter where you are. Use it when you need me and I'll be there." "I don't need saving," Shido told him, but didn't move to return the gift. "I can handle myself." Katsuki didn't say anything else. The wind continued to murmur to the trees and the clouds and the gods above, and Shido pressed his fist against his chest with the whistle tightly wound between his fingers. Shido came back to himself what felt like a century later, when Toga was still staring at him and he still didn't know how to breathe. He shook his head, a little jerk of his chin. "No. It's nothing. It's old." Toga didn't respond, and Shido didn't like the way it made his skin crawl. "I'm sorry. It was from my mother. It's old, I'm sorry." "Your mother?" Toga asked, looking down at the whistle in her palm. Shido resisted the urge to reach out and snatch it from her. Toga shook her head. "Well, she's gone now, so you won't be needing it anymore." "Wait." Shido started, but froze when Toga snapped the carefully threaded twine from the wood. Something aching burned sharp in his chest when she tossed it onto the bed behind her, before smiling up at him and wrapping her arms around his waist. "There?" she said. "It's all fixed now." Shido focused on the discarded gift, past her shoulder, tried not to think about the only time he used it, when tears left streaks through the blood on his face and the pain of a broken rib was pulsing so hard he thought he might die, the only time he used it, and Katsuki didn't come. He felt himself shut down a little more. Shido let Toga kiss him, let her press him back against the door, press into him. She'd never gone so far as to take his clothes off, so he knew it couldn't have been so bad. It could have been worse. He could handle something like this. Was this how his mother had felt at some time? Her back pressed against a wall, Enji's shadowed silhouette looming over her, knowing she had a duty to perform yet wondering if she should? Or maybe that was all in Shido's head, after all. Maybe she would laugh at him, had she been there, like Enji would. "You think this is pain?" he would say, and Shido would try not to think of boiling water on his skin or infected blisters from his father's hellfire crawling up his two small arms when he added, "You don't know pain." Maybe Katsuki would laugh too. Maybe he would leer at Shido from the doorway, and Shido would squeeze his eyes shut when Toga pressed harder against him. "You'll never be king," Katsuki would say. "I've handled more than this. I've done more than you could ever imagine. You don't deserve the throne like this." And Toga's lips were still pressed against Shido's when someone knocked sharply on the window behind her. The sound was so jarring that Shido jerked away with a gasp, slamming his head against the wood of the door he was pressed against. And, somehow standing outside of the two-story window with a frown on his face and a glint in his eyes, was Katsuki. Shido blinked once, glanced at Toga out of the corner of his eye to check if she was seeing him, too. "Is that?" Toga said, hand still pressed to Shido's chest. Her eyes were wide, surprised. "The barbarian king?" Shido shook his head, nodded, and then shook his head again. White noise was still ringing in his ears when Katsuki pointedly raised an eyebrow, raised his fist to the glass as if trying to send a message, and knocked again. The gesture was almost condescending. Shido crossed the room a few seconds later, unlatching the window and pulling it open. Katsuki was balanced on a structural ledge a few feet below the sill, and Shido had the sudden realization that he may have just scaled the side of the castle. Katsuki had never been in his room either, he realized. Toga was still staring when Shido turned back to look at her, but she didn't seem put off. She didn't think Shido was doing anything wrong. He still had time to... You're needed, Katsuki said in lieu of a greeting, looking almost uncomfortable with that fact. Toga's eyes swayed from Shido to Katsuki like a pendulum. Shido was suddenly very aware of what he was supposed to say. He turned back to Toga, trying for a neutral expression. You weren't supposed to see this, he said calmly, and before her eyes could glint in sharp suspicion, I wanted to make a surprise for you. He knew his words had the desired effect when her posture relaxed, this sort of pleasant smile melting away the tension in her shoulders. A present? She asked softly. Shido nodded, careful. A present. But it's a secret. Toga moved towards Shido, and Shido had half a mind to stop his whole body from tensing like a shot before she lowered herself onto his bed, combing her hair from her eyes with perfectly manicured fingertips. I won't tell anyone. Shido swallowed before turning back to face Katsuki, who was staring at him. Great, he said. Thank you. Katsuki didn't say anything, but he was still staring at Shido when he nodded, just slightly, towards himself. Shido didn't realize he was moving towards him on instinct until Katsuki wound an arm tight around his waist. Hold on. Shido could only get out a quick, wait, before Katsuki pulled them both through the window behind him. Shido yelled as soon as he couldn't feel the floor underneath him anymore, throwing his arms around Katsuki's neck in abject terror. Katsuki laughed against the wind rushing past them, tightening his grip on Shido's back as they fell, and Shido shouted again, squeezing his eyes shut with a fleeting thought of, this is it, this is how I'm going to die. The impact came about a second later. They hit, whatever was under them, with a force that jolted Shido in his skin, jolted Katsuki, who took the brunt of the impact. He heard Katsuki's breath leave him in a rush, jarring and metallic, almost. His neck was hot under Shido's forehead, jarring him into a sudden memory of two 16-year-olds laughing into each other's mouths, 1,000 years ago. After he felt his heart fall from his throat to his shoes, Shido forced himself to roll away, felt his back press against something, his limbs stiff and drained of energy. The bleach-blue sky spun in circles above them. What the hell was that? He said to Katsuki. He didn't have the energy to turn to see what was under him, but he did have the numb realization that they appeared to be elevated over the concrete grounds they should have landed on. Sorry, Katsuki said, not sounding very apologetic at all. Shido kept staring at the sky as, without warning, whatever ground they had landed on started shifting, lowering closer to the grass. It was only after the cool surface disappeared completely that he was forced to stumble to his feet. Katsuki caught him by the arm when he swayed, and Shido resisted the urge to pull away. You all right, Your Highness? A new voice asked, when the silence had grown too long, and it took Shido a moment to realize it was Kirishima who had spoken. A very naked Kirishima, if the quick glance in his direction was anything to go by. Shido had to stare at the ground until his head stopped spinning. I always forget you're a shifter. Charmed, Kirishima said, and Katsuki pressed a fistful of clothing against his bare chest. Kirishima's dragon form must have been what broke their fall, Shido realized a little belatedly. They were hidden around the back of the castle, away from the prying eyes of the kingdom, so they might have been safe from being seen. Hopefully. You look ill, Izuku chimed out of nowhere, and Shido blearily fixed his gaze on where he stood beside Mina and Kaminari, who were somewhat hidden by the shadows of the wall. He didn't even know they were there, and Shido blinked at him for a second, and then a second more. Your wings, he said, very intelligently. Oh, Izuku said. He turned to look over his shoulder. The shirt he wore still cut a diamond shape around his shoulder blades, and if Shido squinted long enough, he could make out how it seemed like the air was warping in a few distinct spots, but his wings were gone. Hidden by the invisibility charm. But it's, Shido said, suddenly unable to find the right words. It looks nice. Implying I didn't look nice before, Izuku said. Would you prefer me as a human, Prince Shido? Shido felt his face flame. He shook his head, and some of his hair slanted into his eyes. No, that's not what I... Watch it, Katsuki drawled. His attention was focused on the blade of a knife he was trying to clean with a scrap of fabric. Prince Shido has a girlfriend. Izuku slanted an intelligent gaze in Katsuki's direction, then Shido's, eyes glinting in curiosity. Before Shido could say anything, Mina made a cooing sound in the back of her throat, coming up behind Izuku and winding an arm around his shoulder. "Scandalous," she said, like she was teasing. "Endeavor's most eligible bachelor is spoken for? Your fans will be heartbroken." "She's not my girlfriend," Shido said, before he could stop himself. Katsuki looked at him sharply, like Shido was prey under his gaze. "Then why were you kissing her?" Izuku was still staring at him when he said, "She's my fiancée," like he wanted to make it hurt. Silence fell over the group like a tidal wave, soft but steady. Thrumming in his ears. Waiting. It was Katsuki who broke it, after a long moment, schooling his expression into something very neutral. "Well," he said quietly. Distractedly. "Ain't that special?" "We should start moving," Kirishima said, having pulled on the outfit Katsuki gave him. He fiddled with the cuffs of his sleeves, and didn't look at his king. Shido asked, "What ingredient is it?" "Ice sparrow feathers." Kaminari spoke up for the first time, but he was frowning. When Shido met his eyes, he looked away. "They're native to this border, and you're the only one who can hunt with a bow." "What makes you think I can?" Shido started, but stopped in his tracks. "You shot down a snow fairy, Shido?" In front of him, Kaminari reached out, brushing his shoulder on his way past. "You shot down a snow fairy, Shido?" Behind him, Katsuki was standing a few feet away, hands behind his back, shoulders straight. The specific area the ice sparrows in the Endeavor dynasty were native to was part of the long patch of woods behind the castle. The trees were crawling with magical creatures, Shido remembered. Only the Todoroki family could access them, though Shido was never allowed to enter without his father's watchful gaze. They had to be careful. "What's your fiancé like?" Mina asked suddenly, watching Kirishima hold up a barbarian-style bow and point to the tree line ahead. They wouldn't run into much trouble getting there, because Enji liked having shrubbery big enough to hide behind and weave around to make up the expanse of the castle's perimeter. The problem would very quickly become catching an ice sparrow. Shido wasn't sure if Katsuki's group had thought this through. On Shido's other side, Izuku joined him, too. The contrast of his presence without his wings or the blanket to cover them was still jarring, even though Shido knew he could easily reach out and touch coarse feathers if he wanted. They hadn't disappeared, Izuku just looked lighter, seemingly without the extra weight. Like he could finally relax in their presence. Shido didn't blame him for being tense in the first place. "My fiancé?" Shido asked softly. He tried not to think of sharp nails and sharp smiles and touches to his back and chest and waist when he didn't want them to be there. "She's..." He stopped. Tried to think, to process. And then, when he was quiet for too long, Katsuki turned around so he was walking backwards, facing Shido. "You can't name one effing thing about her?" Shido frowned, spine straightening under the weight of his gaze. "She's small." Katsuki coughed out a laugh, but it sounded dangerous. "That how you describe all your partners?" "What are you trying to say?" Shido asked. He felt his ribs twist, because he knew he could still picture the different shades of Katsuki's hair depending on how light it was outside, could still feel his fingertips hooking around the notch of his jaw to lift his head like a brush of tar on his skin, like something he could never escape from. Katsuki lifted one strong shoulder, raising an eyebrow. He turned just in time to duck behind some brush, following Kirishima's lead. "You don't sound awfully enthusiastic." "Is it arranged?" Izuku asked suddenly, like he was trying to close the tension, fill in the gaps Shido couldn't articulate. When Mina looked over at him curiously, he elaborated, "You know, that's what kingdoms do, sometimes." "It's arranged," Shido said. His voice was quiet, like a sun dipping below the horizon. He, Izuku, and Mina passed the point the rest of them had, closing up the rear. Barely their branches from nearby shrubbery brushed against his skin, sending Estimulton racing through his nervous system. "I'm expected to do what my father wants of me, and that includes satisfying a woman. It's the price of kingship." Both Katsuki and Izuku stopped in their tracks. The rest of the group slowed down, too, when they noticed the lag, and Shido suddenly wondered if he had done something wrong. That was always the problem with him and social situations. He didn't know how to handle them, how to articulate his feelings. He had only been taught to bury anything that wasn't the cruel lash of his tongue directed at anyone but his father. Shido found himself holding his breath when Katsuki turned around, but he wasn't angry like Enji would have been. He didn't even know what he or Enji would have been angry about, but he had obviously done something wrong. Was she kissing you when you didn't want to be kissed? Katsuki asked slowly. Shido faltered, unable to read the inflection in his tone, unable to read how he was supposed to respond, how Katsuki wanted him to respond. Panic gripped his lungs tight. Maybe Katsuki would tell his father like Toga would have. Maybe he wasn't being convincing enough. Maybe. Shido, Katsuki said again. He was still staring at him, waiting for an answer, an explanation Shido couldn't give. He made a decision. No, Shido said, voice tight. Of course not. Katsuki hadn't stopped staring. His eyes were wide, a little pained, the most concern Shido had seen from him in a while. Shido felt awkward under his gaze, like Katsuki was seeing him for the first time, except that was the weird part. Katsuki didn't owe him anything after what Shido did when they were 17. He couldn't process the fact that Katsuki hadn't snapped at him to keep moving yet. Above their heads, vultures circled. Todoroki-kun, Izuku said, drawing his attention. His hand was hovering close to Shido's arm, but he wasn't touching. He looked very serious and very intent in a way only Izuku could be when he said, "If someone's hurting you, it's not okay." "She's not hurting me," Shido insisted. "He didn't say my father hurts me more than she ever could. I have bruises in the shape of handprints hidden under my clothing. My voice is still raw from choking back a scream last week when my skin started to melt in the presence of hellfire. Really. If I didn't want her to do anything, I would be able to defend myself." No one responded to his words, for a moment, and Shido held his breath. He had to be cautious. Careful. He didn't know who could hurt him. Katsuki was the first to move, and Shido didn't flinch when he took a step forward, then another. His approach wasn't aggressive, but he still stepped close to Shido like that would impact how hard his words hit. Katsuki had to tilt his chin up a little like he did when they were 14. Their proximity was jarring, suddenly. Shido didn't know what to do. "If someone is hurting you," he echoed Izuku's words, voice quiet and low and only meant for Shido to hear. He looked like he was maybe going to say something else when he continued, but he bit his tongue at the last second. "Would you tell me?" To Shido, that answer was obvious. "No," he murmured back. "Of course not." "Katsuki," Kirishima said sharply, as if he was startled. "Shot in the dark." Katsuki and Shido tore their gazes from each other to follow Kirishima's line of sight. It only took Shido an instant to see it. A palace guard, the Todoroki crest embellished in golden thread on the front of his uniform, was making his rounds around the perimeter of the castle. He hadn't spotted them yet, but even through the dense shrubbery they were hiding behind, Shido knew it wouldn't take long. Enji couldn't find out he was sneaking off. Not again. Shido raised his head. "My father." "Run," Kaminari breathed. The group took off without another word, feet pounding against the coarse soil beneath them. Katsuki's robes flared out against the wind, burning red. Izuku's arms pumped at his sides. Even with the weight of his wings, he kept pace. "Here you go, sweet pea," Mina said, and Shido felt something drape over his head. He couldn't focus on the fabric as they ran, but it was heavy and long. A coat. Mina had been wearing it a few seconds earlier. It was dark green, like the earth. She was trying to hide Shido's hair. It didn't take long to reach the treeline, but the memory of leeches in his skin when he was 8 and training with his father in the woods came faster. Katsuki was at the front of the group, naive of what was to come if he wasn't careful. Shido moved on instinct. The roughness of his palm against Katsuki's skin was enough of a shock to stop the king in his tracks. Shido didn't think about the way his bare shoulder felt under his palm in the marketplace days prior. "Stop," he said quickly. "This area is crawling with magic. There's a reason the common folk aren't allowed inside. If we want to find an ice sparrow, we have to be careful." Ice sparrow, snow fairy, Kaminari said, glancing around a little uneasily. You shot down a snow fairy, Shido? Why is everything here so cold? The leeches are what we need to worry about, Mina said airily, turning to make sure the guard hadn't followed. They were still just outside of the treeline, still barely visible, but they were more concealed than they had been moments before. Shido was just turning to look at Mina and wonder how the hell she knew about the leeches. He was crying, pleading, begging for his mom. NG was watching with calm eyes, his echoed whisper of, "Burn it off," then, still dancing through the grove when she grabbed his arm, cutting off everything he could have said. What was that? What was what? Kirishima asked, turning to face her. That was when Shido realized he was still holding Katsuki's arm. I didn't hear anything. I don't know what it was, Mina said, pressing closer to Shido, who was busy pulling his hand from Katsuki's inked skin and trying to decide if he should be embarrassed. There are lots of sounds in forests, Izuku said brightly, but his eyes flicked around anyway. Shido knew what he was analyzing. Even at noon, when the rest of the world was trapped in sunlight, the woods before them were unnaturally dark, like curling black smoke. Hard to see through. Something inside was alive. There's a reason the common folk aren't allowed inside, Shido repeated. Leeches in his skin. Katsuki sent a sharp glance in Shido's direction. Whatever the FING reason is, we need to find a goddamn ice sparrow and get out with it. If anyone needs to go back, go. I'm the only one who needs to be here to get this thing. His tone was still hard, bristled, but even Shido could tell there was a softer meaning behind it. He was being honest. Shido gestured to the bow Kirishima was holding. I need to be here too. I'm the only one who can shoot. Shido, if you wanted to leave, Katsuki said pointedly. I would not make you stay here. I'm not going to make anyone do anything they don't want to. That's not very king-like of you, Shido said, before he could stop himself. It was like a test, what Katsuki had just presented him. He wasn't supposed to argue. He couldn't help but do so. Katsuki didn't seem fazed, though his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. No offense, sweetheart, but you don't know shit about how a king is supposed to act. And Shido fell silent. That was a jab at his father, he was sure, but it also had to be a jab at himself. Shido was a prince, training to stumble into his father's footsteps and hold himself there. He was still trying to grapple Katsuki's words like soap in the tub when the king stepped forward like what he said was nothing. Like it didn't leave Shido dizzy with an ache in his lungs. Katsuki stepped forward, into the forest, and everyone else found themselves following. Izuku was the most skittish of all of them. Shido learned this very fast. It didn't take much to startle him, especially in the darkness. Even an unexpected whisper from Kirishima or Mina had him jumping in his skin, but whenever Shido looked over at him, Izuku was smiling as if in reassurance. I'm fine. He'd mumbled on a few occasions, when Shido had squinted a little too long. Sorry. You don't have to apologize if. You didn't do anything wrong, Shido mumbled, unsure if that was the right thing to say. Judging by the fact Izuku's shoulders seemed to relax, just barely with his words, it might have been. Following the tracks of an ice sparrow wasn't hard. They could break weaker branches with their claws when they landed on them, and the crack of the bark was noticeable against the perfect surroundings constructed everywhere else. Katsuki and Kirishima must have known this, too, Shido realized, because they were good at picking up on things before even Shido could. Their group was on the right track. And then something hissed in front of them. Izuku squeaked, freezing in his tracks. Everyone else stopped too. Katsuki raised his head, glancing around a little warily. What was that? Kaminari ventured uneasily, shuffling a step behind Mina like she could protect him. I don't know, Kirishima said slowly. His hand moved, shifted down to a sheathed knife in his belt. Shido scanned their surroundings, squinting through the impossible darkness and trying to make out any familiar shapes. He couldn't see anything. Maybe, Mina started but cut herself off when a twig snapped to her right. No one had moved since they stopped for the first time. Izuku grabbed Shido's arm. Shido looked down at him, the smallest incline of his head, but felt himself freeze at the sight of the expression on his face. Even in the darkness, Shido could make out the tension in his shoulders, the pinch of his brow, the sharp intelligence in his eyes. What? Shido whispered. Katsuki turned at the sound, gaze darting between them. Todoroki-kun, Izuku whispered back, though he didn't turn to look at him. Everyone stop moving. But what is it? Kaminari hissed. Izuku didn't respond, but his grip on Shido's arm tightened. His voice was even softer when he spoke again, lips barely parting. It can only see you when you move. Shido swallowed, trying to keep his breath steady in his chest. His mind raced, trying to decipher what Izuku could see, how Izuku knew what it was. The day Enji watched leeches writhe on his son's bare arms, they hadn't run into anything like this. What is it? Kirishima mumbled, but Izuku hushed him sharply. His grip on Shido's arm was almost painful now. We can't stay still forever, Katsuki breathed back. Deku. I know, Izuku said. I'm trying to think. Around them, branches swayed with a sudden gust of wind. Another branch snapped, this time a few feet behind Shido. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickle, and resisted the urge to turn around. What? Kaminari started again, but Izuku cut him off. I don't know the technical name of it, he whispered in an exhale. But it's big and hairless and poisonous if it bites you, so don't FNG move. Shido pursed his lips to hide the recognition of the familiarity in Izuku's voice. He hadn't heard him swear before that moment. Maybe he was picking up mannerisms from Katsuki. He wouldn't be surprised. Katsuki was easy to mimic, even subconsciously if you paid enough attention to him. Is it fast? Katsuki asked. He hadn't turned away from them after he'd glanced back the first time. Deku. If we run, will it follow us? Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. It will if we don't distract it first. I read about a lot of the native species in different kingdoms a few years ago. These guys, they're sensitive to light. How can you even identify it? Kirishima whispered. I can see it. I have better night vision than you. Ain't that a FNG miracle? Katsuki breathed. Katsuki, Shido said. When Katsuki didn't respond, he continued. You should blow off a few explosions. I can't start a fire without risk of it catching. DMN right, Katsuki said. Shido watched him curl his hand into a fist, listened to another twig snap near Izuku. Kirishima's head twitched, like he wanted to turn back but couldn't. Katsuki exhaled. Deku. Where is it? My left, Izuku whispered. You're gonna have to move to get it. Okay, Katsuki breathed. I'll fire off one, then I'll move towards it and fire off another. When the second one blows, we run. This isn't dangerous at all, Kaminari mumbled. Katsuki's lips pulled into a smile. Gambling's a part of life. Gods, just do it, Mina hissed. Katsuki did. The explosion that erupted from his calloused palms was as loud as a gunshot, louder than anything Shido had ever heard. And it was bright enough to make him startle back at the sight of the trees suddenly illuminated around them. He didn't even realize the second one had gone off until Izuku grabbed his hand, jolting him out of his thoughts and into a sprint. It was jarring to run when he couldn't see more than a few feet in front of them. Izuku was guiding his arm, weaving around trees and obstacles and things Shido wouldn't have detected by himself. In the distance, another one of Katsuki's explosions went off. Mina screamed. Mina! Kaminari's voice. Sharp and scared and too far away. Izuku seemed to realize this too, because he stumbled to a stop and whipped around expectantly. That was when the floor gave out from under them. It was fast, faster than Shido could process. 1 second he and Izuku were standing on solid ground. The next, they were falling back through the air. Shido didn't have time to react before his back hit something hard, and then he was rolling down a steep rocky surface as if he were a rag doll. And there was pain. When everything stopped, the rush of air past his ears, his body, the sharp pricks of hurt across the expanse of his skin, it took him a very long moment to process. A few feet away, Izuku landed with a yelp, collapsing onto his back. Shido was dizzy looking at him. His tongue felt thick in his mouth. Adrenaline burned hot in his veins. He closed his eyes. There was pain in his arms, like lacerations around his wrists. Everything burned. Izuku's voice faded in and out of Shido's range of hearing, voice horribly scratchy. Wherever we stopped, the dirt wasn't packed properly. I think it gave out. That was a hill or something. Shido pried his eyes open and blinked at what little he could see of the sky through the darkness. Pain from the bruises under his clothes was flaring up, too, almost as hard as they had burned when they first received them. He had to focus on breathing. Somewhere to his right, Izuku lifted his head. Shido! Shido raised a hand, waving him off without speaking because he was afraid his voice would betray him. Izuku, apparently, didn't accept this as an answer. He sat up fully, propping himself on his elbows and shaking his head as if trying to clear his vision. Todoroki-kun. Shido shook his head, blearily, but didn't move to sit up. To his right, something shifted. He assumed it was Izuku coming closer, and his suspicions were confirmed when cool fingers brushed his cheek, sending a jolt through his system. Todoroki-kun, Izuku said again. The fingers pressed a little harder against his skin, and Shido blinked up at the shadow man leaning over him. His delicate touch danced to the crook of his jaw, pressing against his pulse point. Are you hurt? I'm fine, Shido croaked, hissing a little when Izuku's fingers dipped to the skin of his neck. Why were they so cold? You are hurt, Izuku said, sounding horrified. His touch hesitated, faltering at his collar. Todoroki-kun, what happened? I'm fine, Shido repeated, forcing himself to sit up. He hoped the fairy couldn't see him. Gritting his teeth, Izuku leaned back to allow him room, but grabbed Shido's arm when he swayed. Shido was sure his wings were fluttering anxiously behind him. What? Izuku started again, but quieted when Shido pressed his hand to his mouth. Izuku's eyes were too green in the darkness, glowing bright and concerned and too soft for anything Shido deserved. I'm fine, Shido repeated, finality in his tone. He brushed his hand against his side to soothe a burn. The movement did not escape Izuku, who tracked it like a hawk. Shido tried not to smile at the concern. Help me up. Izuku was quick to comply, bouncing to his feet and pulling Shido up with one arm. It was only after he was standing again that he realized how properly strong Izuku seemed to be. His arms were heavy set with muscle, though it wasn't overkill. Shido also realized that Izuku would probably be able to throw him into a tree with the same arm that pulled him up. He didn't tell him any of that, for obvious reasons. You know, Izuku said conversationally, and Shido narrowed his eyes. Midoriya. You don't have to deal with things all by yours. You can't say that after taking yourself up on a suicide mission into our kingdoms. Shido cut him off, massaging a bruise on his wrist. With his left hand, he lit a flame. Gold flecks lit in the white of Izuku's eyes. It doesn't work like that. Izuku stared at him for a moment, blinking against the glow of his fire. Shido was just about to count it as a win before Izuku's shoulders straightened, something strong and determined abruptly encasing his features. I'm not alone, though, he said decisively, turning on his heel. I have you. Shido followed him with a sigh. That doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? You, Shido said, watching the fabric of his shirt shift when his shoulder blades moved. I don't understand you. Me? Izuku asked. He ducked under a branch, and when he glanced back, Shido could see something teasing in his eyes. What don't you understand, my prince? They'd started to climb the slope they had fallen down, Izuku in the lead. Shido felt something bubble up in his chest, something important. That, he stressed, trying to pick up his speed to peer around at Izuku's face. That, whatever you're doing, it fascinates me. Izuku had grabbed a low handhold to heave himself up a few steps, but now he paused. Glanced back at Shido again, more contemplative than teasing. I fascinate you? Shido nodded. Immeasurably so. I've never fascinated anyone before. Then I'll have to be the first, Shido said, determined to express the weight in his chest. I don't think I've met a man like you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku sent him a crooked smile in the darkness. I'm not a man. A snow fairy then. You've met other snow fairies, Shido-kun? Izuku ducked under another branch, voice suddenly softer than it had been before. Shido hesitated, detecting the shift, and remembered the wings sitting in a glass case in his castle. He brushed his arm against Izuku's, Quicksilver, but didn't try to meet his eyes. Unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity. He matched Izuku's tone, sightless eyes dancing around their inky surroundings. But even if I had, I'm sure you would still catch my eye as you have. Izuku's eyes softened in the light of Shido's fire. By then, they had made it back to where they started at the top of the slope. Izuku smiled again, though it wasn't as sharp as before. I wonder how true that would be. Before Shido could respond, Izuku began to move forward again. He rushed to catch up, trying to keep an eye on him in the darkness. I hope Kaken's group is okay. We have to hurry. Right? Shido mumbled, picking up his pace. It didn't take them long to return to the spot they'd separated from, though Izuku had stopped Shido in his tracks a few times to listen to the noises of the forest. Whatever animal that was checking them out earlier had left, but Katsuki's group was nowhere in sight either. Shido was trying to scan their surroundings to the best of his ability when Izuku glanced over his shoulder and let out a hushed, "Kaken?" "Quiet," a familiar voice bit back. A twig snapped. Shido turned towards the sound, straining to see through the darkness. When something else shifted, closer this time, Shido cast a hand out instinctively. It hit something solid and Katsuki hissed. A hand closed around his wrist before he could pull away completely. "Careful." There he was. Shido blinked sharply, waiting for his eyes to adjust. When they did, he could make out the outline of Katsuki's figure. It seemed to be even darker than it had before. Shido processed the dampness on his fingers a second later. "You're bleeding." Katsuki scoffed. "No, I'm not." "Gods," Izuku cursed, stepping closer to them both. Shido flinched when Izuku's calloused fingers brushed against the back of his neck, then settled there. "You're both idiots with no sense of self-preservation." "I can't believe it." "Ha!" Katsuki whispered. Shido closed his eyes, trying to focus beyond Izuku's palm on his neck and Katsuki's hand on his wrist. "Where are Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima?" he asked, voice quiet. They'd heard Mina scream, heard Kaminari shout, and then there was nothing. Izuku and Katsuki both seemed to sober respectively, dropping whatever argument had begun bubbling seconds prior. Katsuki glanced over his shoulder, though Shido doubted he could see anything. "Iger is fine. He's past that tree looking for them. I don't know where Mina and Denki are. It was too fast to see. This forest is FNG cursed." "Tell me about it," Izuku mumbled. Somewhere behind Katsuki, footsteps began to echo closer. Izuku's bright green eyes found a spot and stayed there. "They're not here," Kirishima's voice piped up, before Shido could say anything. He stepped closer, and he could begin to make out his features through the darkness. Kirishima pressed a hand to Katsuki's shoulder, glancing between Izuku and Shido. "I have no idea what happened, and I don't want to shout in case." "Right?" Katsuki huffed, releasing Shido's arm. There was a pinch between his brow, something distraught he was trying to cover up. Katsuki was shaken. Shido looked away before his throat could burn and didn't think of carefully looped twine threaded through the base of a handmade whistle. Izuku, who seemed as if he didn't fear death, touched Katsuki's arm. It wasn't to comfort, like Shido immediately assumed, but something else entirely. Izuku's stare hardened. "I'll find them." "Don't you effing..." "You'll what?" Kirishima asked, but Izuku was already moving. He pulled away from Katsuki completely, only glancing back at Shido once before turning and separating himself from the group. "Midoriya," Shido called on instinct, but Izuku vanished into the darkness faster than he could blink. Katsuki stared after him, brow furrowed. "Damn it," he murmured, eyes unmoving from the spot Izuku was just standing. Then louder. "Damn it." "Bakugu," Kirishima said, startled. "Shut up." "He's so effing stupid," Katsuki hissed, pushing his hair from his forehead. He looked less stressed now, but he was definitely angrier. Shido couldn't tell which was worse. What happened to sticking with the group? "He's going to be..." Katsuki locked eyes with Shido on accident, before tearing his gaze away. "He's going to effing kill himself, and then we'll never get rid of the FNG plague." Shido wasn't sure how to respond to that. He imagined he was supposed to say something, maybe, but he was never good at reading when someone wanted him to talk. Kirishima didn't say anything, though, so he didn't either. That's when he saw it. Katsuki, Shido said, eyes snapping up to the treeline. Katsuki. What? Katsuki snapped, but he must have seen something in Shido's face, because he and Kirishima both turned to look. Shido's breath was tight in his chest, constricting. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to breathe, wasn't sure if he cared. Through the darkness, across the sticky with dew summer grass and mossy bark on trees and the flowers just beginning to bloom from the dirt, was ice. It was curled over a branch like a vine, misty blue and frozen to the bark. Bright enough to see the animal perched on top of it. Imagine that. In a world where everything is dark. Glowing blue ice. Imagine that. Imagine a sparrow. Shuto, Kirishima said, holding the barbarian-styled bow out to him. Shuto took it, loading an arrow and keeping his eyes on the bird. I don't want to kill it. Get its wing if you can, Kirishima said. You shot down a snow fairy, Shuto? And Izuku can heal it when he gets back. If you're a good shot, it should be fine. Shuto didn't respond, but his fingers brushed against the fletching as he tightened his grip. He could feel Katsuki's eyes on his face, calm and curious, maybe. If Shuto was being generous. He didn't risk a glance back at him, didn't give him that mercy. The ice sparrow hadn't looked away from them. Shuto watched its head tilt. He pulled the arrow back against the bow's string, feeling the neck of it brush against his cheek, lined the head up with one of its wings. Steady. Shuto inhaled, then exhaled a breath of cold smoke. The ice sparrow tilted its head in the other direction, still illuminated by its magic. Natural selection, Shuto thought and let go. It hit the sparrow on target, though Shuto closed his eyes before the impact. He heard it hit, sharp and concise. Something sick curled in his chest when it shrieked in pain, and he turned his head, too, when it hit the ground. Maybe he had killed it. Nausea crawled up his throat, harder and thicker than it had been. He squeezed his eyes shut tighter and tried to fight it down, shuddering in his skin. Breathe. His ribcage was twisting. Katsuki's wooden whistle was broken on his bed and it was all his fault. He heard Kirishima say something, but it was muffled to his hearing. You shot down a snow fairy? Footsteps shuffled away from him, making their way to his target. Shuto couldn't hear anything else, and had the sickening thought that he killed it like he killed Izuku, because he killed everything he touched, and his father would make him talk about it to a bunch of reporters and then grab his arm too tight because he would never be king. He didn't realize he'd begun to hyperventilate until his name broke through the fog and someone's hand grabbed his arm tight. Shuto flinched away through his panic, gasping. His eyes were still shut. His back hit something hard, a tree. His name broke through again. Hand on his other arm. Toga, pressing in close. Shuto tried to brace himself for his lips on his skin, shuddering. He couldn't struggle, because if he struggled she would know and she would tell his father and his father. Shuto, calm down. Shuto's eyes snapped open with a gasp, hands clenching, nails digging into something soft. Katsuki hissed somewhere in front of him, Katsuki. Shuto found his face in the darkness, vision blurry and unfocused. He drew in a breath and faltered when it hiccuped, unsteady. Katsuki murmured something soft, and Shuto didn't even know what he said, but some of the tension in his shoulders drained out anyway. He realized what his hands were doing a few seconds later. He was gripping onto Katsuki's forearms, which probably explained why Katsuki hadn't let go of him. Blood trailed in small streams down his flesh from the dig of Shuto's nails. He could see ice beginning to crystallize under his right hand. He tried to pull away, squeezing his eyes shut and murmuring apologies under his breath, but Katsuki didn't leave. He was kneeling in front of Shuto. Shuto didn't even remember when he'd sat down against the forest floor, but there they were. Katsuki's attention wasn't even focused on his arms, he realized. You're all right, he murmured quiet. His hands were warm on his skin, a comfort. Shuto's eyes fluttered, blinking back a wave of tears. What just happened? Katsuki was studying his face, perhaps searching for something. Shuto felt the pressure of his palms on his arms, but they weren't painful like he had been trained to expect. You're okay. Everything is okay. Over Katsuki's shoulder, Kirishima appeared. He looked worried, red eyes darting around Shido's face. There was something in his arms. Shido realized what it was after a moment. The ice sparrow was mostly unharmed, held captive in Kirishima's gentle grip. It was angry, judging by the frost quickly growing over his sleeve, but unharmed. Shido felt his entire body go slack. Katsuki, who was still watching him closely, leaned back a little. "You're okay," he repeated quietly, but his voice was sharp and reassuring to the point Shido couldn't help but believe him. "What happened?" Kirishima asked. Shido shook his head, a jolt of pain pulsing against his skull. He wasn't going to, he couldn't. "Don't worry about it," Katsuki spoke for him. His thumb skated over the bare skin of Shido's arm, like he would have done when they were younger. He pushed to his feet. Shido ignored the twinge of gratitude in his chest and realized that his hands were trembling. He was trembling. Katsuki didn't say anything about that, either. Izuku appeared a few moments later, Mina and Kaminari in tow behind him. That caught Katsuki's attention, because he was quick to move around Izuku and land a sharp punch to Kaminari's arm, who yelped. "Where the F were you?" he demanded, but pulled him into a hug at the same time. Mina ducked under Katsuki's arm as well, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Were you worried?" Katsuki cursed at her, but didn't deny it. He hid his face in Kaminari's shoulder. Kaminari laughed, reaching up to run his fingers through the hair at the base of Katsuki's neck. And watching that exchange, to Shido, cooled something panicked in his chest. It was nice. He had never met anyone so touchy with each other as Katsuki was with the people he cared for, but he supposed that was just how barbarians were. He'd never quite understand it, but he thought that was okay in the long run. A few feet away, Izuku caught his eye. Shido watched the smile curl at his lips on instinct. He tilted his head like an ice sparrow. "What are you doing on the ground, Todoroki-kun?" Shido shook his head, not trusting himself to stand. "Where were they?" Izuku looked back to Katsuki's group, who were all talking quietly. Kirishima was making his way over, bird in hand. "The dirt gave out for them like it did for us," he told him, raising an eyebrow. "I found them in a ditch." "So you flew them out?" And Izuku smiled again, covering a bloody cut in his arm with a hand. "Something like that." Mina helped him up a few moments later, when the group had all gathered together again. Izuku took the vial of leftover salve he'd used to heal his wing from his bag, and when Kirishima pulled a feather from the sparrow's wing, Izuku closed his palms over the arrow's mark. Shido watched, entranced, as green light spilled out from between his fingers, illuminating his face in emerald. The bird shifted impatiently in Kirishima's grip, frustrated. Izuku pulled away moments later. "Be careful," he murmured to it, when Kirishima released his hold on its back and raised his arm. The ice sparrow was gone in a flash. No one spoke for a few moments after that, until Kaminari turned to squint at Katsuki. He seemed exhausted. "Are we done yet?" Katsuki raised a hand to push his face away, but his smile was lacking and his eyes were fixed on the ground. "We're done for today," he said quietly, like something had just caught up to him. Shido only realized what it was when Izuku cleared his throat, rubbing his wrists where they rested and looking at the ground too. "For today," he repeated quietly. Only silence followed.